Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is a special meeting of the Santa Clara City Council. Welcome to everyone that is here today. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Roll call.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Let the record reflect that Councilmember Shahal is not present this evening. Councilmember Hardy.
Present.
Vice Mayor Park.
Here.
Councilmember Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Becker.
Here.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to excuse
Motion to
Councilmember Chahal?
Motion to excuse Councilmember Chahal. He's traveling, I understand.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to excuse Councilmember Chahal. Roll call vote, please, City Clerk.
As you're all present, you can use your iPads.
Oh, we can, since he's not here. All right. Please register your vote. Oh, Councilmember Watanabe. Yeah, she doesn't have her iPad.
Would you like to register your vote?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
And that passes unanimously with those present. City Clerk, would you like to read the opening statements?
Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. If we have any registered lobbyists joining us this evening, we ask you to please identify yourselves as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you may represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. For today's meeting, the council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentation, which we don't have that tonight. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move on to our council agenda. We only have one item on the agenda today. This is a special meeting for consideration and possible actions on a proposed 30-unit home key interim housing development on county-owned land located on Lawrence Expressway and Benton Street, including city sponsorship and partial funding of project operations. I just wanted to let everyone in the public know how we're going to proceed this evening. First, I wanted to let everyone know that we have received all of your emails, your reports, your PowerPoints. We have a lot of additional information and a lot of e-comments that are on our council agenda remotely right now. This is probably in my history here in the city, the largest amount of information and emails that I've ever received on any project. So I just want to let everyone know that we do have them, we do read them, and we appreciate everyone who's taken the time to reach out to us to give us that information. The way we're going to move ahead today is, first of all, our city staff, the County of Santa Clara, and I think is it Home Key that's also making a Life Moves is making a presentation. So we're going to start with our staff presentations, and that'll be about 20 minutes or so. Then we're going to hear from our County Supervisor, Susan Ellenberg, who's joining us today in the audience here. And then our council then will ask questions, and I'm going to ask the council members to have your questions handy, because we want to get those questions to our staff and the county staff and the Life Move staff as expeditiously as possible. So if we just limit it to our council members to asking questions only, so that we give our staff time to answer the questions back to us, and then we can get to the public. We have a lot of members of the public that want to speak this evening, so we want to make sure that we allow enough time, and we're early enough in the evening that we allow everybody the opportunity to speak. If you want to speak as a member of the public, we ask you, although it's not required, but we ask if you could fill out, if you're here in person, to fill out a speaker card. And then if you're online, we can see we have a fair number of people online that would like to speak already. We're going to start with the attendees that are here, physically here first, and then we'll go online. If you're in a group and you want to make a presentation with your group, we ask that your group stay together to actually come up, even if you have one person that's speaking, that your group stay together, and you group your cards together to make it easier on our city clerks. After that, after the public presentations, the council will then deliberate and vote on this matter this evening. So that's what's going to happen throughout the evening. We'll try to get to the public as soon as we can and move this along. So again, we're all going to be disciplined today and get our questions ready and be available, have enough information available so that all the questions are answered, hopefully for the public, so we can make an informed decision up here. So with that said, I'd like to start with our Director of Community Development, Andrew Crabtree, if you'd like to kick us off this evening.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council and the community. Tonight we're here to discuss a potential City Council action on a proposed Project Home Key interim housing development on county-owned land at the southwest corner of Benton Street and Lawrence Expressway. And as just mentioned, I will be giving about a 10-minute presentation, and then we will have representatives from the county as well as Life Moves present. The location for the project is depicted here on the aerial photo. The proposed project would provide interim housing for families with one or more children under 18 years of age. Interim housing is intended to provide a place for a homeless family to live for typically 3 to 6 months until they are able to move into a more permanent housing situation. This could fill a gap while a family waits for a permanent affordable housing unit to become available, provide shelter in an emergency situation where someone unexpectedly becomes homeless, or provide an opportunity for a family to stabilize their situation while they explore other housing options. It is important to understand tonight that the council is a step in the process that would allow the city to apply to the state for funding of the project through Project Home Key. Home Key is competitive, and if the city does not receive funding from the state, then the project would not proceed. If the council directs staff to proceed with the project, additional steps will be necessary before the project can be built. Tonight, we are asking the council to take 4 actions. First, to delegate authority to the city manager to enter into a 3-way letter of intent with Life Moves and the county. In this case, the county is the property owner and would be contributing a significant amount of funding for the project. Life Moves would be the operator of the interim housing and is also proposing to contribute funding. Second, the City Council is being asked if the city should act as a co-sponsor for the Home Key grant application. Home key requires that a local jurisdiction, either the city or the county in which the project is located, act as a co-sponsor along with the project proponent, which in this case would be Life Moves. The representatives of the county and Life Moves will be speaking after staff, as mentioned. Third, the City Council is being asked to give direction to staff to commit funding for the project through two actions, which I will explain further in the presentation. Briefly, site description. This illustration shows the proposed site plan with buildings located along Lawrence Expressway. Outdoor areas include a play area and a surface parking lot with 52 parking spaces. The site plan supports 10 units per floor with 3 floors, so a total of 30 units. Each unit has its own bathroom and kitchenette and living areas along with the 2 bedrooms. The form of this building is very similar to a regular apartment building, but in addition to the building, there are support services that would be provided on site by Life Moves and are in the buildings on the right side of this diagram. The housing has a single point of access oriented toward the southern end of the site. This single entry is important to the community as well as to the operators to promote safety for both the residents and the community. This rendering of the proposed building shows how it would have a residential character and a fair amount of building articulation to kind of reduce the overall massing in terms of appearance. So next we'll talk about funding, which is a key consideration for this project in terms of its feasibility. And I would say first that costs are divided into 2 categories. We have our initial capital costs and then the ongoing operating costs. And as part of our Project Home Key application, we have to address both of these. The total cost of site development and construction is conservatively estimated to be $34 million. Sobrato Philanthropies has committed to contribute $5 million that would be used for capital costs for the construction of the project. The majority of the construction costs would come from Project Home Key grant if we're successful in that application. And then the county would cover the remaining. It is important to note that the county, who is also providing the land for the site, is willing in this case to contribute significantly more to the project than they have for other home key projects in the county, and that's part of the benefit that this could bring to the city. The project developers believe this is a conservative estimate for the construction costs, and that some of this money could then be repurposed for operational costs. In order to maximize the potential home key grant money that would be available for operations of the project, staff is proposing that the City Council direct staff to include contributions that cover up to 7 years of operating costs at an average of approximately $3.75 million a year. This would result in slightly over $4 million in operational funding from Home Key if we can show that 7-year commitment. The county would provide $9.2 million for operational costs, and Life Moves is prepared to provide up to $7 million, and that's based on local match, primarily from the city. So it is dependent on what our city council directs us to do tonight in terms of funding. So tonight we are asking the City Council to take 2 actions for the funding so that the city can demonstrate that we have the costs covered for up to 7 years of operation. First, we are recommending that the City Council authorize the county to allocate 3 years of the Permanent Local Housing Allocation, or PLHA funds, that the county administers. That would be $1.5 million to the development of this project. These PLHA funds are administered by the county, but they're reserved for use within the city of Santa Clara. The city has previously allocated other PLHA funds to other affordable housing projects within our city. Second, we are asking that the city provide direction to staff to appropriate $5.5 million from the city's special revenue fund for affordable housing development. The fund currently has approximately $9 million in the fund balance, which has not yet been committed to a specific project, although there are other affordable housing projects that are looking for funding from this fund. This appropriation would enable us to gain access to the full amount of $7 million from Life Moves and to demonstrate the necessary funding for the Home Key grant application. These funds would be expended gradually over the first 7 years of the project's operation, during which time we'd note that the special revenue fund is expected to continue to grow, to gain funds as development projects pay their affordable housing fees, either their in lieu or linkage fees, which is how that fund is funded. Future rounds of PLHA may also become available, which could be then used to cover some of the operational costs going forward. So addressing as background and why we're here, the City Council has, over a course of several meetings, expressed an interest in pursuing a Project Home Key project, and has specifically directed staff at a prior meeting to work with Life Moves to identify a site within Santa Clara, as you can see in the dates listed here. The Homelessness Task Force that was convened last year also identified interim housing as a specific need within Santa Clara, sort of a gap that exists within the range of different housing options that the city currently has. So as a result of these, through our general plan policies as well as the work of the task force, we specifically identified a desire to see interim housing project be developed within Santa Clara, and Council has also previously directed staff to work on a Project Home Key application as well as a partnership with Life Moves toward that end. In January of this year, on January 10th, we had a study session where we were discussing the results of the Homelessness Task Force, and at that time also referenced that this project could be coming forward to the City Council. The Council did direct us to proceed with that and to also work with the community and, as to a degree, extent feasible, incorporate input from the community into the project. Further background, the county is also very much actively involved in this. The county board has given direction to county Office of Supportive Housing staff to identify sites that are county owned and could be suitable. And that's part of how this particular site came into the process. The county has been working with Life Moves and Sobrato Philanthropies to develop the proposal. And then the county took the lead in conducting outreach to our community from January to April of this year, although planning staff participated and supported those efforts as well, and our housing division staff as well. Looking a little bit at the site context, the particular property is adjacent along the southern edge to a creek channel. That does provide a bit of a buffer between it and the closest single-family uses, which are located to the south and don't have direct access because of that creek channel. There is a church immediately to the east of the site. It's bounded by Lawrence Expressway on the west and Benton Street on the north. And then in general vicinity or proximity, you have additional single-family, multifamily, and commercial uses. I would say at this point, one thing too to keep in mind is that Project Home Key is looking for projects that have access to services and amenities, keeping in mind that the residents of the interim housing have the need for these types of services, as well as access to transit. Particularly if we're looking at a family housing model. Those are families with children who would be looking for schools, parks, et cetera, just like any other community member. Looking a little bit more broadly at site context, and there's been a lot of discussion about this with the community. This just shows the larger area, sort of using a half-mile or 13-minute walk. Show that within that distance there are access to bus lines on El Camino and Homestead, a variety of commercial services, as well as 5 schools, daycare, preschool, and a park playground. So as mentioned, we were conducting a community outreach from January to April this year through March. We had 4 community meetings, 2 virtual and 2 in person. We've had several hundred people participate in that. As the mayor has mentioned, there's been a steady stream of communication about the project coming to the city, as I believe as well the county. The county has maintained a website where they've sort of done their best to aggregate all the different comments and questions and provide responses where we could to those. Just to really highlight some of the key concerns from the community, and as you can imagine in all these communications there are many issues raised, but just to summarize those, one question is why this site, and those are land use compatibility. Community members have been particularly concerned about potential impacts on the schools in the vicinity or parks, other things that they view as a safety concern with the residents that could be introduced into their community through this development. There's been concerns about, you could say, over-concentration of this type of housing, given that there is a temporary interim housing project on El Camino Real, also within the city. Safety and security really have been a very common theme throughout most of the comments and concerns from the community. Concerns about impacts on property values. We heard early on about parking. Just a lot of questions about how the site will be operated to maintain, again, safety, protecting the community's safety. We've also had some community members who are advocates in support of the project speak as well, generally on addressing the need for providing housing for people who are homeless and the importance of that in the community. So considerations for the City Council tonight. I think the Council at this point from a policy standpoint has well established the need for an interim housing type development in the city, and that's in part why staff was recommending that we move forward with this project. We have really a present opportunity in that there is a particular property with funding being brought forward by the county, Life Moves, and the Sobrato Philanthropies to make that a viable project. There are a lot of questions about doing this at a different site. That's a theoretical possibility down the road, but what we have in front of us is a particular development proposal that we should evaluate on its merits. Staff has been very careful in reviewing the financial viability, and we're bringing this forward tonight because we do believe that should it receive funding through HomeKey, that the project is viable to finance. We've discussed some of the land use compatibility concerns. The project is something that we've worked through that process to see how we can address it, and I'll talk a little bit more on the next slide. As well as, of course, we do take seriously the concerns of the community and see if it's possible to address those. This is just a quick summary of some of the changes that have been made to the project to address concerns from the community. And the original concept was really for between 80 to 100 units. At one point, staff from the county, I believe, presented up to 124 units as a possible use on the site. The current proposal is 30 units, so that's a significant scaling back in terms of number of units. The original proposal was for singles and couples, so basically a single room type unit. What is now being proposed is a project that would be dedicated for families, and that means that the units are larger, so they have, as mentioned, the kitchenette, multiple bathrooms, and then bedrooms, and then each their own bathroom. So that's, again, this is now a 100% family use that's being proposed. The height changed from 4 stories to 3. Just mentioned the kitchenettes was not initially in there. We are committed now to 24/7 professional staffing by Life Moves, the formation of a community advisory committee, and then as the design evolved, the single point of access. I want to say one other thing, too, about the source of the residents. So in making the move to 100% families, we, in partnership with the county, understand that there's a facility in Sunnyvale that's really designed to just be a shelter. It's what you might imagine a shelter would look like, with a large room with multiple beds that has families in it currently, and that's really not the right place for those families to be. So we would in going to a 100% family model, look to probably be bringing in some of those families as well as families from Santa Clara as the priority for who would be residing here. So next steps, if council goes forward tonight, we will be resolving our operational gap through council actions. The County Board of Supervisors would also need to take action on this project to formalize the lease agreement, the letter of intent with the city, and so forth. And then we would submit our application to Project Home Key. If we are awarded funding from Project Home Key, the project could proceed really through a ministerial permit process. Under Project Home Key, they're completely exempt from local land use authority, so we don't have a general plan, rezoning type process. We have a quick timeline under Project Home Key that we must move quickly to expend those monies, start construction within 12 months. There's a possibility of a 7-month extension, and that they're expecting full occupancy within 15 months. So with that, I'll conclude with staff's recommendation formally. The first action, as mentioned, is to authorize the city manager to negotiate the 3-party letter of intent with Life Moves, the county, and the city. Second action is to authorize the city manager to apply for the Project Home Key funding as a co-sponsor. The city is a co-applicant. Third is to authorize the county to allocate our years 3, 4, and 5 of the PHLA funding to this project. And then fourth is direction to staff to bring forward a budget amendment appropriating up to $5.5 million from our special revenue funds for operations to cover the remaining gap in funding. And so with that, I will now ask the county, who I believe is going to be joining us virtually tonight, to give their presentation.
Thank you, Director Crabtree. Who do we have from the county tonight? You said they're virtual.
Yeah. Should be Consuelo.
You know who it is, Director Crabtree?
Consuelo Hernandez should be
Swello. Okay.
joining us.
We don't see her on right now.
Not on.
She says she has her hand raised, but she's not been promoted yet. Oh.
Okay, she's being moved over.
Oh, there she is. I see her. You're muted. Are you promoting her? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Go ahead, please.
My
Welcome.
apologies for not being there in person. I'm a bit under the weather and didn't want to get anybody else sick. Back in March 17, 2021, the City Council took action to endorse the Community Plan to End Homelessness. The Community Plan to End Homelessness includes 3 strategies. The strategy that we're focusing on right now is Strategy 3, which is to improve the quality of life for unsheltered individuals and create a healthy neighborhood for all. Andrew mentioned in his presentation that we have the opportunity to leverage another county site. It's located at 999 Hamlin Court. We refer to it as the North County Shelter. By being able to leverage regional resources and moving some of the family services that are offered at Hamlin potentially here to Benton if the project moves forward, so that we can be looking at, how do we improve the quality of life of people that are unsheltered and connect them to permanent housing. Next slide, please. Every year we publish a progress report. So one of the goals within the community plan is to double the number of temporary housing and shelter capacity. About a month ago, we published this report, and I wanted to share with council and members of the public, some of whom have already seen this. But this shows you the progress that we've made since January 1st, 2020, where we have increased our temporary housing and shelter capacity by 15%. We have about 384 units that are in the pipeline. And I did want to make this connection that interim housing programs are more successful than other older models of sheltering or temporary housing, because the majority of the people that are coming through an interim housing model are connected to a housing program, which ensures that they are being referred into an interim situation and they have an exit strategy. And because we're proposing families here, the county also in 2021 launched a campaign known as Heading Home. Next slide, please. And this campaign is centered around 4 core strategies, and we have a goal of achieving what's referred to as functional zero for families, for family homelessness by 2025. Prior to the campaign, on any given night, there were about 200 families that were homeless, and we were seeing 600 new families becoming homeless every year. Through this strategy, we've been able to leverage one-time emergency housing vouchers, putting families into motels, into interim housing while they are in housing search. We've expanded rapid rehousing programs, created new permanent housing, and we've extensively expanded our homelessness prevention strategies that are specifically tied to families. Next slide. To give you a sense of our housing placements and inflows, one of the questions that we received from the members of the public was related to the need for families in our community. What this slide shows you is how many families were housed on a monthly basis over the last year, where people that are families, where they sleep most frequently. So this just gives you a sense of where they are in this point in time, and what type of intervention they need. And why this information is important is because it helps us as we start to make funding recommendations for permanent supportive housing or rapid rehousing programs. All of this work, and because we've been able to put people temporarily in motels and increase the capacity in the system, the average days from the first time a family is assessed because they're homeless to being placed on the permanent housing referral has dropped significantly. So chart number 4 shows that. Next slide, please. We also want to take the opportunity to thank the City Council for your consideration and to flag that in your community, as well as others in Santa Clara County, they have been approving permanent supportive housing and affordable housing through the passage of the 2016 Measure A Affordable Housing Bond. In our current pipeline, we have 848 new units that will be open by 2025. Again, why this is important is because we have a pathway for families. If this project moves forward, we would be connecting all of that through a continuum. Thank you, and happy to take questions after.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we have a presentation from a representative of Life Moves, who, as mentioned, would be the project operator as well as a funding partner for the project.
Are they online?
They are online. We're looking for.
Yes, I am here. I just need the slides pulled up, please.
Is this Heather?
This is Heather.
Hi, Heather. Okay.
Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm Heather Griffin. I'm our Director of Shelter and Services for Santa Clara County Programs with Life Moves. Life Moves is a local nonprofit dedicated to helping individuals and families experiencing homelessness return to stable housing and self-sufficiency. And we do this by providing interim housing, supportive services, and building collaborative partnerships. So tonight, I'm going to share with you some of the details on the proposal for moving families off the street and into newly imagined interim housing at this location. Next slide, please. So as Andrew mentioned in his previous presentation, we did listen to community feedback from those 5 sessions that we had, and we made adjustments to the project. And so you'll see on this right-hand side the new rendering for our proposed site, which serves the families only. And so it's 30 family units. The size difference is listed here. So we went from 256 to 377 square feet. So they are larger units because they include the 2 bedrooms, the kitchenette, and ensuite bathrooms for each unit per family. This site also has playground and community areas so that we can really support enriching the experiences of the children who are going to be served with the families. Next slide, please. So Life Moves does a comprehensive solution. We really believe in individualizing our services to fit each household's specific needs. And switching this project to serve families means that we're really adding really specific services for our children. And so they received specialized case management services by dedicated staff that we refer to as children's services coordinators. Those staff are really engaged in making sure that our children have an emotional and social development, that we're focusing on their well-being by providing linkages to childcare, to school services, tutoring assistance, summer camp, after-school enrichment activities, and anything else that really, again, helps with that social emotional well-being and development to reduce the impact of experienced trauma that they may have had as part of their family. In addition, the parents or the guardians of this household also receive all the other services that you see listed here, which include career and employment, financial and legal aid assistance, referrals to healthcare, physical and behavioral care, educational and skills building, and then just referrals out into community support, because this is meant to be interim. And so we want to make sure that we're setting up our households for success well beyond their short time with us. Next slide, please. So how Life Moves operates our site is that we have safety at the paramount for everything that we're doing. We want to make sure that each client, each staff person, each volunteer that comes into our programming or into our sites feels that this is a safe place for them to engage. And so we make sure that our sites are purpose built. And Andrew alluded to this earlier, but I want to reiterate that part of what we mean by that is that our sites are designed with safety in mind. So there really is one entry point in. So you have to come in, you check in with staff. We don't have unauthorized guests or visitors on site. We also make sure that we have cameras at strategic locations to ensure that the site is being monitored and supported around the clock. We provide 24/7, 365 staffing, which means that our staff are trained. It's not just a security who shows up, but we really want to integrate our services so that people feel supported. All of our staff are trained in trauma-informed interventions and de-escalation techniques to work with anything that clients could be showing up with. We have deep partnerships with law enforcement, and then we do provide curfews as kind of guidance around how we operate. Our staffing model for this specific location, which again serves 30 households at a time, is that we have 19 full-time staff, and those include residential site coordinators, bilingual case managers, bilingual children's support coordinators, directors, and housing and benefit supportive specialists to really tailor our services to the unique needs of each household. Next slide, please. So this slide shows just the many different pathways that individuals and families in our communities can receive support into getting out of homelessness. And so we are focusing tonight on that middle section, and it's meant to be temporary. And so we just wanted to highlight for you kind of how long our temporary services are. Prior to the pandemic, our average length of stay for this program was 90 to 120 days. And we are currently ensuring that our lengths of stays are uniquely tailored to each household's challenges, their strengths, and resources. We know that the pathway into our services is very unique, and so is the pathway out of homelessness. And so we really try and make sure that those are individualized. Next slide, please. So again, Life Moves, we really envision this thriving community where every neighbor has a place to call home. And I want to highlight specifically in our region, 1 in 6 beds are occupied by children within our programs. And so this would really help us support the need that Consuelo just talked about for how many families are experiencing homelessness. You can see here the stats of how many services we provide. And we really find that our intensive services help make this difference in getting families off the street and back into stable housing. Next slide, please. So before you, you just see some of the other projects that Life Moves is moving forward with in our community. They serve slightly different populations, but different programs kind of blend into the different communities to make sure that we're serving that need. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions after.
Thank you. Thank you, Heather. Director Crabtree?
Thank you. And I believe next, County Supervisor Susan Ellenberg would like to address the council.
Yes, thank you. I know she has other commitments this evening, so welcome County Supervisor Susan Ellenberg. Please come forward.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, council members. As the mayor noted, I'm Susan Ellenberg. I'm currently the president of the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, as well as the representative of District 4, which includes all of the city of Santa Clara. I have been deeply engaged and involved in this wonderful city since joining the Board of Supervisors, and have found meaningful relationships and partnerships really at every turn. I want to acknowledge the mayor and council first before we even talk about this project for your tremendous leadership in building affordable housing across the city of Santa Clara. I've had the privilege of being at both groundbreakings and ribbon cuttings with some and all of you, and really have been struck by the commitment, the resolve, and frankly, with credit to staff, by the speed at which you all are able to build things. I'm here tonight to speak in strong support of the project proposed at Lawrence and Benton. We are in the midst of a severe housing and homelessness crisis, and every community needs to act with urgency to get people off of our streets. This proposed interim housing development before us today would provide a vital bridge between unsheltered living and permanent housing, and would fill a much-needed gap within our community's supportive housing system. As we saw, it is ideally located close to public transit, jobs, and food access. There are multifamily housing developments on the three corners across from the property. A similar project in Willow Glen, also in my district, on Pedro Street, has shown great success to date, welcoming 285 residents, 204 of whom have transitioned to permanent housing. The future residents of this project are human beings. They are neighbors, parents, sons, and daughters. They are families. They are us. They are as deeply concerned about safety and security and healthy environments as are the current residents and neighbors. Our neighborhoods are changing. Life isn't static. People are struggling to survive in our community, and we must not ignore them or presume that someone else will help them somewhere else. We are all safer when we care for one another. Finally, Mayor, council members, and residents, my office commits to working with all of you, to being responsive to questions that arise as the project hopefully moves forward. I pledge to be a strong partner as the third leg of this exciting work. And I want to share that it is in our collective interest, all of us up here, all of us in the room and on Zoom, that this project is a success for current neighbors, for neighbors to come, and for all of our communities. Thank you so much for your consideration this evening, and I fervently hope that you will vote to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg, and thank you for taking the time to come and speak to us this evening. All right, Director Crabtree. So the next part of this is we're going to now go to our council members to give you our questions, whether they're for the city or the county or the third leg, Life Moves. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to start with my council members, and any of you that have questions, now's the time. And if, again, limit it to just the questions. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you. I wanted to understand, a lot of money is coming from Home Key. What are the Home Key deadlines, and what are the opportunities lost if we don't accept this project. My second question is, there was some concern over whether we have to do CEQA for this. And this is probably for the county. So that I know that Consuelo talked about, the community plan to end homeless and heading home. The county's putting a lot of money into, hundreds of millions of dollars from Measure A and other sources, but there seems to be an impression that it's not effective, that homelessness is increasing, and that we're spending a lot of money and we're not actually solving problems. So can you talk about maybe the scale of the problem? And then there's a concern about Bella Vista, that Bella Vista is close by. Why do we need this? And then the last thing is, a number of comments that I've received are how expensive this is. And, a number of people have said, well, let's put it somewhere else. Let's put it in an industrial area. Would that save us money? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Becker? Just so the audience knows, we all ask our questions and then they put together the answers. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a pretty good list here of questions, and they kind of connect with each other. The first one I was trying to see in the presentation, which maybe I missed it, was will there be any type of security provided? And also attached to that is I've heard a lot about what happened in Milpitas. So was there any oversight in Milpitas, and is there going to be any oversight to this property if it's approved? Could there be any types of commissions that do oversights of these types of shelters? So then it's community-based. People in the community are able to provide their input and also provide options or alternatives. And then it says, another one I have was, I know someone mentioned it before in one of the presentations, which was the former White Oak Lane, I called it Poinciana location. Was this the alternative to that location? And then also grocery store access. I know that's something that I have a big concern about, as if I'm somebody that lives in that location. The grocery store access is a little harder. If you go to the Western Motel, it's a little bit less of a distance between there and the Target where you can go shopping. So in that situation for here, will there be delivery services? Will they offer shuttle services to take people to get their groceries? Because I know individuals won't have cars, and I know it's going to be harder and harder for people to get about, because I know when I didn't have a car, it was harder to go get groceries. So, and then also I know you mentioned bus lines on El Camino and Homestead. Is there a bus line on Lawrence? I don't remember. I thought there was once upon a time. There isn't? Okay.
Okay, if I could ask the audience. Thanks.
And I think
we heard that, though.
Is my only questions for now. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Becker. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I will work really hard to make certain I'm not overlapping on any of those. Because this is now for families, what if there are not enough families to fill the site? It would be lovely to think that we had solved all this, but it sounds like there is a shelter of somewhat not too far from here that has families now, but I just wanted to understand would anything change? If someone leaves the program, how does that work? If it doesn't work out for them, if they're not successful, I've heard concerns that, well, they're just going to throw people out on the street. And I want to understand that. And so this $6 million operational gap, is that over 7 years? And if the city signs up for this, is that part of our responsibility? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for all of the presentations this evening. So I have several questions, and there was an email that we received from a member of the public, and I've tried to incorporate a couple of those questions as well, because there were some really good questions that came in. I think we've established that the county does have the funding. And in terms of the land, it's county land. Is Life Moves, I just want to clarify, is Life Moves going to be leasing the land? Or is somebody going to be paying, rent, monthly rent for the property? Let's see. Again, I agree about the question about on-site security, or will they be relying solely on us, our police department? And then how big of a family do you anticipate or would be anticipated in these units? Mother, father, 2 children, about how many people based on the square footage? And regarding the 90 to 100 days, could it possibly be longer, depending on the needs? Because I think there was a comment about each case is unique. And will they be able to properly cook a meal and keep food in these units? Or will they be relying solely on Life Moves to provide it? I think I read something about having 3 meals a day. And going along with the question about shopping, will there also be like monthly deliveries of food that they can they would be able to receive food from, so that they're not depending solely on themselves. Regarding the financing, I have some questions about that. The 5.5 that is being requested of the city, is that expected in one time, or would it be paid over a period of time coming from the special funds? And I want to address some comments that were made about the Sunnyvale shelter. I have actually visited it in the past when I was helping somebody over there, and I've seen the families that were staying there at the time. I mean, literally families, and they sleep on the floor. They have mats. They sleep on the floor, and it's not a good place. I'm just going to say it's not a good place to raise children, but. Just to throw that out there. Let's see. I think, okay, there was one question, I think this came in from the public. How will the city protect the surrounding residential neighborhoods from off-site drug use, dealing, and other crimes? Isn't it Life Moves' responsibility to enforce rules and regulations? And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park, do you have any questions?
I do, actually. Thank you. So I've got a number of questions, which is funding would have to be for 15 years at least. I think that's per home key. So we'd be looking, even according to the report, for years 6 through 15 as, I would like to focus on that. I know that after year 3, in year 4, our contribution and the gap increases, it almost doubles. Both our contribution and the gap, so it's like a quadruple increase. I was looking at the slides, and I think I'm trying to find a slide here, but I believe that the numbers from your slide 5 on the staff report may be slightly different from the numbers I have here. I'd like to see that again. I just want to make sure that I got the right numbers, because I'm looking at these and they don't quite make full sense to me. Clients have asked for rent-to-own or permanent housing, and especially when you have children, interim housing isn't ideal for families because it disrupts relationships, disrupts schooling. Have we looked at making, this a more permanent instead of interim housing? I know that clients, we've heard about 90 to 120 days, but how many clients stay longer? Like, I've visited sites and I've talked to people who've been there for a lot longer than that. So how many clients stay longer, and how many clients are repeat clients? Because I've heard and I've met a couple of people who've been repeat clients as well. And what happens to the people who are not returned to stable housing, especially if they're families? I have a big concern for that. I mean, I'm glad for the people who are able to make it, but I want to make sure that we're also addressing the people that fall through the cracks. I hear the numbers of 600 families becoming homeless each year, and we are looking at 848 new units of supportive and affordable housing for families by 2025. This doesn't look supportable. This doesn't seem supportable to me. Where else have we looked, and in which cities? I mean, which where has the county staff been directed? Because I've been told that we're not actually looking all across Santa Clara County, and that's kind of concerning to me when we are looking at the numbers of the need. Similar question, but what happens if we can't get full occupancy within 15 months? Does that disqualify? Is that a disqualifying condition? Right, you mentioned Sunnyvale, and I think Hamlin Court as ways that we could fill the site with families, and then I would hope that means that those sites would be reconfigured to accept more singles or couples for housing. I'd also like to know which client placement criteria were changed when this project went from singles to
Please
families.
silence our phones, please, when you have a moment. Thank you. Sorry, Councilmember.
Yeah, I think the concerns for singles, between singles and families are very, very, very different. Like once you have a child and we start bringing children into this facility, I would think that our placement criteria for other people that could come here, especially if, would be different. But I'm being told, and I'm looking at I'm looking and it doesn't seem like there's any changes there, but I would like to know what specifically is being done to protect the children that we're now bringing into this situation. Also like to know what constitutes a kitchenette. I mean, I have a child and I know that children need stoves and refrigerators for lots of different reasons. The Mountain View rules, when I look through them, seem to prohibit these kinds of things. And the meal times, at least at Mountain View, seem really short, as short as 30 minutes and at most an hour. And I think that 30 minutes for families to get together, like I could tell my daughter to get ready in 30 minutes and she may be ready at the end of that 30 minutes. I also want to know what's specifically meant by 24/7 professional staffing. I heard it's not just security, but what specific services will be there, especially at 3 a.m.? How are you vetting staff? I mean, we've had a number of concerns at Mountain View, including an ongoing investigative report. But I've talked to clients, and a lot of them note, and this is not just one, but a lot of them note, and I'll try to summarize, that the average staff seem to be in their 20s, while the clients are mostly 40 plus. And I think that they're not looking just for age, they're looking for experience. And in a lot of cases, when they've gone to talk to people, they haven't been met with understanding. And it's not understanding because the people don't care, it's because they don't have the backgrounds, the experience
Councilmember Park, could you leave it towards questions?
Okay, and I'd like to know how we're vetting, how we're hiring staff. That was my question. How do you enforce curfews? How are curfews enforced? And I guess I want to hear the public speak, but I'd also like to know what else we've considered, meaning we have this issue where we can't build housing fast enough for the number of people that are going homeless each year, but have we considered things like vouchers for families to go to existing housing like motels and hotels without having to wait for project approvals? I mean, I think this is something we can do immediately. I don't think that families, especially children, should have to wait even a single day to get housed if there's a need. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember, please, no, please. I'm going to ask the audience to please refrain from clapping or calling out because I want everyone to feel comfortable when they come up and speak. So please be respectful to everyone's opinion, even if you don't agree with it. Thank you. Councilmember Jane, do you have another question?
Well, before I started asking my questions, I did want to state that I've done a fair amount of research, and I've had meetings and calls with county supervisors and staff, Consuelo Hernandez of the Office of Supportive Housing, Assistant City Manager of Milpitas, Alex Andrade, the Chief of Police of Milpitas, Jared Hernandez, Life Move staff, the representatives from Safe Santa Clara, representatives from Santa Clara Housing Advocates. I've emailed with the reporters at the Mountain View Voice. I've talked to Silicon Valley at Home and Bill Wilson Center. So I've talked to a lot of people, and all of those meetings are on my public calendar.
Thank you. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Park, your light is still on?
Yeah, I just wanted to state the same thing. I've met with many of the same people, in fact, in some of the same meetings as Councilmember Jane. I've met with any residential group that has asked to meet with me. I think that anyone here that's asked has gotten a response. I've looked at every single email that's been here. I've also visited the sites multiple times. I talked to the Mountain View voice about issues that, going back to our meeting, our visit to the Mountain View site a year ago, and I have long relationships, months, almost a year, with several of the clients that are at the Mountain View site, and I've made more relationships since then. Also like to state that I've gone to these sites multiple times. I've gone to places that I've gone to the Redwood Family House, I've gone to the Milpitas site, I've gone to the Branham site, and I've talked to a lot of, not just the people that are there, but I've talked to a lot of the business owners and residents that are there, which is, I want to know from a 360 view, how is it affecting the area, not just immediately at the shelter. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker, you have something?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to also disclose that over a year ago, I met with the Life Moves group. Actually, I went with them with Councilmember Jane and Councilmember Park when we did a tour of the location at the Life Moves. I have not met with Life Moves since then, so I just want to make sure that was disclosed.
All right, thank you. I have a few questions, and they all have a theme. So, Community Development Director, my first question I have is, what jurisdiction pays for the management of the construction project and all the cost overruns of the project? I understand there were massive overruns on, I think it might have been Mountain View, but who's responsible? What agency would be responsible for the management of the cost overruns of the project? The second question I have is really the long-term financial responsibility for this project, because I see that the project is slated for financing for the first, I think it's 5 to 7 years. But what happens after that when all of that money, the matching money and everything runs out? Who's responsible to pay for all the costs? I see that they say that these are a priority for families, the 30 units. But I saw in the report, it said if there's not enough families, then single clients in dorm-style flex units. So what does that mean? So my question is, what's the maximum number of occupants with families and with these dorm-style flex units? And who makes that determination? Because I didn't seem to read that this is family style and that's guaranteed. It seemed like it could be very flexible to have families and or single occupants. The next question I have, because this is all new to me, the setup here in terms of the county asking really the city to manage and take over this project. Has the county asked any other city to manage the construction, be responsible for the costs, and look at long-term operations and management of this facility? Because I'm not familiar with this model that I've seen today. And then I heard something in the report, and I don't know if I heard it right. Are we committing all of our future affordable housing funds just to this project? Because it seems like, after the years where every other agency backs out, that we're stuck with funding this, and will it take all of our affordable housing funds to manage this? And then I didn't see anywhere what the annual costs of management and operations are on the site, especially from years 5 to 7 going forward. I think it's a 30-year commitment. It's a 30-year commitment for affordable housing on this site, but what is the commitment? What would the city's commitment be? How long would it be? And here's my last question. I think it's the most important question. Would the city would we inherit full liability, both legal and financial, for all aspects of this project by being co-sponsors of this project? And so those are my questions. So now I'm going to ask that I know it's early in the meeting, but if we could take a 10-minute break so I can have staff come back with the answers to as many of these questions as you can. I think some you might be able to combine together between you and the county and Life Moves. And so right now it's, what time is it? It's 6:10. 6:20, is that going to be enough time, Director? Okay, 6:20, so we all take a breather, stretch your legs, and we're going to start back up at 6:20. Thank you. Could I please have order so we can get on with the meeting? Please, everyone. If you have conversations, you can bring them out to the lobby. Thank you. All right, Director Crabtree, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. I think looking over the questions, the best approach will be to start with the county and have Consuelo answer a number of the questions that kind of address things at the county level, and then have Heather from Life Moves speak to some of those questions, and then I'll close out and make sure we covered everything.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. If I may, through the mayor, start with the questions in the order that they were answered. Is home key effective, and what is the scale of the problem? We have seen over the last years that homelessness continues to be an issue in our community, and there are several factors. One of those primarily being that there's a lack of affordable housing in our community. In 2015, we started a coordinated entry process. The county made a decision at the board level to invest in the production of permanent supportive and affordable housing. We have scaled a lot of those resources, so much so that the number of new people who are becoming homeless continues to narrow. So to give you a specific data point, in 2019, when we were preparing the current community plan to end homelessness, we were seeing almost 3 people become homeless for every person that we served. And our current numbers show that 1.7 people are becoming homeless for every 1 person that we serve, showing that that gap is narrowing. And that gap will continue to narrow if we continue the path that we're on in moving forward with interim and permanent housing solutions. Since the first round of Home Key, our community as a whole has been able to leverage $242 million of Home Key funding that is not coming from our local resources across 11 projects in 2 rounds. And that includes 270 hotel rooms that have been converted into 224 permanent affordable and supportive housing units, including 21 units that are for transitional housing, 355 hotel rooms that are rehab and used for emergency housing that will later be converted to permanent housing, and 412 new units of emergency interim housing using modular construction, which is the Life Moves Mountain View site, Palo Alto, and San Jose. The next question is, Bella Vista is close by. Why do we need this? Bella Vista is only serving older adults, and it will only be in operation for approximately 2 years, when it will be construction is expected to start on the permanent housing project known as Clara Gardens. The next question is, would it save money to put in industrial areas? It is not unclear at this point if that would save money, because we don't have another property in industrial areas to make that comparison. We have this opportunity with this site right now. And one can argue that if you're providing the property in an industrial area, that there would be additional costs for transportation. Was there oversight in Milpitas, and will there be oversight here? I did want to mention that the Hillview Court project in the city of Milpitas is a permanent supportive housing. It did start off as an interim for the first 6 months in order to meet the Home Key requirements. And then it converted into permanent housing. And there have been changes most recently to the property where the calls for service, at least as reported in our biweekly meetings with public safety staff from Milpitas, that the calls for service have gone down. We are also proposing some additional improvements that have come out of recommendations from the City Council that we hope will start to drive the number of incidents that are not related to the property that are happening in the parking lot. The next question or series of questions was related to whether we have enough families to fill the site and what could potentially change. We do not have enough interim housing for families on a permanent basis in our community. We are using hotel programs where we are leasing a hotel and using that for families that are enrolled in a program but need an interim location. the cost of that hotel in the long term is more expensive than if we had a facility that we can use to provide sheltering, interim housing options for families as a bigger system. In the event that we reach a point where families across the county do not need interim housing like what's being proposed at Benton, we would come back to the community and have a conversation about what other modifications could we make to the facility that would be responsive to the need at the time. And I'll give you the example that at Willow Glen Studios, we started that development with 80 units for single adults. And we were struggling to lease, I think, between 5 and 8 of the units because we had couples that were not eligible to live here. We come out to the community, we talked to them about the challenges, we asked them for their input on some flexibilities that they would be open to. They agreed to a pilot of 5 units for couples, and that proved to be very successful. The program is now fully occupied. And we incorporated the voices of people that were affected in the neighborhood, as well as people that are end users of the facility. So in the event that we reached a point at this location where there wouldn't be enough families, it would be a conversation with the community and our respective elected officials. The next question is, what happens when somebody leaves the program? We do see that happen, although it happens less with families, and it depends on why they're leaving the program. In some instances, we find a different situation that's better for them. To give you one example, the county operates the Casitas de Esperanza at the Civic Center in the city of San Jose. We use a pallet type of shelter. In some instances, we move a family in there, knowing that the space is too small. And immediately after they're enrolled, we try to look for an alternative location that can accommodate the larger family without having them be waiting in the vehicle or on the streets. So in that instance, they are still enrolled in the program, but they are moved to a larger facility or a larger space that can accommodate the household size. There was a question around the land. Will Life Moves lease it? Is there rent that will be paid? Assuming that the council votes favorably tonight, part of the discussions that will happen next is around that lease agreement. And this is what we would take to our Board of Supervisors for their consideration, the terms of the lease and some of the other questions that you all have asked around the terms of the lease agreement. One question was around how big the families are. When we look at our data of families that are currently homeless in our system, the majority of them have a household size of 4, household size of 4 or less. 90 to 100 days was the next question. Could it be longer? Yes, families can stay longer enrolled in a program. It really depends on whether or not they are connected to a permanent housing program or not. The next question that was from the county, rent to own. If interim housing is the only option explored, have we looked at other more permanent housing? Yes, the county has a pipeline of developments specifically around permanent, affordable and supportive housing. As we mentioned earlier, there is a specific need in our community for interim housing. We have a goal of doubling the number of shelter beds by 2025. And we have only increased that number by 15%. We do not have information available at this moment about the number of clients that stay longer and how many are repeat. We do everything possible to ensure that families don't have to come back into homelessness and that if they move, they're being moved to accommodate their size of their household size or because the circumstance is not beneficial for them. Where else have we looked? The board referral that was issued to our office specifically asked us to look at the city of Sunnyvale, the city of Santa Clara, city of Campbell, and the city of San Jose. However, all of the communities have reached out to our office asking about a challenge grant that we issued that would incentivize the construction of interim housing using modular construction. And to date, about 9 out of the 15 cities in our community have reached out to us. But as you all have witnessed, it's very hard and it takes a lot of time. Santa Clara is by far the farthest in this process. And then the questions, Mayor, that you had around, is this type of model that we, the county, have used in the past where we're working with a city who is going to operate and work with Life Moves in this case. We have this model for safe parking, but this would be the first time we would use this structure and model for an interim housing site. Andrew, I'll hand it over to you or to the Life Moves representative.
Thank you. Let's go next to Life Moves.
Hi, thank you. So I'm going to do exactly the same format that Consuelo did and go in order of the questions received. And the first one we have, actually two are around the same thing, which is security provided and will there be on-site security? So as I mentioned in our presentation, the way that the site is set up is that it is purpose built. And so there is a single point of entry, meaning that every individual coming or going has to be going through that point of entry. We do monitor that they have to sign in. And so we have track record of everyone who is on site. In addition, we have cameras across the facility, and the technology with those cameras means that we can observe what's happening from on-site and off-site. So there's ways to monitor both staff and client activities in those common spaces in ways that previously have not been possible at other facilities. And then we do staff 365 days a year, 7 days a week with 24/7 coverage. And so within those 19 full-time staff that I mentioned, at any point in time, there's at minimum 3 full-time staff who are assisting and monitoring those other access points that I'm talking about. So that control access, and then who's coming on and off the property for safety. And again, there's the ability to monitor from offsite using the camera systems and technology. The next question that was asked was, can clients cook and keep food? And similarly, will there be food deliveries? So yes, with the kitchenettes, there is the ability for clients to both keep food in their units, to store cooked food and prepare food within their units. In addition, we often will support meal services by bringing in volunteers and donors. So there's other foods provided. The intention for this specific community is to do a combination of food provision. So we are intending to provide both 3 meals a day and an on-site pantry so that individuals can access food resources instead of being food insecure. And then they can prepare things that are within their culture or within their dietary restrictions, in addition to what we provide 3 times a day. And with this comes the flexibility for individuals to prepare their food kind of when it's convenient for their family dynamic and household. So there is that flexibility there. The next question we have is, which placement criteria changed between singles and families, and how are kids being protected? So for us, when we move to a model that is exclusively families, all of our programs that serve minors have a restriction where any individual in the community who is required to register on the sex offender registry is no longer eligible for this program. So that would be a criteria for disqualifying from this program. So that consideration is definitely in place. In addition, any member, adult member of the household, if they prove to be a safety risk to any individual in the community, they would be asked to leave the program, and we would refer them to other services within the county, but they would not be eligible to stay on site. The next question we have is, what's a kitchenette? So within this model, the kitchenette includes a countertop with a small sink, a small burner, so it's a 2-burner stove, and then a mini refrigerator to prepare those meals that we talked about earlier. The next question we have is, what is 24/7 professional staffing? What services are available at 3 a.m.? How are we vetting staff, and are staff experienced? So professional staffing for us comes in a variety forums, our staff are very diverse, and they oftentimes we work to match them with the community that they're seeing. So we work to ensure that there are bilingual staff, that they have experience either through education, through lived experience themselves, so they have been a member of this community, and or they just have experience working in the field. And so we do a combination of interviewing process to vet them. We do orientations and onboarding for our staff, and then we make certain that there are ongoing training. So we do nonviolent crisis intervention training, we do CPR and first aid training, and so a variety of things, again, focused around safety, and each of our staff persons on site is required to have those trainings as a member of our staff. The next question I have is, how are curfews enforced? And so curfews are flexible around household schedules. So we accommodate those who are working late or have family activities such as school events or things like that. If there is an issue where households are not complying with the curfew that works for their individual household, we monitor through written warnings and conversations to figure out what's going on with that family and how to ensure that there is safety paramount at the beginning of kind of adjusting those. And then I think there's one more question around the duration of meal service. So typically our meal services, the ones that we provide, are at 3 different times a day. Breakfast starts and goes for about an hour, same for lunch and dinner. And again, in addition to that, households have the ability to cook or to make food within their units and eat at any time. So we are hoping that that flexibility supports different things. Typically, we will have food remaining. And so if a household, let's say, wanted to utilize our meal service but missed a mealtime, we would accommodate and have the ability to provide them food outside of the traditional meal times. And I think those were all the questions.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll pass it back to Andrew.
And I think Consuelo wanted to weigh in on one more of the questions before I respond to the rest.
Thank you, Andrew. The question was related to community oversight. So one of the things that we believe has been very helpful in our 2 San Jose interim housing sites has been the community advisory committees, where members of the public and our office and our development partners meet either monthly or quarterly, and we talk about the operation of the sites, questions. We talk about the success stories, the challenges, and it's really an opportunity to learn more and provide input. In both instances at Casitas de Esperanza at the Civic Center next to our main 70 West heading office and the Willow Glen Studios off Pedro Street, in both of those instances, our relationship with the community has really shaped our success. At Casitas de Esperanza specifically, the community was able to provide a lot of input on the treatment that we had on the exterior fence. They've participated in our Christmas events for holiday events for the children, donated books and clothing. So that relationship with the community, does a lot to assuage some of the concerns that come out of not knowing what's going to happen. And so we are definitely committed to hosting that same type of community advisory committee here at this location, assuming that the project moves forward.
All right. I'll weigh in now on several other questions. So also beginning at the top of the flow here with Councilmember Jane's question about home key deadlines. So the Project Home Key does not have a specific deadline for your grant application, but the grants are awarded sort of as they come in. So our understanding is that to have a good chance of success at obtaining a grant, it's important that we apply quickly. And that's why we're bringing forward this item at this point. The monies just became available a couple weeks ago for our application, so we're trying to take advantage of that. And there's not other deadlines specific for the funding. At this point, there's not known to be a future round of Project Home Key. That's unclear. the state has not indicated that there necessarily would be. So sort of moving to the question about opportunity cost, what we have in terms of this opportunity is the ability to leverage money, as you heard, $5 million from private philanthropy. We're looking at about $26 million from Project Homekey, and then the county has committed somewhere in the neighborhood of about $15 million to this as well. So those are significant benefits potentially that the city would have with the current opportunity, that there's no guarantee would be available in the future. There may be other programs in the future, but we don't know what those are at this point. Question about CEQA, as noted in the staff report, we've reviewed this with our city attorney, and we believe it falls under statutory exemption for SB 35 affordable housing projects, and so that's the way in which we think the CEQA is addressed for this project. So there's a question about, is this an alternative to White Oak Lane? And as the council remembers, in the past, we did present some information at a study session on the White Oak Lane project. That project was also sponsored by Life Moves, although it didn't have county or Sobrato or philanthropies involvement. And at the time of that, we had serious concerns, both staff and city council, about the financing of that. It was less clear how that would be financed. The property would have to have been acquired as part of that project, so there was additional cost there. And it wasn't clear that project was going to be competitive in the grant process. That was a prior round of Homekey. So I would not say strictly that this is an alternative. At that point is when the council did give us direction to continue to look for opportunities to partner with Life Moves on a Project Homekey site. And so in that sense, you could view this as an alternative. There are some advantages to this site in terms of the amount of separation it has from single family and accessibility in general versus that other one. And it's a more developed project. There was, let's see. So there's a question about the gap and the timing of that, and there were several questions about the funding. So let me wade in on that. So as part of the application process to Homekey, we want to demonstrate that we have a commitment for funding for 7 years. And that would, under the rules of Homekey, grant us the ability to get the most money from them for operations of a little over $4 million based on the number of units that we have. And so that's what we're asking tonight from the council, is to commit the funding that would allow us to show that we have that available. I mentioned that we have about a little over $9 million currently in our special revenue fund. That fund has revenue come into it every time commercial development, it pulls building permits, or a residential project pays an in lieu fee. So it does gain money over time, and we would not be spending the money until the years of operation. So we would, if we were not able to achieve any other funding source, I mentioned earlier that there may be future rounds of PHLA that haven't yet come out that we would prioritize moving towards this project. But if there was nothing else, then somewhere 3-4 years from now, we would start drawing from that fund as necessary to cover the operation costs per our commitment. That's the intent. Some of this can still be negotiated through the letter of intent process ahead of us. And as I mentioned, there would be additional considerations by the City Council to actually commit those funds. Tonight, we were really just looking for enough of a commitment that we could proceed to the grant application. How will the city protect against drug use and dealing? Who enforces rules and regulations? So, I think that's a combination of, staff on site from Life Moves have a role in that, certainly in enforcing their rules. But if we're dealing with a criminal offense, we're going to have close liaison with our police department, who would be involved in dealing with criminal enforcement on site. So there's a couple questions about years beyond 7. What would happen and sort of liability. I'll kind of group that together. And through the letter of intent process, which our city attorney will be very active in, we'll be looking to protect the city liability. And my understanding is that the property owner, in this case the county, sort of bears the ultimate responsibility of owning the facility. And through Project Home Key, it's committed to be dedicated for affordable housing for the life of the project. It doesn't necessarily need to stay as interim housing. So if you get to that point where you've kind of gone through the initial 7-year term, and that really is in response to the intent from the state that this be a quick process to make housing quickly available for the homeless. And then beyond that, there could, the project could be recalibrated to be more like a permanent or something like that. But there would be process with the city. The city council would be involved in determining the future use of that if it were to change, or if there was a desire to continue funding it. It's hard to know what sources of funding might be available 6-7 years from now. And that would be a conversation that would have to be had at that point. Looking down the list, I'm not immediately seeing any other questions. If the council has follow-ups or clarification requests on some of those, would entertain those.
I had construction cost overruns.
Okay, yes, thank you. So that also would be addressed in the letter of intent. If you notice, there's county money being put forward both towards construction costs and operations. That's really a single group of money. So I think the initial strategy would be that the county would take on those additional costs from that grant that they funded, but then that would result in more operational cost needs that would have to be identified.
One other question I had, I didn't hear the answer. I could maybe guess, but that it was 30 units for families, but what is the maximum occupancy if you're not getting the families and you use them as flex units? I heard her, I think it was Consuelo that said a family is considered 4 people. Is that 4 times 30? So you could put 120 people in there? I didn't get a clear answer.
Yeah, okay, I'll jump in on that too. So one thing about the cost overruns too, I know I think there was an article about Palo Alto, and my understanding is that in that case, the city of its own initiative decided to add a number of features, green building features to the project that did contribute to the cost. So that was sort of a willful decision to have additional costs in the construction. The Life Moves has told us that the average family size is 3 people. Consuelo was saying that most of the families in the system are 4 or fewer. So just really talking about a family, if you have a family with more children, can they be accommodated? Probably to some degree they can be accommodated within the building code allowances for occupancy. So, I think that's, if you're just talking about the family model.
Andrew, I was just trying to get to what's the maximum occupancy there, whether it's families or singles. That's what I wanted to know.
Okay. Yeah, so with families, we expect it to be about 90 people. It could get up to about 120 people in the site. As Consuelo said, that to shift to a single occupancy would really probably be a new process to go back and kind of recalibrate the project, because it's not really being set up for that. Essentially, you would end up, if you somehow subdivided it, you might get up to, I don't know, you might get up to 90 people as singles, which would really be about the same. because if you had those units converted somehow to single. But I don't think looking at the floor plan that's really something that's being contemplated.
And then one thing, and I'll go to Councilmember Becker. I wasn't really clear. After 7 years, you said it's all subject to a letter of intent. I get all that. It would all be negotiated. But is it the understanding that the city of Santa Clara would take over the costs for management and operations, and we would look to our affordable housing funds and other opportunities to try to come up with the money for that? Because I wasn't sure. One of my questions was, how much does it cost every year to operate this? I didn't hear that either.
Yeah, so we're not committing to do that at this point. As I said, the county would own the facility. And so, if we got to that point where it's been operated for 7 years as an interim shelter, there's no longer funding available to continue that operation, there would need to be a process where the county as a property owner would decide what to do next with it. And we would certainly be interested in that as being, but as it being in our city.
So you're saying that this could possibly be up for 7 years and then they would put it to some other use?
Yeah,
I
yes.
think that's unrealistic, but is that what you're saying?
Well, there have been examples where they do transition to permanent supportive housing. And that's, you heard that's the plan from the beginning with the project on El Camino Real. Other sites have made that transition. And part of the reason for that is it does give access to other funding sources.
Well, this is brand new construction, unlike El Camino. So anyways, Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. In some of my questions, I was listening. I don't know if I heard the exact answer I was looking for one of them. I heard that was a community oversight, but will there be county oversight? Will there be some kind of way that people can write letters to the county if they see anything wrong, if they hear anything wrong, or even the county just oversight in general, facility being clean, up to, no messes or things that would be out of order. Also, my question regarding, I didn't hear anything about shuttle services for grocery stores. I don't know if I heard an answer to that one. And then my last question is, which I should have asked in the very beginning, which is, so if we ignore this, is there any legal ramifications for our city, specifically from the state, on meeting specific numbers? I know that might be jumbled around a little bit out there, and I just wanted to make sure that we get confirmation on that.
Right. I'll start with that one, and then I think the county can weigh in, Consuelo can weigh in on the county question, and maybe Life Moves can clarify around the meal delivery. So I think you're alluding to our obligations under the state and the housing element to provide for affordable housing. We're in the process with our housing element of seeking to get that certified by the state. And if this project were to move forward, we would be able to include that. That would be helpful in terms of demonstrating to the state that we're providing more of those low-income units that are in particular difficult to provide. But we didn't assume this at all in the housing element. So there's not an immediate impact on our ability to get our housing element certified based on the outcome tonight. That said, I would also say that the state has added sort of an enforcement arm in the Housing Community Development Department, and we do get phone calls from them after our council actions. For example, on 1601 Civic Center Drive, the project was initially continued. I had a call the next day from the state asking what we were doing and what was the plan. So I think that the state is paying attention in general to what the city's willingness is to provide affordable housing. Consuelo, can you weigh in on the county's role in providing sort of oversight and responding to issues or complaints?
Yes, thank you, Andrew. So there are, to answer Councilmember Becker's question, we serve as a contract monitor. So we would enter into a service agreement. One of the agreements that we would have is a service agreement with Life Moves. And in that agreement, we document our requirements for outcomes. So the number of people that we expect to move into permanent housing, the percentage of that, the occupancy status, and then just general operation rules. It is a partnership. And so we would be working with the city, Life Moves, and our team to follow the continuum of care quality standards that sets specific expectations for interim housing sites that are operating in our community. And all of that is open to the public. The benefit of the CAC that I mentioned earlier is we would actually go through all of that in great detail with the members that are interested in joining the committee. And it's open to anybody that's interested in attending. And if there are concerns or questions, we would address them in real time as they're happening. And that's kind of the model that has been really successful, like I mentioned in the other two sites. And we have become very much a part of the community in both the Civic Center site and the Willow Glen site that we operate. The other thing that I would mention is this has been one of the biggest concerns that we have raised to the state about the long-term feasibility of the project. The state is only requiring that we demonstrate a 7-year financial commitment, and they get it that all of us are worried what happens next. And we also know that we can't wait for the state to make that call and that decision. So we have taken a number of steps working as a county in coordination with the Housing Authority, private funders to think of alternative ways to fund the operating costs beyond year 7. The Housing Authority is looking at a move to work activity, which would allow them to supplement some of the operating costs for these types of developments. That conversation is scheduled to start in July of this year. I think it would be very important for the city to participate in those discussions. Whether this project moves forward or not, I think there's an interest from all of us to use our collective brain power to figure out how to make these developments pencil in the long term.
And then Life Moves, could you weigh in on the meal delivery question or shuttle, I'm sorry, grocery shuttle?
Shuttle, yes. So this project, we do have a van built into the budget for this project. And so we could look into potentially offering shuttles. But what I will say is that with all of our existing programs, we really look for ways to best support our clients and understand their individual needs. And so we use a variety of methods to help them meet those needs to get to those community appointments, be it healthcare or grocery or, kind of whatever. And we do that through utilizing the county's uplift system, Lyft, train tickets, any kind of variety that meets their needs. We work to try and match them. So a shuttle service could be part of that. As I said, we do have a van within the budget.
Okay, well, thank you very much for answering those questions. We are now going to start our public presentations, and I would ask our public, especially those here in our audience, to be respectful of people that are coming up. Whether you agree with them or not, we want to give them the opportunity to say what they need to say to the city council and to other members of the public. So if you would refrain from clapping or booing or making any verbal comments while anyone is speaking, I would really appreciate it. I'm going to call 4 people at a time to give people, we have a full cafeteria downstairs full of people, so I want to make sure they have an opportunity to get up here in time. So I'm going to call 4 names at a time, and if you would line up and then queue up behind the speaker. And if the person is not available, I will go on to the next person, but we'll save the name so that we can put them in at a later date. We want to make sure everyone that wants to speak has an opportunity to speak. And we're going to start with the people that are here in the council chambers and the cafeteria. So let's go. We're going to start with Elisa Gurman, followed by Sarah Fode, Alan Altman, and Bernadine Jaleski. And let us know if you're part of a group that you're going to be sharing time with so that our city clerk can mark that down.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
looks like your screen probably hasn't updated, but Elisa Gurman, Melinda Berlant, and Shalini Venkatesh are in order.
That's not what I have.
Okay.
So. Okay, let me redo, but I've already called them up.
Okay.
I still don't have whatever you're seeing.
The others can talk, like they don't have to talk right now. I do have people that are online that want to cede their time to me.
Okay, can you tell us who they are, please?
Yes. Elizabeth Becker, Ann Kraus, Bill Dumontier.
Can you slow down a minute?
Sorry.
Just so she knows. Thank you. Okay, I see the new names now.
Could you repeat the names again? And if, for
Yeah,
those
I
folks,
have more too, but I was.
okay, so when those folks hear, when you hear your name, if you're online, please lower your hand. That way we can track who's giving time. Thank you.
Elizabeth Becker,
Do you
Ann-
see Elizabeth? Okay.
Ann Kraus, Bill Dumontier, June Nichols, Majid Foad,
If anyone else, can I say, if anyone else is doing what's happening right now, if you wouldn't mind giving the names to the city clerk so we can, move it along, so we don't spend time doing this. They have it all prepared. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Majid was not on. Okay. Dan Satran. Cam Coulter. And then David Donaldson is here in person. Right there. Dan Satran. I think there should be one more. Did you get Cam Coulter and David Donaldson is here in person? And he's standing behind you. Yes.
Okay, let's get started.
Oh, yeah. I sent in a presentation. Can we get that?
Please start.
My name is Elisa. I am a neighbor, and I'm a founder and the lead community organizer for Santa Clara Housing Advocates. We are an independent group of neighbors that formed after the March 1st community meeting in support of this project. We have no funding and no affiliation. We are entirely volunteer. We just think that this is a good idea. You should know that there is a significant portion of the community who is in favor of this proposal, and we would be proud to have an interim housing facility in our neighborhood. Next slide. On our website, we have broken down our support into 16 reasons, backed by over 100 reputable sources and counting. And the packets you got have a lot of those that I'm going to talk about tonight, so I encourage you to follow along. All of the reasons come together at one central point. This is the moral good. This is the right thing to do. It will directly help the people who need it most. And City Council has a responsibility to do what is best for everyone who lives in Santa Clara, not just those with a house. Next slide. Data from similar sites in San Jose shows a decrease of 911 calls in every category except ambulances, 1 year after the sites opened. And ambulances are not a danger. They just mean that people are getting the medical care that they need. Research from San Francisco shows that in neighborhoods around what they call navigation centers, neighbors overwhelmingly perceive there to be less crime and more safety. And Life Moves has been very clear with us that illegal activities will not be allowed. And because this project is interim and not permanent, it will be easier for residents to be evicted if they break the rules. We have been told that there will be full-time staff on site, including security 24/7, and a controlled entrance monitored by a live person to ensure that nobody enters who should not be there. When we went on a tour of the Mountain View site, even the staff had to ring a buzzer to get through the gate, and each of us had to sign in. And having a criminal record does not make someone an inherently bad person. Bad things happen to good people, and good people make mistakes. And after a person has served their sentence, they have the right to move on with their life. And honestly, right now, I'm more afraid of some of my neighbors who've been trying to intimidate and threaten me and our other neighbors over this project for the last 2 months than I will ever be of unhoused people. Next slide. Parents can use age-appropriate language to explain homelessness to their children. Keeping them sheltered from the reality of the world around them is not healthy, and studies show that when kids engage with people who are different from themselves, they become more empathetic. I should know, I frequently interacted with homeless people as a child when I was under the age of 10, both in formal volunteer settings and informal moments when my family would buy dinner for people on the street. And actually, your kids might already know homeless people, some of their friends at school. Schools in this area educate homeless kids already, because even homeless kids deserve an education. While perceived fear is valid fear, concerns around the safety of living near unhoused people are mostly unfounded. In fact, research shows that unsheltered people are not more likely to harm children than others. And due to Megan's Law, since this program will serve families, there will not be any sex offenders allowed. Isn't that part of why the community requested to serve families in the first place? Next slide. We have heard concerns about what this building will do to our neighborhood, but I am not concerned at all. This will make our neighborhood better. We will not see an increase of visible homelessness. In fact, a report from San Francisco showed that neighbors of interim housing perceived a decrease in visible homelessness. So much of what people are afraid of is this scary, dirty, ostracized from society person, and that is not what they're gonna see. We saw in the Mountain View tour that people are just people and they look like people. They have showers and bathrooms and places to store their belongings and access to clean clothes. Multiple studies show that property values actually do not go down after low-income housing is built. And the two graphs on this slide show that home values actually went up in similar situations. Plus, buying a home is an investment, and all investments carry some risk. You knew that when you bought your property. Lots of things affect the housing market, and there is never a guarantee that your property value will go up. When we asked the Mountain View staff if they thought that 80 parking spots would be enough for 30 to 90 families, they said yes. Many of these residents do not have cars, and there will be no RV parking. People in RVs already have shelter and will not want to move out and are not as high risk. Neighbors of interim housing in San Jose said that they didn't even notice any change at all. Next slide. Low barrier to entry means meeting people where they are at and helping the people who need it most, the highest risk. This is about making sure less people die on the streets. At the end of the day, all people are just people, and some people are not more worthy of housing and human rights than others. It is low-barrier programs with rules that are constructive and not destructive that build trust between the residents and staff. And this trust means that residents will use more support services and then have a better chance of good results from the program and higher chances of success. Low-barrier programs with supportive services are considered to be the best practice for addressing the homelessness. And Mountain View told us that they have a very high percentage of residents that use their services available. A person cannot deal with their health, education, or career if they don't have a safe place to sleep at night. They need basic needs to be met in order to get back on their feet. It's the exact reason why I live in this neighborhood right now. I almost died twice in the same year due to a heart attack and a heart surgery related to a rare disease to no fault of my own. It's difficult to focus on healing when you can't even stand long enough to cook a meal. While my basic needs were being met, I was able to focus on recovery, and now I don't need the same kind of help anymore. That is what this type of program will do for unhoused people. It helps with basic needs so they can focus on what comes next. Low barrier does not mean no barrier. Next slide. Residents will get a spot, it should be on interim success. Residents will get a spot only after registering with the county. The highest risk people will be given the highest priority, again, so they don't die on the streets. Because of registering with the county, only the people who want to be in the program will get a spot, so the people there will already be trying to help themselves. They want this to work. This will serve as an important entry point into the county system. People can't even get the help they need if the county doesn't know they exist. One building is not going to solve homelessness, but it is going to be a step in the right direction. And we won't be able to get every single homeless person off the street, and maybe every resident won't be able to move on to permanent housing, but we will be able to help someone for some amount of time, and that is valuable. We can't wait until there's a perfect solution because there's never going to be one. People need help now, and we have to try something. Next slide. Research and common sense tell us that getting unhoused people off the streets and into safe and healthy shelters will have clear health benefits. There are some healthcare workers that are going to speak more tonight, but you should know that over 200 unhoused people died locally on the streets last year, most due to chronic illness, disability, infection, and hypothermia. Participants in this program will be much safer and lower risk of those issues. Services like medication management and health education will make a direct difference in quality of life for people who need it. Next slide. The way some of my neighbors have been talking about mental illness is disgusting. Every person needs to be aware of their own mental health. It affects us all. And the way some of you are talking about mental illness will only increase the stigma and make it harder for people to get the access to the care they need. It will hurt everyone, including yourselves. People with mental illness are not bad people. They are more likely to hurt themselves than others, and one study shows that only 4% of gun violence is exclusively associated with serious mental health issues. Providing shelter will obviously improve mental health of residents. How healthy would any of us be if we were living outside? Plus, there will be counseling within the support program, and Mountain View told us that therapy is the most popular service provided. Mental illness is not a moral failing. It does not mean someone is a bad person. It might mean that they are going through a big life change, or they might have unfortunate genetics like I do, but it doesn't mean that we are bad people. Besides, mental illnesses are disabilities, and it is illegal to discriminate against disability. Next slide. Some people have this scary image in their minds of what an unhoused person looks like. Seeing those people is referred to as visible homelessness. Not only are those people not less deserving of shelter than others, but that is a very narrow view of what it means to be homeless. You probably won't even be able to notice the person walking down the street is from this program. They will have clean clothes, their belongings will be in their private room, and they will have showers. The people we saw in Mountain View just looked like people. The unhoused population in our county looks like many different things. As you can see from these visuals, large amounts of impacted people have been let down by people and systems they were told to trust. You will hear from impacted people tonight, and the most important thing to remember is that unhoused people are just people without a house. Next slide. This is the last opportunity to get state funding from HomeKey. The city already turned down a proposal for the previous round of HomeKey, and we can't let this money get away again. Because if we don't take it now, we won't have it later, and it will just cost the city and county more. Research shows over and over again that building supportive housing actually saves taxpayer money. Projects like this cost much less than the alternative. Unhoused people end up in the hospital for things that easily could have been addressed with health care, or sometimes they just go because they need a safe place to sleep. Due to the criminalization of homelessness, there is an unnecessary burden on the criminal justice system. The public will save significant money by freeing up hospitals and jails. You can see from one of these graphs that supportive housing is actually one of the least expensive solutions. Even after the cost of construction and operations, much of which will be covered by HomeKey, Life Moves, and Sobrato, projects like this usually save taxpayer money. Next slide. Location is an important thing to consider when building interim housing facilities, and this location is about as ideal as we can get in this city. It is walking distance from grocery stores, convenience stores, parks, churches, and a hospital. Grocery stores and bus stops are not evenly distributed throughout the county, so this is about as close as you can expect to get. And we were just told that 3 meals a day will be provided, as well as pantry items, which creates less need to go shop for food. This project will serve families and children, and parents and kids will both get to feel a sense of normalcy by living in a residential neighborhood. Kids can even go to school close by if they're not already enrolled somewhere else. And research shows that kids who live in better neighborhoods are more likely to be healthier, happier, and live longer. Shouldn't we give these kids a chance? I know this land is used for seasonal activities, but there are a ton of other places in the county to do that. The map on the slide shows other Christmas tree farms, and in orange is a nearby pumpkin patch in Saratoga. You can still have fun, and housing an unhoused person is more important than a jumpy house. Next slide. No social issue exists in isolation. Everything is connected, and we have to look through an intersectional lens to understand the context of the issue. Housing is a racial issue. A disproportionate amount of BIPOC people are unhoused compared to their percentage in the rest of the population. Housing is an LGBTQ+ issue. Queer and gender nonconforming people are more likely to not have acceptance from their family at home. Housing is a reproductive justice issue. Maternal health is worse on average for pregnant people living on the street. And this graph shows higher likelihood of pregnancy-related conditions for unhoused people compared to housed people. And people on the street in need of menstrual products often do not have access, which can affect their health, appearance, and their dignity. Housing is a systemic issue. Although it is illegal to discriminate against any protected class, discriminatory policies in all areas of society have persisted. Next slide. We are in need of projects like this desperately. In one of the wealthiest parts of the country, more families are living paycheck to paycheck. Inflation is rising and wages are not keeping up. This means that just one emergency can put someone out on the street. The county has been resisting new builds of all types, and housing prices continue to go up. In our county, estimates state that you would need 3.5 full-time jobs just to afford a 2-bedroom unit. But even if we all had enough money to buy a house, there aren't enough houses to buy. And even if we all had enough money to pay rent, there aren't enough units to rent. As a teenager, I found myself bouncing between apartments, couches, and somebody else's house, and the only reason why I didn't live in a car or on the street was the privilege we had of community support. Sitting here in this room and discussing whether someone else gets to have housing is a huge privilege. And we need to remember that we are all much closer to being homeless than we will ever be to being billionaires. Simply put, we need this, our neighbors need this, and our city and our county are obligated to deliver it. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. Elisa, thank you very much, Elisa, for that. Okay, next we have, I'm going to call them as I initially called them. Are you Sarah?
Yes.
Yes, please come forward, Sarah. And then I have Alan, Bernadine, Melinda, and Shalini, and then I'll be back on track again, City Clerk. So the rest, if you have a moment to queue up. Yes, okay, Sarah, go ahead,
Sarah
please.
has 4 minutes. She has 2 minutes.
Who is she
Yeah,
with?
someone online ceded their 2 minutes to me.
Do you have
Thank
that
you.
person? Okay, very good. Thank you, Sarah. Go ahead. Excuse me, please. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Council, for being here today. I appreciate your time, your commitment to the community, and giving us all as neighbors the opportunity to speak. My name is Sarah. I'm a homeowner on Benton Street in Pomeroy West. I've lived in Sunnyvale for 23 years and purchased my home 3 years ago. I am a healthcare worker. I've worked at Stanford Healthcare for 7 years. I have witnessed firsthand the impact of homelessness on our community. One of the greatest unmet needs of the local homeless population is medical care. Chronic illness treatment, disability, dental care, psychiatric care, the list goes on. More than 60% of the homeless population has unaddressed medical needs. This is a crisis we have the chance to address today. The proposed Life Moves movement not only includes on-site access to healthcare, support services, and mental health services, it also includes critical elements such as health education, coordination of care, and transport to healthcare services. Time and time again, research shows us that access to housing constitutes one of the most powerful social determinants of health. The combination of consistent housing with comprehensive mental and physical health support services, like the model proposed by Life Moves, is recognized as the most cost-effective intervention for the homeless population. It prevents the onset of new illness and injury, improves access to coordinated healthcare, and promotes lifestyle behaviors that lead to continued good health. Further, this kind of healthcare support maximizes taxpayer healthcare dollars by reducing the number of unnecessary emergency department visits, overnight hospital stays, and ambulance rides. Council members, you say addressing homelessness is a high priority. Your constituents say access to affordable housing is a crisis. The opportunity is now. Interim housing is the best medicine for our community. Please vote yes in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Alan here?
Yep.
Oh, very good. Please come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. My name is Alon Altman. I live within 1,000 feet of the proposed site, and I've lived here for over 15 years. I am in strong support of this project. As a member of the LGBTQ community, I know how many people in my community end up homeless. And specifically, privacy and dignity of having your own space is important to anyone, but it's especially important for people in the queer community and non-binary people such as myself, which is why I'm very much in favor of this project, which has individual units for families that live in not large dorm-style rooms where people have to mingle together and feel much less safe and much less dignified. Families with transgender children have been escaping other states, and many of them have wound up in California due to our safe harbor laws that passed in the state, and many of them even had a housing before, but now had to quickly flee and now are suffering from homelessness. This project can help them as well. Supportive housing has been proven over and over again to help unhoused people and be most cost-effective than any other intervention, including policing, including anything else. So it's not, when we're talking about spending money, we will be spending money anyway when we have unhoused people in our city. The difference is, will we be actually helping them, or will we just responding to the maladies that result by just having unhoused people? Thank you very much, and I strong support.
Thank you. So the next four I have are Bernadine, Melinda Berlant, Shalini Venkatesh, Irving Torres, and Dylan. So go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Bernadine Jagelski. Thank you for having me. My mother, Catherine Peggy Jagelski, bought her property in 1994 on Altamira, directly across from this proposed project. I've been with her for 9.5 years to help her navigate her golden years there, and it was moving back to California from Alaska to do this. The amount of crime that I've witnessed in our own personal space there and our neighbors has been immense during the entire time I've been back to California. I don't think the location at Lawrence and Benton is proper. It is an extremely busy intersection. A liquor store directly across the street and a 7-Eleven with neon blinking lights for people who have problems with substance abuse is a poor suggestion. Anything that y'all can do to move this to another area would be most appreciative. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bernadine. Is it Melinda? Yes, please come forward.
Yes, if it's possible to pull up slide 14 from the SCHA PowerPoint, I would appreciate that.
I would get started because I don't.
My name is
take them a
Melinda.
while.
I'm a parent and neighbor and live within 6 blocks of the proposed site. I've lived here for 10 years. I wanted to share with you a list of organizations and people who are in support of this project. Destination Home, SV at Home, All Home, South Bay YIMBY, Housing Action Coalition, Greenbelt Alliance, Catalyze SV, Amigos de Guadalupe, Helping Hands Silicon Valley, Silicon Valley Community Foundation, Livable Sunnyvale, Bill Wilson Center, Santa Clara County Democratic Party, Peninsula Democratic Coalition, Jewish Democratic Club of Silicon Valley, the Health Trust, Santa Clara Community Advocates, Marcia Greeley, Santa Clara County resident and former Vice Mayor of Milpitas, David Donaldson, a neighbor and homeowner, and the 2023-24 State Democratic Party Assembly District 26 delegate. Kathy Almazal, neighbor, homeowner, and parent, former superintendent of the Catholic Diocese of San Jose. Mohammed Nadim, Santa Clara City resident and former candidate for Santa Clara City Council. Nathan Ganeshan, Santa Clara County resident and nonprofit founder. Elisa Gurman, neighbor, founder and leader, community organizer of Santa Clara Housing Advocates. Asha Dumontier, neighbor with a Master's of Public Policy from UC Berkeley with a thesis in criminalization of homelessness. Shalini Venkatesh, neighbor and homeowner, volunteer community organizer. Kirk Hinton, neighbor and parent and teacher of Homestead High School. Sarah Fode, neighbor and homeowner, healthcare worker, board of directors of the Women's Healthcare Executives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melinda. Speaking of, we have Shalini. Please come forward, followed by Irving, Dylan, and then Anthon Medina Alvarez, Eric Crutchlow, and Asha de Montier. Yes,
and actually, there are
welcome.
2 other people who I've given time to that we know about, Cassidy and Jeff Houston.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, thanks. So, my name is Shalini. I've lived in this city for over 30 years as a homeowner and a parent in the immediate neighborhood of this project. I'm a member of Santa Clara Housing Advocates, and so I'd like to use some of the slides at the end of Elisa's presentation. They just follow on from that last one that you saw, please. And these slides I put together really in response not to other arguments you've heard today, but to the approximately 1,000 pages of things in your packet. And hopefully it'll be a sort of a recap and covering those. And some of it will refer back to things that have already been said today, and so I'll go through them very quickly. It wouldn't take long. The next slide, please. So one question that has been raised repeatedly is, why do we need yet another housing proposal in our city? Don't we have enough? The one most often cited is Bella Vista. The thing is, Bella Vista is a temporary program. It's scheduled for conversion to permanent affordable housing within less than 2 years. Other recent ones, including the Civic Center Drive, are affordable housing developments, not interim supportive housing. While we appreciate how much the city has done in the way of affordable housing developments, this is a gap, and this proposal would fill it. The fact is, this would be the only publicly funded interim supporting housing facility in our city. Next slide, please. The example that many of the pages in your packet will refer to as a way in which a housing program for previously unhoused people can cause a lot of trouble is the project at Milpitas. The key fact here is that Milpitas is permanent housing, not interim, and therefore the tenants in such housing have very strong legal protections, including privacy rights. Interim housing sites are different. They allow for thorough inspections and for disciplinary action if needed. And as you heard earlier, and as is in the Life Moves material in the packet, they have rules for interim housing at that facility that include daily unit inspection, unannounced drug and alcohol testing, required sign-ins, no personal visitors, and so on. So there just simply isn't the scope for the sort of problems that are troubling Milpitas or have done in the past to arise here. Next slide, please. I'll just say this very quickly. Elisa spoke about this. What about crime, drugs, and poverty? The fear of this, of these things increasing and of property values decreasing, is just not supported by the vast majority of public research. This is even more the case where the population is families. And as I just mentioned, when the housing is interim rather than permanent, there are a lot more options. It's easier to catch small problems before they become big ones. Next slide, please. This was actually about the funding. I think I'm going to skip over that because that's been covered in more detail by Director Crabtree. And as a layperson, it's probably not going to help. Next slide, please. Regarding what's happened about community concerns, many issues were raised at the first 4 community meetings and in emails, and several significant changes were made in response to their concerns and their requests. Just summarizing here, the target population has been changed to families, building heights been reduced, significantly fewer units, priority is now explicitly given to Santa Clara and Sunnyvale families. The security features that you just heard about, like single point of entry. The other thing is the police department has confirmed that they have adequate capacity for the situation. So in essence, the proposers have accommodated the key concerns and the requests of neighbors. And next slide, please. So this is all what it really boils down to when it comes to your vote and to the feelings of the community about this. These are the facts that I hope we can all keep in mind. The numbers of unhoused people in this city, in the county here, is high and growing, with negative impacts for all of us. This current proposal would make a significant impact, small but significant, as one piece of a larger regional and statewide approach to solving the very complex problems of the unhoused. The moral imperative is clear, both for us as a community in supporting this and for you as City Council in making the crucial decisions. This is your chance and our chance to choose to do the right thing for the entire community. As Lisa said, You have a responsibility to all the people who live in the city, the homeowners, the tenants, and the people who are currently unhoused. Thank you very much for your time and for your attention.
Thank you very much, Shalini. Next, we have Irving. Please come forward, followed by Dylan and Anthon. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the Santa Clara City Council. My name is Irving, and I'm a member of All Home, which is an organization that's working on regional solutions on homelessness and poverty. I'm here to just ask the City Council to support the interim housing program for unhoused people at the Benton Street and Lawrence Expressway in Santa Clara. Providing interim housing to people who have been pushed into homelessness is a proven approach to ensure people can rebuild their lives. Interim housing can address immediate safety and health concerns for people getting connected to permanent housing. And I, once again, would just ask the City Council to just consider this interim housing program, as it's going to be a benefit for the community as a whole. And I just want to thank each of the council members for taking the time to consider this item. And once again, no matter what we look like, how much we earn, or where we lay our heads down to sleep, we all need a safe place to call home. Thank you.
Thank you, Irving. We have Dylan, followed by Anthon, Eric, and Asha. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak and let our voices be heard. I'm in strong support of this policy. It's very clear that the proposal before the council is a solution to homelessness and fits together in a wider solution of policies being passed to solve the crisis of homelessness. And it's really a crisis that's on our streets right now. And that's why I don't understand a lot of the opposition, because the crisis is on our streets. It's an active problem. And this would be a policy that would help solve that issue. So when I look at the interim housing, I see it as a solution. The only question really now is what are we going to do about that huge problem that's already here, and whether this council will actually pass something, whether the community will actually support it, or whether some of us will still continue to live in fear, and it's an irrational fear of homelessness. So just to address the opposition and fear, because it's already been addressed, some compromises have been made. The facility addresses family. It's been shown that safety actually increases with the homeless, with this interim housing project, and that property value will not decrease. So I have personally witnessed and encountered intimidation and harassment from some of the opposition at community meetings. And I have looked at the opposition's points, and I find them to be misleading, misguided, and outright lying at times. So when I look at that, I know that my advocacy for this policy and this policy is justified. I strongly believe in passing this policy and doing something now, because real people are suffering and needless lives are being lost. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Dylan. Next, we have Anthon, and then followed by Eric, Asha, and then I'm going to call up Louisa and J-Pan.
Madam Mayor,
go ahead,
it's
please.
Anthony.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It's Anthony. I typed it incorrectly.
Oh, Anthon E. Thank you.
Correct, Mayor.
That's what I thought, but I didn't want to. Okay.
Thank you. So, hello. So, homelessness is a major issue that has persisted in our community for years. And now we have an opportunity to bring positive change to the lives of people who definitely need it the most. Denying this opportunity would hinder not only the establishment of a major step in interim housing, but it would hinder a better dialogue in combating homelessness as a whole. These people are not dangerous criminals. They are people who need a chance to escape the system of poverty and systematic inequality. They are just like you or me. They're human beings. And the opposition talks a lot of ethics and morality as a reason why this housing project shouldn't be approved. However, it is hypocritical to deny support for those who need it the most, and these people aren't a threat to our community. They merely need a temporary place to reside in order to be reinstated back as functioning members of our community. I believe that that is the ethical position to take here, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anthony. Next, we have Eric, followed by Asha, Louisa, and Jay Pan. Go ahead, please.
Eric will have 4 minutes.
Okay. Do you have the person
Yes.
that gave them? Okay, very good.
Thank you very much. So I've read the proposal on the county website and attended one of the public meetings, and one of the things they quote is, "The strategies included in this plan are grounded in evidence-based practices, lessons learned over the past 5 years, and so on and so forth." I appreciate this, but the actual proposal does not include details that have these strategies applied specifically to this proposal. I would like to know what those details are. What were the lessons learned? We've seen in different areas where we've had problems with it and places where it was successful. Great. I want to see what those were. I would like to know that information. How is the housing going to be staffed? What qualifications will these people have? I've heard a lot about they're going to be trained. I want people with experience, especially if you're dealing with families and kids. I would like to know this. Now, I'm not saying that they're not. I'm just hearing that the words are focused on training. What experienced people do you have? If you have licensed clinical social workers, are they certified in things? I hope that's what the case is, because that's what these people need. And specifically, the county calls out professional staffing and security. Again, what are the qualifications? I was head of a homeowners association in Santa Clara of 477 units. We had a security service. Talked to our lawyer. Our lawyer said, if you call it a security service, it has an expectation of security and you'll do something to help out in the case of a problem. And we had a watch service is what we really had. So if they have a security service, who are they? You know, I'm fine with, you know, that explanation, but you need to, you know, tell me if it's security, it has to be somebody that knows what they're doing. They're licensed, whatever qualifications they must need. And by the way, I love the Santa Clara Police Department because every time we had a problem in that unit, they were there within minutes. And they were very professional. So that being said, success or failure is strongly affected by just these items alone. We want this to be successful if we do this. We need to know more details. So what I'm proposing is that there's numerous examples of lack of details in this proposal, at least from what I have seen myself. Do we not owe it to the homeless and our community to ensure that we have fully vetted this project and do everything to make it a success? How can a reasonable person make a judgment on this given the facts that we currently have? So I strongly recommend that the council postpone this vote or vote no, at least until these details are known, and so that we can properly understand them, especially for the people that live here. By the way, Councilman Park, you had mentioned things about different kinds of housing, whether it's permanent or interim. I would recommend everybody look at the Finland model. They said the stair-stepping method that we are talking about with interim housing did not work successfully for them, and they've gone to permanent housing on everything, no interim step. What they do is they have permanent housing, 100 units, 20 staff. What happens is if somebody is on drugs, whatever, and you try and get them off drugs and they fail, they don't kick them out of the house. They leave them in there, they help them out, they have the services there. I would suggest looking at some alternatives like that. Maybe that might give us some ideas of what would be successful. So I do want something, I want it to be successful, but I don't think we have the details, at least from what I've seen, to make that decision tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Asha, followed by Louisa, Jay Pan, Nancy Lee, and Bo. Yes, welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Asha DiMontier, and I live within a mile of the proposed site on Pomeroy and Benton. And so as somebody who grew up in Santa Clara, you know, went to Santa Clara schools, I'm really excited about this proposal. Santa Clara's diversity is one of the major qualities of the city that I personally benefited from growing up here. And I think that this proposed interim supportive housing site will help to preserve that diversity and help make the city a more equitable place. I'd also like to speak about a 2020 report by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, which found it reviewed studies from across the country. It was a comprehensive literature review, and found that when cities do not invest in supportive housing infrastructure, the default city response to homelessness is law enforcement. So police officers get called in to deal with the unhoused, and then emergency departments and jails become the de facto safety net. But of course, being put in a jail or sent to the emergency room does not actually help people who need a roof over their heads. Being incarcerated actually reduces the likelihood that people are able to get employment afterwards and increases their risk of homelessness after they get out. So I urge you to try to put a stop to this cycle that's happening, and I urge you to vote yes and move forward with a solution that is evidence-based, that gets people the support that they need, and makes our city more equitable and inclusive for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Asha. So we have Louisa, J-Pan, Nancy Lee, and Bo.
Hi, my name is Luisa. I live within walking distance to this site, and I strongly oppose this project. I think that we have a big problem with the homeless population, but I don't think it's so. I think it's so big that we cannot solve it at a local level. I think not even at a state level, maybe. I think we need to solve it at a federal level. I also think that there's a lack of trust here with Life Moves. I speak for myself, but I've heard many other neighbors say the same thing. They started saying it was going to be for individuals and they were not going to do any criminal background checks. Now they switch in the middle of a meeting, they switch to saying that it was going to be for families, but they leave a clause there that's saying, oh, if we don't find enough families, it's going to be for individuals, which to me is a clear bait and switch. And therefore, we keep talking about families when in reality they can switch on us at any time. And as I said, the trust is not there. The problem stays with the safety problem stays with no background checks. How are you going to know if these people are respecting Megan's law, which is a state law, and Jessica's law, which says that they cannot be within 2,000 feet of a school, and there's 2 or 3 schools within 2,000 feet? How do you know if you don't do background checks of every single person that is in there? Okay, if it's families, it's dangerous for the kids that are in those sites. If it's individuals, it's also dangerous. In both cases, it's dangerous for all the community. How do you know that when they leave the site? Okay, you may have cameras that check whether they're coming in and out. How do you know what they're going to be doing when they're out? Anyway, I think that's what I had to say. I don't believe this is right.
Thank you, Louisa. So I have next J-Pan, Nancy Lee, Bo, Thomas McDevitt, and Kathy McGowan. Welcome.
J-Pan has 4 minutes.
Angel has donated her time to me.
Okay. Who has?
Yisu has donated 2 minutes.
All right. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I oppose the Benton Shelter Plan. I have a doctorate degree specialized in project management in the architecture, engineering, and construction industry. I have to point out that Life Moves has serious problems in cost estimate and cost management, scope management, and the quality assurance and quality management. Based on their performance, I cannot believe why Life Moves could get any new project from our government. I would also remind you that the city of Santa Clara is facing a fiscal deficit. Our city libraries are only open half day on weekdays and are closed on Sunday. All libraries in nearby cities open 7 days a week and open on Sunday. Our public facilities, such as swimming pools, need to be repaired and maintained, but do not have funding to schedule such work. With such a bad fiscal deficit, could our tax dollars be well spent and balanced between meeting existing residents' needs and building more homeless shelters? It is a sad fact that the crime rate increased significantly after the opening of existing shelters in their communities. The city of Santa Clara have a budget to enhance the manpower of first responders, law enforcement, and first aids and street sanitation to ensure the safety of our community. Where can the city of Santa Clara find funding for the operation of many shelters and mitigate negative impacts to our communities? We already have several shelters in the city of Santa Clara, and there's several other cities that don't have any shelters at all. Who will take responsibility for over budget, increase of crime rate, and shortage of public resources if the project was approved? Is there any agency evaluating the quality of service Life Moves provided? I know today Life Moves give us a big, beautiful pictures, but is there any consequence for Life Moves to take for their poor supervision leading to low performance of the shelters? For example, the city will close the shelter if the yearly all crime rate increases 50% after opening of the shelter. Will the city close the shelter if the yearly success rate is lower than 50%? Life Moves didn't take any consequence for their bad performance in Mountain View shelters, in Palo Alto shelters. We vote for our city council member in the trust that we could work together to make city of Santa Clara a better place to live. We hope the city council members vote based on facts, not on paper promises. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, J-Pan. Next, we have Nancy Lee, followed by Bo, followed by Thomas McDevitt, followed by Steve Kelly. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nancy Lee. I've been living in Santa Clara for 3 years. I strongly oppose this proposal. And along with me, we have at least 5,000 residents. We've already submitted the wet signature last week to the city. And the reason I want to talk about mainly is due to LifeMove is an unreliable partner to deliver success. At the very first version, when they come up with the very initial plan, they never put community safety as priority. And this actually upsets the community, the entire community. And after that, they keep changing the plan and just trying so hard to get the funding, but not to care about the community members. But actually, the fact is they never could manage its existing sites properly. There's some quotes from the news report. After interviews with more than 15 former and current clients, as well as reviews of city staff emails, court documents, police reports, and program exit data, our investigation found that LifeMove Mountain View isn't meeting many of its promises. Multiple clients said they never received specialized support in their search for housing. Their needs never being addressed, and the conflicts was mishandled by both program director and staff. And according to the county data, LifeMove Mountain View placed clients in permanent housing at a significantly lower rate than other interim shelter plans in the county. It's around only 20%, ranking close to the bottom. I'm really hoping that the council members to stop being involved in this terrible proposal. Instead of building new sites, we should care more about existing homeless shelters and stop wasting our tax money. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Nancy, now we have Bo, followed by Thomas McDevitt, followed by Steve Kelly. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone, council members and mayor. I am a U.S. citizen, registered voter, a mom of 2 young boys, and a Santa Clara resident. I wanted to chat about 2 things tonight. One is the county's statement about the lot, and the second, I want a signal boost in the metrics from Milpitas site and Mountain View site. The county is claiming that this lot is vacant land, but this could not be further from the truth. This lot is a valuable community space that is used for events that bring our community together, events that promote inclusive and foster a sense of togetherness. It is a place where families gather, children play, and memories are made. Building a low-barrier shelter on this lot will take away a crucial space from our community, and it will be a loss for everyone who calls this place home. It is wrong for the county to claim that this is just vacant land when it is so much more. Second thing I want to talk about the metrics. So everyone's talking about how successful this is and how great the strategy is to solve the problem. I think a more compelling pitch from county and Life Moves would be how successful the project is at Mountain View and Milpitas. They didn't mention it because the fact says wrong, and we have presentation later to talk more about it. So high level, service calls raised 300% in Milpitas. Milpitas official government even challenged Ms. Consuelo how they changed the admission criteria without informing the city and the community. So I found it baffling for Ms. Consuelo said, if anything changes, we'll notify you all. I don't trust that. Second, at Mountain View, they are short of staff members. So, and in Palo Alto, they are considering removing 24/7 security to reduce the cost. So I just wanted to highlight that again. Again, you'll hear more from our group later. Thank you for your attention. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So we have Thomas McDevitt, followed by Steve Kelly, followed by Sherry Elliott. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, Thomas has 10 minutes. He has 4 speakers that have yielded their time, and they are here present.
All right, very good.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and thank you to the people who yielded your time. I appreciate that. A lot of emotions here. I just want to talk about some facts. One thing on the agenda slide, I don't know if it's possible to bring that up, if we could, but one thing we talk about is CEQA, and it's been put on that slide that we're exempt from CEQA because of Government Code Section 65913.4 SB 35 Affordable Housing Projects, which is all great, but when you look at that section, and you look at 65913.4 Section A, point 6, point G, you find out that you are not exempt if the development is on a site that is any of the following within a special flood hazard area subject to inundation by the 1% annual chance flood. That is flood zone A. When I looked at FEMA's firm maps, which are also on your website, you see that this property is in flood zone A, which means there are other qualifications you have to do to be exempt from this. These qualifications, man, they write this stuff. These qualifications can be found in Part 59, commencing with Section 59.1, and Part 60, commencing with Section 60.1 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1 of Title 44 of the Code of Federal Regulations. When you pull that up and you go look at that, you realize that, yeah, this could be done, but it requires permits. So this project, according to FEMA and according to the laws that are being cited to us, is not exempt. And I would request that city attorney take another look at the reasoning for why it was not, why they think it is exempt. Now, we also say this project, pardon me, I'm a little nervous, but I think talking is a nervous thing. Another thing that's talked about is it's exempt from licensing, use permits, et cetera. And the county calls that out, and they provide a code for why we're exempt from that. That code is Health and Safety Code Chapter 6.7, 50675.1.1. When you go there and you read that, you find that this code is specifically talking about funding that comes from the Budget Act of 2020. And Home Key basically goes ahead and puts on their page of the proposal for round 3 and tells you exactly where their funding's coming from. And it's not coming from the sources that apply to this code. If that wasn't enough, hold on, a lot of notes, pardon me. Yeah, I do. Thank you so much for donating it. Well, I found 2 reasons that it was wrong, and I'm too nervous to read this, but I did mail these into the agenda. Finally, I want to talk, well, not finally, but one more point I need to talk about is the change in the project. The change in the project from a bunch of 1-bedroom units to 3-bedroom units is being hailed as, we listened to you, we're making changes. Well, one of those changes has consequences. And one of the consequences has to do with the funding of the project now. HomePath pays based on the units. When you have 30 units, you get less funding than when you have 120 units. And according to the HomePath funding, when we're looking at 30 units, when you have a 3-bedroom unit, that funding goes to $300,000 maximum per unit for $9 million. Now, in the agenda item that we received from city staff, they're asking for $22 million, the estimate is $22,500,000 for this funding. Which is interesting, is when I took the rate of the 1-bedroom units and I multiplied it by 90, I got $22,500,000. So either they did not go ahead and update this document to account for the $13.5 million they are no longer eligible for, or they are planning on changing this to 1-bedroom units and they are basically trying to, do something different, which they're entitled to, we found out, because as the county told us, they only had to do it for 6 months and then they got satisfied with the requirements and then they changed the project. So I would like to leave this document behind with the city clerk to be added. Okay.
Thank you. If you just, when you're finished.
Will do. Thank
right
you.
over here.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to talk then about misleading information that we're getting from city and county staff about this project. In no particular order. There's problems with the maps provided by staff. Map symbols on a market across the street, that's a 7-Eleven convenience store. HomeKey classifies a market as one that sells staples, fresh produce, and fresh meat. They're giving the impression there's a grocery store close to this project. The size of the map symbols placed on the map make it appear that public transit stops are within 5 miles. They are not. They're close, but they're not. I went ahead and attached Google Maps distance sheets to show you that they don't match. Again, I submitted this email to the clerk's office. They also left out the Bill Wilson transitional housing on Schaefer Drive. If there is a need for a conditional use permit on this land, which I believe there is, there's a problem because transitional homes cannot be within 300 feet of each other, and this is. So that's another issue that I think needs to be looked at. Again, in the agenda they say we don't fall within a floodplain. You do. It's on the city website. It's on FEMA's maps. You are in floodplain A. I went through and checked all the records they had. Like FEMA has all these different things you can do to like modifications afterwards. There was no modifications to this. Okay, and then the other thing in the agenda, city staff says this project is within 5 miles of a bus line. It is 5 miles within a bus line because it crosses Lawrence, but HomeKey says they want it 5 miles within a bus stop, and that's, 0.5 miles from bus stop, and that's where it fails. Lastly, I want to talk about some things. There is a lot of information here, a lot. And even tonight, the information changed again. City staff is asking you to vote on 4 separate items. The agenda had 3 items. So once again, the nature of this entire project has been, we're going to change it, and we're just supposed to keep going to this never-ending stream of like, we got to make this deadline, we got to make this deadline. The deadline for this application is in July. We have time to get this right and make sure that we're going to do the right thing and not do the wrong thing trying to do the right thing. The one other thing I want to mention is you asked a question, Mayor, about you've never seen this before where the county is asking the city to do this. In the HomeKey application, it basically talks about this, and it said they want a co-applicant. The co-applicant is going to assume liability for this project. So the county doesn't want to assume liability for this project, and so they are trying to I don't know what they're trying to do, but it looks like they are trying to put that liability on the city of Santa Clara. I appreciate your time.
Please, no comments, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you. No, please, no, please. I know it's hard, you want to support, but it makes some people feel uncomfortable to come up and speak if they're faced with that. So I want to be respectful to everyone. All right, Steve Kelly, followed by Sherry Elliott, followed by Chandra Matipatla.
Mayor Gilmore,
Yes.
council members. I actually like the project. I think it would help the homeless situation. And I want to touch upon what I'm dealing with right now as a resident with homeless that are not treated, that are not receiving substance therapy. Right now, I have the homeless living behind the pump station that's behind my house. They've set up camp in 10/1/21 at the Calvary Baptist Church. They were cited for trespassing. On 4/21, Calvary Baptist Church was broken into. On 8/12/2022, the homeless tried to break into my neighbor's house. Again, they cut the fence at city well site number 8 and then pushed through a fence board. On 9/28, a fire started again at the Calvary Baptist Church. 2 fire trucks appear. Obviously, this being really close to my house is very disconcerting. On 10/7, a homeless male camping at Calvary Baptist Church, again, 9 days after the fire, is cited. 12/8, my girlfriend's white Hyundai Elantra is stolen from right in front of my house. Again, right next to the creek, right near the homeless encampment. On 12/9, the car thieves bring another car. Again, leave it right next to the creek where the homeless are. On February 23rd, my neighbor right across the street, again, right next to the creek where the homeless live, 2 iPads are stolen from his house. So my point being is,
Thank you,
yes,
Steve.
but we need
Finish
security.
your sentence.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry we have to be on a schedule. Everyone has a right to have their 2 minutes plus if they have extra people that give
Thank
them
you.
their 2 minutes. So before you start, Sherry, you're Sherry?
Yeah.
All right, great. Sherry, can I have Chandra Matipatla? Is she gone now?
He's donated his time.
Okay, donated time. Darlene Day and Anjali, if you'd queue up, please. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead, please.
My name is Sherry Elliott. I live in Santa Clara. I am not going to reiterate all the reasons why the majority of Santa Clara residents do not want this project. You all know why. You've read the letters, the emails, you've received the phone calls. There's 5,000 plus names, wet signatures here. So you know why we don't want this. The county might want to think about selling that land, taking that money, and purchasing property in another city where the residents do want this project. The project is not just for the unhoused residents of Santa Clara. If you vote for this project, you're voting against most of the Santa Clara residents of what they want. The funding is another issue, and I can't imagine that we want another 5-year litigation like we've had with the 49ers. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. We have Darlene, and followed by Anjali, and then Ashish Verma, and Vishal Taza. Please queue up.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm a postpartum nurse who works just down the street, and while few of my patients were homeless when they started their families, some have found themselves homeless at the time of their child's birth or in the next few months. I know there are a lot of homeless families in Santa Clara. We know that many more families are just a paycheck away from being homeless, and no one should be living at Central Park on Kylie or in a car parked along the Central Expressway on and off ramps. It's very dangerous. Kids especially should not be living at the park or in a car. I think this project for interim housing for homeless families and keeping kids in a safe indoor environment while their parents receive needed services to help them get back on their own feet is needed and is more cost effective in the long run than doing nothing. Homelessness is expensive for communities, especially when people do not have a safe place to sleep. Is this interim housing project the only thing that needs to be done to help with housing issues? No, but it's definitely an important step to support, and I hope the community can come together to figure this all out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Ashish, is that you? Please come forward, followed by Vishal and Ali Sapirman. Welcome.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, council members. I'm just waiting for the time to know how much time I have.
So Ashish has some speakers that have given their time, so he has 18 minutes. He will also reference the April 4th presentation that was given.
Did you say 18 minutes?
Oh, 14 minutes.
14 minutes. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Everyone has 2 minutes. If they want to donate their time, they have to physically be here to donate to someone else.
Yep.
So they're speaking, if they're speaking for
Sorry,
a
my
group,
time is, okay.
I have to allow it. I cannot not allow it. So, yeah. 2 minutes apiece. If you want to donate, you can donate, but you have to be here to physically do that.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Respected council members, good evening to you all. I'll start with a few questions, and then I have 5 main points for you. The first question is, how do you validate families without background checks or IDs? How do you know that the individuals who are coming together are part of a family without truly identifying them? How do you validate age? If 18 is the age as the barrier, how does someone validate that without checking, again, an ID or background? Financials, I appreciate all of you actually asked that question. We have a huge discomfort about such a big bill on our city. After 7 years, it seems like an arm mortgage that none of us would ever be able to afford. And ultimately, I'm assuming it's the taxpayers who pay this, right? It's coming from the pockets of your tax-paying residents, I'm assuming. So I think like we all, as prudent individuals, should be very careful about that. And just back of the napkin operation cost that was shown was like $3.75 million per year. For 34 units, it comes out to be about $110,000 per unit. And this is without any tax. If you add the tax up, it's much higher than a lot of people actually earn in this neighborhood. One of the things that I actually agree with many of the folks who spoke actually, whether it was in favor or against, was we have 2 major problems: homelessness as well as housing. Both are very complex issues. And we need solutions for both of them. Just doing one is not good enough. So if we are kind of taking from the left pocket and giving to the right by funding from your ability to fund for housing later on to support something for solving interim housing for homelessness, you are kind of shortchanging yourself for your ability to tackle housing crisis later on. So that was intended for drawing from your FLHA. The other part that I would want to cover is it's a prime land. It's a prime land in the heart of Silicon Valley, very costly, where again, a number of people said it's very difficult for people to just keep a roof on their heads with both parents working, and someone mentioned even more than 3 jobs. Imagine the number of lives you can change by having a rent to own or something else over there. So $34 million plus 3.75 over 7 years is a lot of money. A lot of lives could be changed because of that, if we were able to go in that area. So today, my request to you is fivefold. First, listen. Listen to your own people. These are the people who elected you. These are the people who support you. These are the people who pay the taxes on which we implement a lot of good policies. What are they saying? You're seeing a division right now in your community, for or against. And it's really bad because there should not be a division. Everyone should understand that there is a crisis and we should work together to solve it. But the way it is put, actually you are put in a very difficult situation by I would hate to say this, by the county. You are in a lose-lose situation. 80% plus of your residents over here are in strong opposition. Not here and there, it's a strong opposition. The low entry barrier is a big, big thorn, for them. They just cannot get over it. Because there is no guarantee that the folks who would be situated over there, I understand a lot of them would be very nice, decent human beings, but of course, along with that, because there is no screening, there is no background check, you cannot guarantee that they would not be criminals. You cannot guarantee the safety impact. So that was the first point. First, listen to your people. Second, understand your people. Look at the people who are actually from the community who came over here. Just see what do they look like? What are their desires and aspirations, and what do they want over here from you? A lot of them may be a few paychecks away from homelessness themselves, but they're struggling hard every day to make sure that they're paying their bills there, whether it's rent or mortgage, to keep a roof over their head, right? Some of them may be on a verge of homelessness. We can do a lot preventive action right now over here in this prime land to prevent that from happening. Vast majority won't be able to afford rent or mortgage if something happens in their life. A calamity happens, or one of them or both of them lose their jobs. They would be put in this situation. There is a chance for us to prevent that in the society of the people who make this society tick, who make this a thriving society. They keep, the people over here keep running on this daily treadmill and give you the taxes just to demand some basic services. And our expectation is that we need to feel safe. We need to be safe and we need to feel safe. So with that, once you understand the people, understand their desires and aspirations. Housing, you asked us actually, a lot of you said that don't say no to us. Come to us with solutions. Tell us what will be your desire of a good outcome for the land. We gave you that. We told you, invest in people who uplift the community and who may be on a path of homelessness or their lives are in very bad shape right now. We gave some examples of teachers. Some of you said, we already have some teacher housing projects over here. Is that enough? I don't know. But there are many, many, many contributing members of this society who are on a verge of homelessness, or they just cannot afford to live here. They come down to work here from Tracy and many, many faraway places. This is a prime land. We do not have an answer on the safety concerns, and safety is very important for us. Understand that's very important for us. Most of your residents over here are family-oriented. We have kids, and we are very risk-averse. We are the folks who buy whatever kind of insurances we get because we don't want our family to be ever in a bad situation. We are very risk-averse. So think about to that audience when something like this comes up and there is a talk about no background check. It, of course, evokes a sense of fear to that kind of audience. Now, because there is a land available and there is a funding available, that doesn't make this like, just the right solution right now, just because those two parameters are available right now. So again, understand our desires and aspirations. We want to feel safe, we want to thrive over here, and we want a solution that helps us get closer together and uplift the community together, jointly, not divided. The next one is, as you listen to all of us and then start your debates and start to vote, my urge to you is, please keep the impact to safety high on your radar. Personally, most of you have told us that safety is your #1 priority as well. So my urge to you is, please keep that assessment while you perform your voting. Please remember, there are no background checks. The only thing that was mentioned for the family units was disclosure if there were sex offenders, and which is also voluntary. Please remember that. So this potential mixed use, if there are not enough unhoused families available, that this could be converted into dorm flex for singles, that's a bit like causing concern for us, and it evokes a lack of trust from our side to be comfortable. The last point that I would want to just stay on for a few minutes is accountability. Please drive accountability and be accountable. We have seen a lot of misinformation all over the place. All over the place. We would urge you to make sure that the folks who are responsible really produce good data before they get out to the communities. And they are accountable for whatever they bring and present to the community. So whether it was county, whether it was supportive housing, there is a lot that is lacking. In fact, most of our FAQ questions haven't yet been answered. A lot have been answered, but the text has been cut and it doesn't really give us an answer. So there's a lot of desire to know that some folks who get a lot of these millions of dollars of budgets are huge. We need to see accountability about where that money is going and how that is being used. Now, coming to the next part of accountability on you is that, I think, Ms. Mayor, you asked that question about the legality part. That weighs heavily on me. Who the heck is going to be responsible and accountable if things start to go south? The fears of the residents that they are expressing, and pardon me, a lot of us have had mental anguish for the last 2.5 months since this proposal came in. We have lost a lot of our productive time just to find information. So when and if that happens, who would be held accountable and liable? In the minds of the people who are here, who have come here, and who some of them have given me their time, I'm appreciative, are just looking for, first, we hope and pray actually that never happens. That if you do that, our hopes and prayers are that it never happens. But in case it does, who is accountable? For the residents, it will be the people who say yes. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Vishal, followed by Ali Sapirman, followed by Jake Wild. Welcome.
Hey, council members. I'm going to have first question asked to the city council. So during the write-off rejection, we heard the three arguments: operational funding gap, close to residents, and the busy intersection. All three conditions straightforward apply to this project, which is just 1 mile away from the White Fox location, right? So what is the reason that city council has to approve this project this time? In fact, this is even more busier intersection this time. Second questions, all other questions I have directed towards Life Moves. Is that true that Life Moves is under audit? And if it is, why would we partner with such a company? Is that true that the construction budget of Palo Alto project doubled after council approval, and now the services that were promised to homeless clientele are getting significantly sacrificed, including a 24/7 security? And even today they mentioned that if there is a construction overrun, the budget will come out from the operational budget, which will create an operational funding gap, which will be a burden on the city of Santa Clara. Is this true that Life Moves Mountain View site switched 3 to 4 directors within last 2 years? They have high attrition rate, and the previous 2 directors had a criminal history. Is that true that Mountain View facility is still missing case manager for children? Is that true that success rate of LifeMove's Mountain View site, which they keep advertising as a role model, is significantly lower than they have promised? LifeMove's director in San Jose told us that nearly 25 to 30% homeless population voluntarily choose to go back to live on the streets after exiting interim housing. Now, after living at the one place for 4 to 6 months, getting used to the surroundings, where do you think they will go, and what LifeMoves and county will do to prevent the increase of the homeless population of the Santa Clara city just because they choose to go back live on the streets? The another thing is that, community advisory committee role, that's been highly compromised, and we want that to be strengthened if these facilities were to be built. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishal. So we have Ali, followed by Jake Wild, followed by Brenda Gordon. Welcome.
Ali has 4 minutes.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Ali has been given time, so she has 4 minutes.
4 minutes. All right, go ahead, please.
Good evening. My name is Ali Saperman. I'm here on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. I'm a registered lobbyist here tonight in strong support of the interim Life Moves project. There were questions tonight on the state's involvement. I want to note the state is definitely paying attention to Santa Clara's actions here and have been since the Civic Center delays, especially in relation to meeting RENA requirements in the housing element. My legal counsel and I have been meeting with HCD regularly on the city's commitment to affordable housing. It's pretty disappointing the significant reduction of the units in this proposal. And I know it's easy to look at this reduction in numbers from 124 to 30 units, but we aren't just talking about numbers here. We're talking about people. We're talking about people who didn't get the opportunity to be in this room tonight. People like me. Frankly, I shouldn't be alive today to give this comment. I have faced domestic violence and as a result have struggled with housing insecurity. With the supportive services I was provided at De Anza Community College, I wouldn't be here and housed today. Projects like these exist for people like myself. We are all here for the same reason. We are here because of fear. We are all afraid of the impacts of people living outside. And the best way to remedy that is to provide not just housing, but housing with supportive services to community members in need. And community members in need will be your neighbors regardless. It's just whether or not you want them to live on the street or you want to uplift your neighbors so they have the opportunity for upward mobility like me. I really appreciate the council's dedication and the city staff's dedication to hearing this project, to hearing community comments tonight. And I'm really hoping we can move forward with a project that makes everyone as happy as they're going to be. However, moving this project somewhere else isn't going to make a difference. We can continue to create proposals to move the project, but there will always be neighbors against the project because of fear. And I hope that you are brave tonight to move this project forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ali. Next, we have Jake, followed by Brenda Gordon, followed by Wilma Cardorna, followed by Ashish Patel. Welcome.
All right. Good evening, Council. At some point in the near future, maybe tomorrow, maybe next week, maybe the month after, some newspaper will once again publish an article discussing how California has the highest and still rising rate of homelessness in the United States. A different paper will publish another article about how people are getting displaced from the Bay Area, from their homes in the Bay Area, in greater and greater numbers than ever before. Everyone in this room has seen these headlines before, and they will continue to do so until we choose to do something about this. Luckily, a small part of that something that we can do is here before us tonight. Putting an end to these headlines is not a matter of resources or methods, but a matter of political willpower. So tonight, I urge you to find the willpower and vote to house the residents of Santa Clara. Vote to do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Brenda, followed by Wilma, followed by Ashish Patel, followed by Dweke Kumamat. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name's Brenda. I've been living in Santa Clara and Sunnyvale since I was 5 years old. And my kids grew up here. They're both thriving, working in this community. But I wasn't really planning on speaking tonight because I was at the other meetings. I've been at all of them. and every time Life Moves switches up their gear. It's never honest, okay? The first one, we couldn't ask any questions at all. So we had to just get up there. Well, we could ask questions, forgive me. We could ask questions, we just couldn't get them answered. And they said, oh, we're going to have the answers on our website. Well, that didn't happen, okay? So the second meeting in person, there was a police officer there that I spoke with, and he informed me that I said, are we going to be able to ask questions and ask answers? And he says, yes, I think they're going to do that at the end. I said, great. There were a lot of things that were talked about, and there was always a promise made. We're going to, follow our website, look at our website, we'll update you. Well, guess what? When I came here tonight, this was a complete bait and switch, okay? Complete bait and switch. None of this was ever translated through the website. None of this that I saw tonight was ever given to the people. And the thing is, we have over 5,000 signatures. Santa Clara people do not want this. Okay, we've made it very clear. And you know what? I think I'm not saying I don't want to help the homeless. I do, but I just don't think this location is good for anybody. It's not good for the unhoused people. It's not good for the people that live here. For all the schools, daycares, parks. Right down the street, gymnastics place, okay, park, basketball court, okay. All these places are all centered around families, okay. If this was going to work, it would have to be in a different location, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Brenda. All right, next we have Wilma, followed by Ashish, Deweke, and Rich Soshi.
Ashish Patel already gave his time.
Pardon me?
Ashish Patel has gave.
All right. Rich Soshi and Dante Lartigue. Go ahead, please.
Oh, okay.
Welcome.
First of all, this is a very daunting issue, the homeless population. One of the things that I think we need to do is to break down this word homeless, because we have a percentage of people that have mental health issues. We have a percentage of people that are losing their jobs and do become homeless. I hope that you will vote no tonight in terms of this proposal, because there's too many questions unanswered. There's budget issues. I think that I support one of the gentleman's comments about let's prevent homelessness from happening. If you want to use that section to build a low-cost, affordable housing to help families that are losing their jobs, that want to reintegrate back in society, find work, and pay rent, that would be just wonderful. And then let's talk about federal aids. We have food stamps, we have general assistance, we have Medi-Cal. In essence, when we talk about a population of people that need to reintegrate back in society, it's because they can. So I think that we need to talk about, we need to separate out the so-called monolithic word called homeless or unhoused, because I don't think that millions and billions of dollars that's spent in California on the homeless population, we still have not resolved the issue. In fact, the homeless population continued to increase. So if we are concerned about the sector of individuals who can reintegrate back into society, then I think that that's great. We need to focus on that. But I think to talk about homeless as such a generic, group of people, I think that that's a mistake. And I don't think that any politician has yet attempted to break down what percentage really will require institutionalization because of their mental health issue, and what's the cost of that? And what population really is just a healthcare issue because of age or because they're veterans? Maybe we can develop a program for that. And the population of people that are families that can reintegrate back, get a job, pay the rent, then we should do that. So it was quoted in one of the meetings that it's going to cost you $57,000 per person a year to provide for this so-called shelter. Then I think we need to think about the cost of that. We have families, low-income families, that earn $57,000 a year and pay, an apartment for their for their 2 kids and still struggle to make a living. So I think that it's not that we don't support the care of people that are out on the street. I think that what we need to do is think about what you want to use that land for. And I think the shelter is, with 30 units, is probably not a wise decision based on the cost, based on the unanswered questions, to support this proposal now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wilma. Next, we have, please no sounds. Next, we have Dwayke, followed by Rich Soshi, followed by Dante Lartigue. Dwayke? Rich? Dante, please come forward. You're the first in line, so you get to speak. Welcome.
So, yeah, I was here for the Civic City Drive project, same thing. I'm a product of public systems, grew up in foster care. Prior to foster care, my grandmother died, came into foster care because of her passing. And again, I think most people here have not spent time in public systems, getting public assistance. However, what I will say is I am a living testament to what public systems can do. I was homeless because of the foster care system, right? I emancipated and became homeless due to emancipating, right? So we have 1,000 people in the San Jose metro area that are 18 to 25 years old that have spent time in this foster care system that are homeless. So when we're talking about people that need housing, those young people represent families. I have 4 children. I'm 32 years old. I have a business. I am a college graduate. This is what happens when people get housing. So when we oppose housing, we should be saying, is that the ethic and moral thing to do? Whether you call this
Please,
a shelter,
if you can just address us.
whether you call this a shelter or interim housing, it's a temporary solution so that people can then get filtrated into a permanent solution. I have had a housing for about 12 years, and that has done wonders for me. I contribute. I'm a tax-paying citizen. At the end of the day, a lot of the things that people are fighting for here, we've also fought, and I'm saying black and brown people have also fought for, even a lot of the immigrants and folks that are in this room today. My children go to school with this beautiful, diverse group of kids from all over the country. One of my son's best friends is a kid from Beijing, okay? That would not be possible if people like me, black and brown, didn't fight for folks to be able to come here, to work here. Do the same for us, fight for us.
Thank you. Thank you, Dante. All right, now I have Dwayke and Rich Soshi. Last call, are you here? Lin Wang, followed by John Sanchez, followed by Kimmy, and Kate C. So whoever comes up first, please come forward and tell us who are you?
I'm Lin Wang.
Oh, Lin. Okay,
Yeah.
very good. Thank you. Welcome.
I'm a daycare teacher. I'm strongly against the shelter building in this location. Because my reason really simple and basic. I just worry about the kids. Before the meeting, I worry about the kids who live in this community. Now, I hear about they will do the mix family with the low screen. In there, I worry about who live in the shelter because the safety very important for the kids growing up. The environment very important for the kids. Even though the kids get emotion, hurt, trauma, what we can do? This is not a kids get hurt, it's a family get hurt. After that happened, we talk to the kids. I hear about someone say, oh, tell your kids, don't speak stranger. I'm a teacher. I raise up 8 kids or 10 kids in my class. I tell the kids not the same thing, something teaching the same thing, but everyone get the same result. And someone said, oh, we will put the camera there. The camera only occurred something happened. If something happened, what can I do? But just read it, like my car gets stolen, I call the police. After 3 years, no answer. After my car gets another stolen, I don't report it because I don't know. I know it's not help. See, I know I'm not engineer. I'm low income for myself. I have family. My family support me, but I have coworkers. They are single family mother. The single mother. They have 3 kids or 4 kids. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
I strongly
Thank you, Lynn.
make some low-income family in our location.
Thank you. So we have John Sanchez, followed by Kimmy, followed by Kate C., followed by Haiying Wu. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for letting the community speak. Mr. Kevin Park, I owe you an apology. Last time I spoke to you, I raised my voice a little bit, so I do apologize. I just wanted to say, as everyone sits here this evening, I think we can all agree that whether you're for the project or opposed the project, we all really do want to help the homeless. I just think that we all have a difference of opinion. As myself, I am opposed to the site in question, as I do think it's dangerous and it's a very busy intersection. I live, the project is actually less than a block from my house. I live right behind the project. If any of you have ever been to the site, they say it's safe walking distance to grocery stores and the bus stations. I would implore you to go there, walk down Lawrence, and see how safe it is, especially if they're going to house people who have mental illness. I won't even walk down it or run down it myself. I won't let I don't even walk my daughter down it. So I disagree with that. I do think that the dollar amounts don't make sense. I work for Sprig Electric. They're a very large electrical contractor. I'm a purchasing agent. And with the price of commodities and goods and everything, it's really a bad time to build anything right now. So anyways, I encourage you guys to, I strongly oppose this, and I encourage you to vote no on this project. And thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Kimmy, followed by Kate C., Haiying Wu, and Rong Xiao. Welcome.
Thank you for the time. I'm an accountant, and I'm not going to repeat a lot of things people have been saying. I'm just going to focus with the numbers. 34 million for constructions. For 30 units, it's 1.13 million per unit of 350 square foot. That's about $3,000 per square foot for construction. Does that make sense to you? The other cost is the 3.75 annually operation. That's 125,000 per unit. Per family, 125,000 a year. Does that make sense? That's 5 times the cost of rental for the area. If you would have supplemented that for people that really need help, that's 5 times the cost. And then after 7 years, it's going to be burden on the city, on the residents of Santa Clara. We all know the numbers doesn't make sense at all. And you already hear everything else about the location, and I just want to remind you, please look at the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimmy. So we have Kate, followed by Rong Xiao, followed by Tom Laster. We're stuck at 39 seconds. Okay. That's all right. You're doing so much. We appreciate you, city clerks. Thank you.
Kate? But that's you, right? Okay. So she has 4 minutes. She does have time donated to her.
All right. When
hello.
you're ready, go ahead, please.
I'm a local resident, and I strongly oppose this project. So I want to let everybody know that Life Moves is not reliable, and they show very poor records. So they supervise similar shelter projects in nearby cities, and they've created very poor records in achieving projects' goals. So supporter, they just claims that safe for all, on-site case workers, security, and healthcare. And in realities, the Life Moves have unqualified management and staffing. So we take Mountain View, for example. Former client physically assaulted by the first program director, and a former client reported multiple sexual harassment cases. However, the second site director cannot remove the harasser due to Life Moves policy. So I think the first supporter says illegal will not be allowed. Actually, they have nothing to do if there's illegal things. And another thing is the Mountain View site, they shuffled at least 3 directors within only 1.5 years of operation. And they also understaffed. Multi-clients never received the specialized support in searching housing, and the shortage of case manager, housing specialist, and no licensed nurse, only interns. So we just saw the very sugar-coated claims. We will have 19 staffs, we will have child care managers, we will have even bilingual case manager, we will have child care, and that's just their paper promise. How can we assure they can keep their promise? And take Mountain View as example, they cannot. And how about the nearby safety? Testimony from nearby business has reported crimes like burglaries and litter issues, and consequently they hire 24/7 security guard at their own expenses. And Mountain View has added a dedicated police force to patrol at the site. So, you know what? Mountain View site even has the background check. And with this Benton, Lawrence, we even don't have the background check. So what things will be? I think it definitely will go worse. And as for the financial, Life Moves also faces huge failure. So take Palato project, for example. Their cost estimate skyrocketed from 17 millions to 34 millions just within a year of approval. And just now they're talking about the financial to be determined 8 millions, right? And 6 million gap for the open rating. And that's the best scenario that you get the highest fund from the home key. What about you don't get the highest amount? You probably will face more and more financial gap. And to cut their cost, so the Life Moves in Palato, what they do, they cut the security. So that's what the supporter claims. They have security for the site. No, if they are short of financial, they will cut the security. And what's worse, Life Move has the second lowest rate of successful exit in the whole county. That means only 26% place in permanent housing. That's a disaster.
Thank you, Kate. All right, Tom? Welcome, Tom. Can I, before you start, followed by Cleo Cole, followed by Jocelyn Arenas. Welcome, Tom.
Okay, I've lived in Santa Clara for over 20 years. We bought our home in 2003. My wife and I have recently retired. We walk 3 to 4 miles a day through our neighborhood. If you build a new homeless community shelter 2 blocks from our house, we will not feel safe to walk through the neighborhood anymore. Sometimes my wife walks by herself. And let's not forget that these people will be walking through our neighborhood to get to the bus stop on Benton and Kiley. Right by the high school, and our house, and the local park. We already have Bella Vista, Inn, Peacock Commons, and a continuation school in or near our neighborhood. We don't need any other low-income housing in our neighborhood, so A no vote is a must.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks.
So do we have Cleo? Okay, please come forward, followed by Jocelyn, followed by Lee Hugh, followed by Julia Zhao. So Cleo, welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. When developments like this one are proposed, people flock to City Hall like they have today to express their concern for the integrity of the neighborhood. And these are homeowners, which is completely valid, but what I've seen here a lot today is assumptions and a lot of prejudice against what sorts of people are going to be brought into the neighborhood. And I must say that I'm highly disappointed in the lack of empathy and consideration in the room today. I am a formerly homeless person myself, and I have to say that when people are lacking housing, it's a basic human right, and we're all people. Like someone said before, we're just a few bad moments, we're a few tragedies away from being homeless ourselves. And whenever proposals like this are made, everyone says, not here, not at this site, not in my neighborhood, not in my backyard, but we always talk about the housing crisis and how we need to prioritize it, and this is a problem we need to solve. But no one seems to want to take on any responsibility to solve this issue, to stop this suffering that people are facing. And I find it so disappointing in the lack of humanity in this. So I would like you all to consider that the lives of the children that are in these families are just as important as the lives of the children who live here, who are housed in happy homes, and they deserve just as much security as any other child. So thank you for this time and your consideration, and I hope that you will support this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cleo. Do we have Jocelyn, followed by Lee Hugh, followed by Julia Zhao? Welcome.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jocelyn Arenas, and today I'm here with Santa Clara Housing Advocates, as well as the County Youth Action Board. For those of you who don't know, the Santa Clara County Youth Action Board is a board comprised of youth and young adults who advocate for people in the community, specifically the County of Santa Clara, experiencing homelessness. And currently, I live in affordable housing not too far from Benton and Lawrence, and I myself have slept in the streets. I've slept in cars, in living rooms with like maybe 12 other people in the house. And now I have 2 kids, a stable income, and so far a successful career in advocacy. And truly, as a parent, I understand a lot of the concerns that people are expressing. However, I think we should be showing our children that they need to be kind to others and not judge them for the hardships that they go through. And I do understand that it's really scary to go into the unknown, but sometimes people need to be given a chance at bettering their situation. And I really feel that Project Homekey can give people that chance. After I conducted interviews for the point in time count, I realized that a lot of people's first time being homeless was due to the pandemic, medical issues, or just simply not being given a fair shot at employment. And I feel like if those people that are currently unhoused had already been established, the neighborhood would really welcome them. So I just don't understand why everybody here can't give them the chance to get established and support them in succeeding, why we can't create community. Their families, right? And I feel like nobody here can say that they have never struggled once in their life. But thank you. And I really appreciate the opportunity that I got to speak and to be here with you all today. And I hope that you all will motion in support of Project Homekey. And I truly hope that everybody gets the day that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. So we have Lee. Are you Lee? Oh, very good. Followed by Julia, followed by Leslie Wang, followed by Yin Zhao.
Yeah, Mayor, actually, Zhihao and I will present as a group.
Do you
and
have
also
that?
have people donate time for us, and we have a presentation.
Are you Lee?
Yes.
And who are you? I'm sorry. Do we have his name?
Submitted it with other names.
All right, and you're speaking for both of you?
Oh, no, I will
Oh.
speak for about 4 minutes, and he will finish the rest of the presentation.
You'll speak for how many minutes?
4 minutes in total.
So you're allowed to speak for 2 minutes. Who, is someone else giving you an
Yes.
additional 2 minutes? Who would that be?
Vicky Crawford.
Did you let our city clerk know?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so
Sorry.
Vicky, is that your name? Okay, do
We
you,
got duplicate cards, I'm sorry. You can take them and they've got 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
These two together, yes.
So
We've confirmed their.
you've confirmed 5 people.
Yes.
All right, go ahead, please. Oh, and I'm just going to finish this line because I need to give everyone a break at 9 o'clock, a comfort break for the staff here. So we'll do it after this line here.
Could you bring up the presentation? Okay, thank you.
Okay, is it 10 minutes? Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the.
No, you need to start, please.
Okay. Yeah. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and council members. My name is Le Hui. I live in within walking distance of both shelters, Bella Vista and its Benton site. Today I'm representing Santa Clara County to comment on the proposal report. So before I start, I actually want to mention that the community do want to help the host population. What we are opposed to is this particular proposal, this particular location. So we strongly urge the City Council to vote no on this proposal, as the vast majority of the residents oppose the project. In the following slides, we will get into the details of the proposal and show you why this proposal doesn't work. Next slide, please. Yeah, go next slide. Next slide, please. So first, the report was released to the public only on last Friday at 5 p.m., which is an extremely short notice to the community. This is a new proposal and is totally different from what the community has been engaged with. So the community needs more time to read and think about it. Similarly, sufficient time should also be given to the City Council before they can vote. We have met multiple City Council members multiple times, and they all said that they know very little about the details of the proposal, and no one has presented anything to them. City Council need more time too. Next slide, please. So for the next slide, we would like to highlight that the site design and operation details are missing. Very little information is provided in the proposal. Yes, LifeMove does present a little bit more details, but it's not enough, and we need more time again. What is missing is internal and external designs, site maps, and fence. So the operation guidelines are very weak and lack details. There's no mention of how LifeMove's operation will be supervised and by who. We all know that LifeMove failed to keep their commitment in Mountain View. So how does the city plan to prevent it from happening in Santa Clara? With details missing from the proposal, there is a lot of uncertainties and risks in operation and also in the estimates for the funding. Next slide, please. The low barrier nature of the project remains unchanged, which is a major concern from the community. So page 5 of the proposal report says, housing first principles and a low barrier placement process limit what screening criteria can be applied. So no matter if it's families with children or singles, 30 units or 100 units, if the low barrier nature doesn't change, meaning no or little background will be done, the site remains serious safety risk to the neighborhood, as well as the tenants of the shelter. I think this time we are proposing to house children in this site, so I think safety is very important to the tenants themselves too. So this is not addressed in the proposal. Next slide, please. Site selection neglects neighborhood safety. We would like to point out that the site was selected based on how the home key points are awarded. Page 7 of the proposal report states that the home key program is highly competitive, and points are awarded to projects that are in proximity to essential services like grocery stores, health facilities, libraries, pharmacies, and public parks. Neighborhood safety is completely ignored in the site selection. San Jose Burnham can be used to justify Benton site selection because Burnham just started construction a few weeks ago, so no data is available yet. Our volunteers actually visited Branham. Residents there told us they wanted to die. And many people have already moved away, and they have been disappointed, angry, and sad, just like us. So something that happened doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean that's something we have to copy. Next slide, please. The community guidelines are vague and for the Benton site only. There's no guarantee that such behaviors will not occur in a neighborhood. How can the city prevent crime from happening outside the site? So if tenants are evicted due to violation of the guidelines, they may stay in the neighborhood and become a safety threat to the community. Next slide, please. Tenant placement is questionable. According to the proposal, families with children from a supportive housing facility in Sunnyvale will be placed at Benton, while singles and couples from Santa Clara will be placed in Sunnyvale. Moreover, page 9 states, if there are no families to place, the building will house singles. So I want to ask if the city of Sunnyvale and the Sunnyvale residents were asked or were notified about this changing housing criteria. So this raises question about transparency of the placement process and demonstrates that rules for tenant placement can easily change during operation. Despite initial proposal stating that the site would only house families and children, I think if the site starts to house more singles, I think there will be increased uncertainty for both the community and the potential tenants. So for the rest of the presentation, I will hand it off to Zhihao.
Thanks. So first, I would apologize. I would repeat a lot of information others brings up before, but they are very important information. So first, according to the page 5 of the proposal, the success rate of the interim housing program is 63. But recently, a news showed that the average success rate for 8 interim program in Santa Clara County is 44. And the Life Moves Mountain View is only 26, the second lowest in the Santa Clara County. Many residents there didn't get supportive service and went back to streets. So how can we trust Life Moves to operate another one? So, yeah, next slide, please. Okay, let's talk about dollars. I think I agree with Mr. Park that the numbers showed to us before is different they present tonight. And so I will base on the numbers that they give us before last week. Yeah. So in the proposal, the construction cost is going to be $34 million for 30 units. So it's over $1 million per family unit without land. It's just a container home. Do you think it makes sense? At least it doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, it's way too high, and compared with Mountain View site, it's less than $100K per door with land. And okay, and also I did some research about the hotels for sale. Usually per room is less than $200K in Santa Clara. And the county mentioned before, hotel, this is gonna be cheaper than hotel because they didn't factor in the construction cost. They only think about the operating cost. And so I believe we should audit this number and get the estimation breakdown before we move forward. And also, I didn't get the home key funding number by the 30 family unit because I did some calculation, I didn't get that. So I guess, one gentleman mentioned before, they use 90 units to apply for it in the future. So it's my guess, yeah. Okay, next slide. Let's talk about the financial gap. This is a number that we got before today's presentation, yeah. So financial gap is $5.5 million for first 7 years. This is significant and unsolved. If LifeMove doesn't fill this gap, that means city could face like $9 million operation cost for 7 years. Even for today, it's $7 million. I don't know how they massage the data, but this is what we got last week. And this is all based on the best scenario, max all fundings. So who's gonna fill the gap if best scenario doesn't happen? Any alternative plans? Also, this is a 30-year project. Where's the funding for the rest 23 years? Where city commit like $4 to $5 million per year because we have to factor in the inflation. So until tonight, I didn't get the answer. Okay, next slides. So I would say Benton site is very similar to the White Oak land, which rejected a couple years ago. Because city council members expressed concerns about the financial gap of the White Oak land project and the orientation of the project. So if White Oak land is not viable, why should we move Benton project forward? Next slides. And then next slides, the final one. Yeah, next slides. So this proposal is rushed, fraud, and pro-safety and financial risk. So we urge the council members to vote no for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, both of you. Thank you. All right, please come forward. Are you Julia?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, hello. My name is Julia. I'm opposing this project. I'm a longtime resident and voter of Santa Clara. I'm an investor, so I evaluated this project mainly from a business point of view. Here's what I found out. First, this project is a repeating of a failing model. The statistics from the two similar shelters, Mountain View and Milpitas, had showing that this type of project only helped 26% of incumbents find permanent residencies. The occupancy rates of these existing shelters are low, meaning that the existing shelters are not functioning effectively. Moreover, Life Moves had already lacked qualified staff and nurses to operate their existing shelters. Before these existing issues are solved, the Benton shelter that adopts the same model should not be approved. Secondly, this project imposes a great financial risks to the city. Even under the current idealistic plan, the city will already have millions of funding gap for the first 7 years. There is no feasible and reliable plan for the subsequent 23 years. Only a rosy picture is painted. Financially, this project is destined for financial failure. Third, the management team, Life Moves, is incompetent and a lack of credible tracking records. For example, the construction cost estimate of Life Moves Palato shelter was doubled within a year after the approval. Another example is that Life Moves kept harassers in the Mountain View shelter despite repeated sexual harassment reports. All these examples indicate that Life Moves is not a qualified team for this type of project. Last but not least, this project even does not have the case in the first place. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It scares people when it comes on. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Alex. I have been a resident of Santa Clara for over 9 years. I strongly oppose this project. I just want to make 2 comments. One is I'm out of work for 16 months, and I'm running out of cash. Sometimes when I see people in the hope they lost job, I still want to give $5 or $10 to them. I mean, just want to show that I have empathy, and I think everyone here also have empathy. The second comment I want to make is that Life Moves already. I don't want to judge the success or failure of the Life Moves project, but I don't want to consider that is a complete failure. But if they failed once, twice, are you going to let them fail the third time?
Thank you very much. We're going to take a break now. It's 9:03. I'm going to ask that we come back at 9:20. And I'm going to ask the staff that's working here to take a break, and especially the city clerk staff. I want to make sure that they have the opportunity to take a comfort break. So back at 9:20. We have about over 60 more speakers this evening, plus. All right, thank you for your patience, all of you. So we can start again? Now, we have 82 speakers left, so we're going to do the best we can. But I'm just saying around midnight, if we're not finished, we're going to continue the meeting because anything after 12 o'clock is not responsible. So if you're here and you haven't gotten your speaker card in, now's the time to do it. Please get your speaker card in. All right, so City Clerk?
Yes?
For some reason, it knocked me out. Can you call our next 3 speakers, please?
We have Leslie Wong, Yin Yang Zhao, Angelina Sanchez, and Erji Wang. Again, the next speakers are
Leslie Wong, was it Yin Yin Zhao?
Yes, Angela
Sanchez, and Erji Wang?
Yes. Okay.
Please come, whoever comes first. You can speak. Just let us know who you are. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Angelina Sanchez. I am from Youth Liberation Movement. Growing up, I had to experience housing instability, having to worry if we were going to stay in a place, very short, at a place that I call home, or somewhere I would have to call the unknown. Having interim housing like Project Home Key would have helped bring hope to me and my family. This is why I'm here today expressing my support. Now, as a mother looking for safe, low-income housing for my child who has autism, a location like this, close to grocery stores, medical services, and elementary school, would be relieving since everything is conveniently close by. Having to have housing that helps make others feel safe and stable, even for a short amount of time, would give people the opportunity to have a second chance at life and the desire they could continue to live here in Santa Clara. Thank you, council members, for your time, and I'd like to urge you to motion in support of Project Home Key. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So next we have Yin Yin Zhao, Erji Wang, Myrna Carrasco, and Catherine Comisana. So what is your name, sir?
Yeah, my name's Erji.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Please, yes, please come forward. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, council members. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you for staying so late. Yeah. And so I'm living in Santa Clara for 7 years, and I know that living in Santa Clara is not cheap because the house price is pretty expensive. Average price is 1.5 million. Yeah, here. And some of the students just mentioned that we don't have a struggling life. That is not true. Everyone living here, they must strive every day to live here. And also, as the first generation of immigrant, all of us, we strive to come to the United States, come to the California, we live here. Yeah, we pay property tax, we pay mortgage, and we pay a lot of things to live here. So, yeah, but we also deserve a safe neighborhood. Yeah, and so we don't like, we are not against building the shelter, but we are saying that for this location, that is not a good proposal. Yeah, it's too close to our neighborhood. And considering that we already have Bella Vista and in half mile away, so we have 2 shelters in one neighborhood that is oversaturated. Yeah. So this is a first point. And another thing is in Santa Clara, we already have several shelters, and in some other cities, they don't have one single shelter. So why? We keep asking why. We have the conversation with Consuelo Hernandez last week, and she told us that the Board of Supervisor in the county give her a special direction, only looking for the property in Sunnyvale and Santa Clara, not in Los Gatos, not in Saratoga. So this is from the meeting. We are surprised. Yeah. So I think we suggest you don't rush to come to a conclusion, but carefully examine this. Yeah, because this is not for 7 years, this is for 30 years, and for the future of Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you, Erji. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yes, please come forward.
Hello.
You are?
Good evening. I am Mia Carrasco.
Oh, very good. Thank you.
Yes.
This evening, I'm excited to be joining you on behalf of the Youth Liberation Movement. I've lived here in Santa Clara for my entire 20 years of life, and I am here as a young advocate and former homeless youth. I would like to urge the Council of Santa Clara to motion in support of Project Home Key on Breton and Lawrence, providing interim housing for our vulnerable communities. The families and individuals throughout Santa Clara are experiencing these hardships, falling and drowning into homelessness. Given that Santa Clara does not own any other property that is available to be used for interim housing, your continuous support of Project Home Key is entirely crucial to the success of moving this proposed project into a reality. We appreciate your time and urge you to motion in support of Project Home Key. We must lead with love and logistics, not a lack of empathy, humanity, and ignorance. I appreciate each of you staying this late on a Tuesday night. And again, I would definitely encourage you each to motion and support Project Home Key. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming this evening. All right, do we have Leslie Huang here? That's last call. That's like the third call for Leslie. Yin Yin Zhao, Catherine Kamsana, Xylun Chen, Lynn Weiss, and I'm going to give people time to come up if they're in the cafeteria. Do we still have people in the cafeteria? Oh, we don't. Okay. Lynn Weiss, Gautam Kulkarni. Oh, very good. And then to queue up, Ken Hyman. Please come, you can queue up. And Ratnedra Pandi. Gautam, are you coming? Lan Lu. All right, please come forward.
So I have actually 4 people who've donated their time. 2 online? Okay, so maybe if you can adjust the time.
Okay, go on, please.
Hi, thanks for having me. My name is Gautam Kulkarni, and I live about a quarter mile from the proposed site. So let's talk about, the several issues associated with this misguided project. And in case it wasn't clear, I'm strongly opposing this. So first of all, this is extremely fiscally irresponsible. Many people have cited the numbers needed. We're talking about spending $125,000 per family per year. I mean, that's way more than the median income, and it's way more than what you'd actually get, if you were renting out property. And if we are willing to spend that much, why not just put money in people's pockets? Why pay life moves? Why have a middleman in the way? It helps people better. Just why not even have universal basic income at that point? This just doesn't make sense. And it doesn't take, high school calculus or anything advanced. This is just basic arithmetic. Hopefully it should be crystal clear. Second point, there is no background check. How do you verify if people who claim to be a family are indeed a family without doing checks on identification or any other background? That question has not been answered. If there are people who claim to be minors, are they minors? How do you verify that? That hasn't been answered. And now, if there are people who are not minors claiming to be minors, and then, God forbid, if there's some incident, who's going to be liable? Is it the city council? Is it Life Moves? Is it the county? This question has not been answered. Then, coming back to safety, in all the public meetings so far, all safety concerns have always been downplayed. But what I would like to ask is, I'm sure some research was done regarding safety. So I'd like to know, which safety experts were consulted? What input did they provide? And we would like unfiltered access to those inputs. Not a summary, the raw inputs. If needed, we can file a Freedom of Information Act request. Happy to do that. And finally, but not the least, we provided about 5,000 plus wet signatures to the city of Santa Clara. That directly reflects the will of the people. what is the council going to do about that? Is the council going to, respect that or not? I hope, you respect the will of the voters and the hardworking taxpayers. And I sincerely do hope you vote no on this. If you do vote a yes on this, you would be directly going against the will of the people, and then the people will be forced to kind of look for alternate representation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, please, none of that. Thank you. Ken.
Hi, I'm Ken Hyman, 28-year resident of Santa Clara. Madam Mayor, Honor Council members, audience. I'll try to make this short, but I know that both you and the county are looking at the funding available coming from the state for this facility, but I believe the money could be better spent developing the homeless shelter at another area in Santa Clara. And I just have to point out, I must take issue with proponents' characterization of the homeless as people just like us who need a hand up. Maybe so, and I'm sure that's true, but you're not going to like hearing this. The homeless people I've come in contact with in Santa Clara have been mostly drug addicted, mentally unstable, and aggressively panhandle me for money all the time. At 3 separate meetings I have heard from residents, 90% of whom are strongly opposed to locating this building on the corner of Benton and Lawrence. I'm hoping that the City Council makes the right decision in opposing this project by voting with the majority of its constituents. I'm hoping you do the right thing, and I'm hoping that you keep in mind the wishes of your voting public. Thank you.
Ken. All right. Do we have Retnedra here? Lan Luo? Ying Lu? Christopher Perry? Cindy Zhang, please come forward. Cindy Lim? You can come forward. I'm just trying to get people to queue up. Sure. Cindy Lim, Yuming Sun. Very good. Welcome.
Thank you.
Cindy's got 12 minutes and a presentation, and we've confirmed everyone.
Yep, please. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, how many minutes? 12?
So 5 people, and plus myself is 6
the
people.
That are behind you, I was assuming 2 minutes, so you can rest your feet if you like, 12 minutes. Thank you. All right, go ahead, please.
Awesome. Cool. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council member. Thank you so much for staying late and listening to us. We do appreciate that. My name is Cindy. I live in the Berlin neighborhood, less than 10 minutes walk from the Benton site. I'm speaking on behalf of Safe SCC, a grassroots community association promoting safe neighborhood. We strongly oppose the Benton shelter, regardless of its type. Safe SCC has submitted 5,293 physical signatures to the City Council. It is disappointing that the community engagement report failed to disclose the over 5,000 physical signatures of opposition. Hundreds of local residents. Oh, please, next slide. Sorry, I forgot. And the next slide, please. Yes, that's the physical copy. And next slide, please. Awesome, thank you. So, the opposition sentiment has been high in all 4 community hearings, both in person and online. Next slide. Our community's concern, next slide, please. Our community's concern are well justified and backed up by the solid evidence. I will explain them to you one by one. Next slide. First is the environmental impacts. Next slide. So the density, LifeMove proposed to house 30 units with possibly 90 or more rooms in a prefabricated module on a 1-acre lot, which raise up a lot of concerns about the environmental impact and safety issues. So here I want to highlight, although Life Move site is 30 units, but it didn't disclose how many bedrooms are there. So we were told by Ms. Consuelo Hernandez, it's going to be 30 units, is actually 30 modules, which each module could contain 3 to 6 or 8 bedrooms. So even till now, we don't have an exact number of the bedrooms. And also we were informed by Ms. Consuelo Hernandez, like in each room, it could live a family. For example, a mom with a daughter could just share one room. So calculating the numbers, it's definitely beyond 120, which the gentleman failed to answer at the very beginning of this meeting. So it could up to 200 people, even 300, even 400 if there are 4 people in one family. And also intersection. The Benton location is located at a very busy intersection where thousands of vehicles pass through each day. The increased foot traffic from Life Move's Benton resident, including people with serious physical or mental illness, also children and pregnant women, pose a significant danger to both the pedestrians and also vehicles. Traffic. The development expected to drive a lot of significant increase in vehicle traffic, causing the noises, pollutions, and the congestions. Parking, with only 56 parking spots, and also it's informed that there are 19 full-time staffs on site, possibly even more contractors are part-time. So half of the 56 parking has already been occupied or reserved for the staff. So it will surely cause parking overflow issues, as already evidenced by Life Move's Mountain View site. And also the bioretention compliance. This project does not appear to have a plan and budget for the compliance with required stormwater treatment. It could be expensive and will raise the budget and requirement for the city to maintain. Next slide. Next slide, please. With or without family, city proposed a low barrier entrance with no screening. The screening process is not intended to discriminate against any particular group of people, but rather to ensure that tenants and the communities are able to enjoy a safe and peaceful living environment. So I have questions for the council, for the county, and also the manager. Do you think it is safe for children and family to stay together with individuals who may have drug addictions and criminal records? And also, have you informed the nearby schools, principals, and the PTAs about this proposed low barrier shelter? Next slide. So the comparable Milpitas projects provide solid evidence on crime spike. So with total police call increased by 300% and fire call by 400%, average police service time close to 50 hours per month. Ziploc bags of mess was found online, and management is a total mess. So I think for the city or the county, I heard a lot of excuses like this is a permanent housing, like it's hard to evict people. But I think instead of making excuses for those failures, we should admit the common problems here. So those shelters, regardless if they are permanent or interim, regardless if they are supportive or just the old style, they are difficult to manage, and it causes problem for the community. Next slide, please. Next slide. And political safety data. So if Milpitas thing is different, so let's talk about the Mountain View site, which is managed directly by Life Move, the same provider. So public safety data also show Life Move's Mountain View site experience even worse crime spike. And crime type include theft, death threat, rape, robbery, and more. So the questions for the city council, county, and also the management. So what is your estimated police call increase on and near Benton proposal? And what is your plan if crime numbers spike in Benton? Do you have the plan to shut it down? If you have, is this possible? Can you commit it? Next slide. Next slide. The data that content supporters keeps on citing is highly misleading. This is because the visualized data is highly skewed by only one large site which just opened. Number of calls increased for all other 4 sites if you filtered by different sites. Additionally, this data intentionally exclude more serious crime types, such as rape, sexual assaults, drugs, and more. Next slide. Next slide. So location concerns. So cities, in the proposal it says the Benton location is a vacant land. That is not true. It is one of the last few places in the area where regular community and families events take place for over 3,000 local families each year during traditional holidays. This is an irreplaceable community land for family traditions. Next slide. And in terms of the school locations, I don't want to repeat more, but no, you look at the numbers here. Even if we reduce the radius to only 0.75 miles, there are still 10 schools serving over 11,000 students and families. No other communities in Santa Clara have such a dense concentration of schools. I think even in Bay Area, it don't have such dense concentration of schools. Allowing individuals with a variety of criminal background and drug issues to reside near schools can pose a significant threat, as children are especially vulnerable to the negative effects of living near those people, and may be more susceptible to the negative influences, possibly leading to early exposure to drug use or criminal activities. Next slide. So city, in the proposal, it also provides misleading information, seems to cheat on home key scoring system application. So first, there's no jobs in the residential area, most jobs in commercial and business area. And someone has said that it is easy for homeless people to look for jobs on El Camino Real. This is purely an assumption. There's no data has yet to support more homeless people get jobs on El Camino Real than in other places. And also, in terms of the distance to bus stop, the closest bus stop, be careful here, it is bus stop, not bus line, and the grocery store, and be careful here, 7-Eleven is not a grocery store because it does not sell fresh products like fresh meat. So the closest bus stop and the grocery store is actually 0.8 miles and 0.9 miles away. It will take 20 minutes for a healthy adult to walk without bags. Times for pregnant women or with little kids can easily double. And on the opposite side, this site is next to 2 liquor stores and only 5 miles away from another interim housing and 300 feet to another affordable housing. So how can city justify why this neighborhood needs 2 shelters and so many different types of supportive housing, given this specific neighborhood has very low homeless people population? Next slide. Next slide. So both the old and new proposal fail to provide details for the site design, no mention of fence and whether a controlled entrance or not, justifications for parking and building heights. And next slide, please. Also, for the on-site policies, so policy without execution is nothing but a piece of paper. Also a question for the city council. If LifeMove fails to execute those policies, so what is the penalty for LifeMove? So without explicitly listing out the proposal, in the proposal, the penalty and the consequences for LifeMove failing to keep the community safe, I believe City Council should vote no for this current proposal. Next slide. In terms of, next slide, in terms of budget, next slide, please. In terms of budget, even based on the current idealistic but unrealistic plan, city will already have 5.5 million funding gap for the first 7 years. There's no plan yet for year 8 going to year 30. Also, city's estimate for home key funding is wrong, potentially leaving a 13.5 million shortfall on the funding. And also, let's look, I think people talk about the Palo Alto side, like its construction cost doubled. Yeah, and in terms to reduce costs, LifeMove is prepared to remove the security 24/7, the on-site supportive service, and even the fence they propose. They are thinking of removing the fence. And this has leave Palo Alto $6 million funding deficit, and that is only for the construction, not to include the not taking into account the increasing cost for the annual recurring operational cost. So I think no matter what excuses like the proposal can find for the budget doubled for LifeMove's Palo Alto site, it is a fact that LifeMove cannot deliver reliable budget estimate. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. By the way, I think this is an old deck. Next slide. Yeah. So moreover, LifeMove cannot manage its existing site. Director changed 4 times within 2 years. Sexual assaults happened from the director and clients. Services are missing, and nearby businesses are complaining. So all of those provides one fact: LifeMove is an unreliable partner to deliver success. It fails in all aspects. So we should not select him. Thank you.
Very much. If we could have the 2 gentlemen that were resting come up again. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Perry, and I'm here to speak strongly in the for this proposal. Thank you, Council, for taking the time to make sure that everyone's comments are heard tonight. I've heard a lot this evening about numbers and locations and where we should put it, where we shouldn't put it, what's a good place, what's a bad place. But I really feel that we're at risk of losing track of what's really important here. These are people. And not only people, these are families that we're looking to help give them the second chance that they need to get back on their feet. There are few situations that anyone can go through that are more painful than homelessness. To spend every day knowing that you're just living in the shadows, waiting for someone to hopefully help you, doing the best you can to get on your feet, but working with a system that does everything it can to penalize you for the mere crime of having had a financial disaster. Nearly all of us are just one medical emergency, one layoff, one personal emergency away from having to stare down homelessness. I ask that this council support this plan and do everything they can to support the families in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please come forward.
Yue Ming San.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. My name is Yue Ming San. I live in the Birdland within 0.5 miles to the project. I strongly oppose this proposal. First, LifeMove do not have a clear long-term plan. There is big fund gap for the city, even in the first 7 years. So what about after seven years? There's no plan at all, and it will become pure burden of the city. And this proposal is short-sighted, and our community will take all the risks now and in the future. Second, LifeMove is not reliable. They cannot even answer the question of what is the maximum occupancy clearly. At the beginning, it is for single homeless people. And then due to our opposing, they change it to prefer families, but still they allow single homeless people. So why they change if the applicants are harmless? And they just want to get approved with beautiful wording, and they don't take responsibility. There's no background check. The supporters said the shelter will reduce negative impact for all communities. But what they didn't say is this is at the cost of the Benton community alone. And third, most supporters, for example, we see some students from SJSU, they do not even live in this community. They cannot represent the real applicants who did not come today, by the way. And please do hear the vast majority, do hear their voice, who oppose this proposal. Please vote no for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Yuming. Okay, Cindy Lim, is Cindy here? Pomeroy Association, followed by Yoon Yang. Is Yoon here? Yoon Yang, please queue up. Followed by John Haggerty. Welcome.
Hello, Major. Hello, Council. My name is Leon Dorfman. I represent Homeowner Association on Pomeroy Avenue. It's about 30 adults in this community, and probably a few facts. You are not aware of this. You don't know that Pomeroy Avenue is named by drive-by shooting avenue. It's my personal home has been shot 3 times. Yes, you can ask if somebody else has the same experience. 3 times. And first time, Sergeant Nikolai promised to establish post on Pomeroy Avenue to protect us. The second time, he mentioned he doesn't have enough money to do it. Third time, he didn't promise anything. So, this is what happened. And the last accident we had last year, and where police department asked community to provide surveillance camera to display. It was another drive-by shooting accident. This is we should consider before we make any decision. Police department doesn't have enough money to protect us. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward. Yoon?
And he has
my
4
name
minutes.
is Jun Yang. Our house is 10 minutes walking from here, from the site. Mayor Gilmore and council members, thank you for serving the community. Thank you for staying so late today. I hope that this is not every day. I hope every day is not like this for you. But you asked very good questions. So those questions inspire me to do a little bit of research. Being a software engineer, I'm sensitive to numbers, so I will bring you a little more, some more numbers. So as I understand, the construction cost is $34 million, plus, as my understanding, around $4 million for operation for those first 7 years. So total of $38 million spread over 7 years, 30 units, and 365 days comes out at $496 per night per unit. So when I looked at this number, I thought, well, I can get into a Ritz-Carlton room for the night if they have a promotion, right? So then I looked up the hotel rooms around here. I specifically searched for suites only for families and with full kitchens and with free breakfast. And this is what I came up with. So Residence Inn, San Jose Airport, 2.5 miles from here, $279 with all the fees and taxes included. Next one, Tom Place Suite, San Jose, Santa Clara, 2.4 miles from here, $227 per night for the whole family with full kitchen, full-size refrigerator, all fees and taxes included. And the next one, Tom Place Suite, San Jose, Cupertino, $223 per night. So I can go on. This is sorted by distance, but most of them are, these are weekday rates. And we know that weekend rates are cheaper, and also long-term stay rates, if you stay 7 days or more, it's even cheaper. So that number of $496 per night, per unit, per family, doesn't make sense to me. So I guess a lot of us here, we are not opposed to helping unhoused people, but I think we are opposed to the solution, this particular solution. That doesn't make sense financially. And seeing this panel of council members, I'm not familiar with the rest of the council members, but thank you, Councilwoman Hardy. Many years ago, because of your support, one of our community projects got passed in this council. And many of our members are still grateful today, even today. Today, after 16 years, I'm surprised to see you still here, serving the community. So I really thank you all the council members for serving our great Mission City. We're proud of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, John Haggerty, followed by Debbie Ray. Is Debbie here? Online or here? Just tell me when we get to the online people, okay? Eva Sun, is Eva Sun? Just a second, John. Eva, is Eva here? All right, Phyllis O'Sullivan? Phyllis? Jinjun Jiang? Xinyang Jiang? Jiang? Yulin Joyce Wang? Yulin? Okay, she's here. Okay. And Ishami Bhatt? Ishami? Yi Yao Ni? Yi Yao Ni? Wendy who? Wendy who? Helen Shao? David Liu. Okay, John, sorry about that. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm very much opposed to this proposal. I wanted to keep the focus on the numbers of the current proposal that involves family type units. The numbers we were given tonight are 30 family units plus 19 staff. 34 million for construction. I'm not sure, does that include the free prime land that's supposedly involved, but 34 million for construction, 28 million for the next 7 years, that's 4 million a year. So that comes to a total of 62 million plus the free land, if it's the free land. Now, the county today was kind of vague about whether how free it's going to be or how much supervision they're going to give, but 62 million plus free land. Divide 30 families into that, that's $2 million for a house. No down payment, the whole thing, free and clear. You could give each of these people for that 62 million plus free land, again, the free land, but that's 2 million house for each of them. So this is clearly a boondoggle. Now, the second thing is drill down on the operating cost, about 3 million a year, okay? Well, if you divide 30 into 3 million, not very complicated, 100,000 per person or per family. And that's assuming full occupancy. And judging by Bella Vista and the Westin Motel, it's about 50% occupancy. So the amount could actually be 200,000 unless they actually can fill up these places. So, to my way of thinking, this is a huge boondoggle, but it's worse than that. It really harms this community. It hurts the people here, following the American dream in the American way. You know, they're here. They are the good people. They're not the equivalent of other people, as Ms. Ellenberg suggested. They are hardworking people. They pay for this. What's proposed now, it seems to me to be an experimental nursing home for ex-cons and dope addicts. I think this is a ridiculous proposal. I urge you to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Kevin, Vice Mayor, do you have something to say?
So I did want to say that during the break, there were a lot of people that went home for a lot of reasons. And I know that at least one of the names that you mentioned, I have Wenyi Hu and Helen Shao. I believe you mentioned that. I think that maybe if we could also check for people online, because I told them that if they are going to go online, they should raise their hands.
Dozens of people online.
Understood, but I'm saying that when you call their names, it's possible that they have gone home, they were here, they've gone home, and they're now online. I just want you to be aware of that.
They'll show up online if they
So if I may just clarify.
Yeah, so there are several people that went home but then jumped online.
Yes, so we are looking at the names that are online, and so they are queued up for the mayor.
We'll get everyone.
Yeah.
We haven't even started online yet. Joyce, please come forward.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joyce. I own PhD in statistics in the USA. I strongly oppose this Bento-Lawrence project, and we all know 80% to 95% of the local residents strongly oppose this project. Those supporters don't live here, and they are not affected by by this project, so their opinions should be excluded. And also supporter, do they want to live in a neighborhood that neighbors come from places without any background check? And what diversity do they want to bring to their neighborhood? And we all know Live Moves cannot manage its existing sites. Directors change 4 times within 2 years. Sexual assaults happen from the director and clients. Services are missing and nearby businesses are complaining. All of those prove one fact. Live Moves is an unreliable partner to deliver success. It fails in all aspects: budget, estimate, staff service, execute policy, help homeless, manage neighborhood safety, and more. According to the statistics from the 2 nearby locations, Mountain View and Milpitas, the homeless who enter these facilities and later finding permanent home is less than 20%. This is clearly a waste of tax dollars. And also for the budget, even based on the current realistic and unrealistic plan, the city will already have a 5.5 million funding gap for the first 7 years. And there is no plan for the year 8 going to the year 30. And also, the city also provides misleading information on the home key scoring application. There are no jobs in the residential area, and it is next to 2 liquor stores and 0.5 miles to another interim housing and 300 feet to another affordable housing. How can the city justify why this neighborhood needs 2 shelters, given this neighborhood has very few homeless people? Thank you.
Thank you. Vicki Crawford. Is Vicki here? She yielded her time. Jordan Grimes? Jordan? Dorothy Yamamoto? Dorothy?
Okay, Madam Mayor, so Dorothy's online, and this
She's
is where-
online. Are we starting the
Yes.
online now?
Mhm.
Okay, very good. Dorothy, followed by Ethan and River Espinoza.
And Dorothy will have 12 minutes.
Dorothy has 12 minutes?
Yes.
All right,
thank you.
Dorothy?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I probably won't actually need the full 12 minutes, but thank you to everyone who donated their time. Thank you for the time, City Council members. My name is Dorothy Yamamoto. I'm from the law firm Michael Yamamoto LLP, and I represent an association of neighbors in the Benton community. I wanted to focus mostly on the legal concerns that the mayor and council member Jans has also mentioned regarding this proposal, especially CEQA. And I know that some of the public has already raised these concerns too. But I do want to raise that the proposal claims that the project is exempt under CEQA, but that doesn't actually appear to be correct. So there is not only a flood hazard since the site is in a flood zone, but it also doesn't fulfill several other of the statutory requirements for the exemption, being that it is some other requirements, for example, are that the borders must be surrounded by 75% of urban use. In this case, it does look like 25% is bordered by a creek, another 25% is bordered by residential uses, and it is not clear from the map what is beyond the highway. But per the statute, whatever is beyond the highway would also be looked at in terms of land use to qualify for the 75% urban usage. There are also other issues with qualifying for CEQA exemption that is impossible to know if they're satisfied at this point. Part of it requires getting approval from the Native American population that is affected by this project, which there has been no indication in the proposal that the individuals have actually reached out to the Native American communities, which will affect the timeline for the project. So the implications, to cut it short, is that there are several indications that CEQA is required in this case, and by the city signing on to this proposal, the city will also be responsible for fulfilling the obligations under CEQA. The problem of this is also just besides the legal requirements from CEQA, the home key proposal itself requires certain threshold requirements to even qualify for the funding. And one of them requires a timeline of when the project can be fulfilled. And right now, the proposal states that the project can be completed within 12 months, assuming there is CEQA exemption and exemption from licensing and permitting. But that timeline actually can't be established right now because it's unlikely that the project is actually exempt from CEQA. I raise this concern because by the city signing on to this proposal, it is also endorsing the accuracy of the facts listed in the proposal. So there will be an issue if the city, along with the county and Life Moves, is representing to the state certain facts that are not verifiable and that actually could be said to be a deliberate ignorance of the truth or falsifying information that could also be grounds for a taxpayer waste claim lawsuit down the road or some other action. So I did want to also highlight that for the city council members because there are a lot of inaccuracies in the proposal right now. A prior committee member had, or a prior individual from the public, Tom McDevitt, already discussed issues about the length of the bus stop being not 0.5 away, but actually further away. And the significance of that is that that information is required for the home key application to even be eligible for the funding. And those little details, by not exactly being accurate, that does risk the city also endorsing misinformation. So it is really critical at this point to understand that the proposal being given to the city council is not as fleshed out as it needs to be in order to have the city accurately be able to put a good faith endorsement on this plan, or for the community to even have enough notice to really be able to know what their community is supporting or not supporting at this point. And so with those lines, the last thing that I'll mention is the Brown Act, as also other members have noted, the agenda does only list 3 items. And so I would encourage the city council member to only vote on those 3 items and not additional items. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dorothy. All right, next we have Jordan. Okay.
Yes, good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm the South Bay Resilience Manager with Greenbelt Alliance. We are in strong support tonight and urge you to move forward. 2 quick points. From an environmental perspective, the best thing you can do right now is to approve the Benton Street project and provide homes for 30 unhoused families in Santa Clara County. Allowing people to live their lives sheltered, in addition to being a moral imperative, allows us to preserve our natural environment. Right now, there are thousands of people, of families living in encampments across the county. Human beings generate waste and trash, which when not sheltered ends up in our creeks and rivers, damaging our natural ecosystem. Providing housing protects our residents and our environment. From a fair housing standpoint, it's imperative that the city move forward tonight as well. Several weeks ago, the city's latest housing element draft was rejected by the state of California, opening it up to losses of local control via the builder's remedy, as well as state funding. The state was particularly critical of the city's fair housing analysis and efforts, and moving forward with this project would show a good faith effort to address those issues, guide the city towards compliance, and show the state that the city is serious about housing its most vulnerable residents. And then finally, just in regard to the last comment about the California Environmental Quality Act, the use of SB 35, as has been described by staff, exempts the project from CEQA, and it's a very broad exemption. And further, as an environmental advocate, it's frankly deeply distressing to see environmental laws that are meant to protect from real hazards and real harms to our natural environment being misused in such a way. So we urge you to do what is right tonight and move the Home Key project forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jordan. Ethan, we have Ethan online, followed by River Espinoza, followed by Miranda.
Hi, this is Ethan. Thanks, everyone, and really appreciate everyone stay so late to discuss this critical matter. I'm a local resident, 2-minute walk distance from the site, and a father of 2 babies. I strongly oppose this proposal. I'm also among the more than 5,000 local residents provide one signature, and we are really represent the majority voice of local residents, and also we represent more than 80% in each like previous meetings talking about these issues. So should city members please vote no to align with the majority of the public opinion. And a blind vote yes will be really irresponsible at this moment. The project details change from time to time, from meeting to meetings, and it still stays so vague, so unclear. And there are a few key points. First, the proposed idea is not really a viable proposal at all, let alone a lot vague, like lack of details. The reality of all these previous projects is actually it's only a tiny portion of the residents will be local homeless people. Majority will be the homeless people they find around even the country, and attract even more homeless people to these sites. It will result in really a security issue, and it's not really solve the homeless issue. I won't jump too much detail in terms of the location because everyone knows it's really a bad location. And without screening, there will be criminal and there will be security issue, and we really need a clear answer on the security issues. And this eventually is really a rabbit hole of financial applications for the city, because even I think the city council has asked a lot of questions and majority is not really answered clearly. In all, we all want to help homeless people, but the city council should really listen to the majority of the residents and vote no tonight until all critical questions are clearly answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Miranda, followed by Diane Harrison, followed by Maggie. Go ahead, Miranda.
Hello, thanks again for staying so late to hear about all the opinions. I live within walking distance to this site. I strongly oppose this Benton project. I actually participated in a hearing with an open mind because I'm aware of the homeless issue and I do want to help. However, after 4 hearings and independent research, I'm deeply disappointed about how the county and Live Moves are handling this type of projects. The scale and the target of the interim housing has changed many times. In the first hearing, they only guarantee 1 staff on site and at all times were as many as 240 adults with 57% mental illness. So what changed from the first hearing and now? How come less units require more staff on site? Is it because local residents found out that and pointed out in the meeting that it's not even meeting the bare minimum requirement to care for mental illness? They have no plan. They had no plan to screen sex offenders and no problem with placing them in the heart of all the schools and families till now. This is not the first homeless shelter or interim housing that Live Moves has managed. So that brings me to the question, do they even know what they're doing? This new proposal that was presented today was rushed together right before the vote after they received a consistent 80 to 90% objections from local residents. To me, it truly seems like their priority is not the homeless population or local residents, or if the city has the funding to support the project long-term, but to rush the schedule and spend the state money as soon as possible. I live within a mile and I've never received any notification of this project. I cannot imagine if people didn't find it out and they went with the first proposal and got approved. What kind of a chilling reality that would be? People have talked about the Palo Alto projects, they have funding deficits and considering cutting security, but these were never mentioned in our community meetings. I read on the news about Mountain View interim housing managed by—
Thank you, Miranda. Thank you so much. Diane, go ahead, Diane, followed by Maggie and Piaxo. Go ahead, Diane. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, hi, I'm Diane Harrison. I'm a senior citizen and I live at Benton and Pomeroy. I vote. And I kind of resent people implying that those of us who support the project don't live near here. I live near here. My husband lives near here, and all the people I know who are supporting it also live near here. They're around the same place I do. But I didn't want to reiterate all the stuff that was said was excellent presentations. I want to address fear, which historically and nowadays is a major cause of war, genocide, and man-made atrocities all over the world. One autocrat or a small group picks a convenient so-called enemy and spreads all sorts of falsehoods about everyone in the group, sometimes even calling them subhuman. The fear spreads like wildfire, and followers begin attacking members of the enemy group. Many victims die, and of course it is the autocrats and followers who are the truly fearsome ones. Many of us have been victimized by a fear campaign or have ancestors who were. Think of the Holocaust, the Chinese Exclusion Act, slavery and Jim Crow, actions against immigrants that continue to this day, etc. While in this case, no one here is likely to slaughter poor people, those who remain on the streets are likely to die young. I don't know who started this current campaign against poor people, but it's up to everyone here to stop, think, and reject that unwanted fear. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Maggie? Go ahead, Maggie.
Hi, I'm Maggie. I strongly oppose this proposal. I noticed that many university students showed up to show support for this project. Where I appreciate their goodwill, I would like City Council to be aware that majority of supporters are only politically motivated. They don't live here. They will not be affected if this project failed, and they will not bear the cost. They are not the city and the residents who would suffer from the failure of this project. In reality, over 5,000 neighbors strongly oppose this proposal. I urge City Council to make a decision not based on the political motivation of those who don't live here or who are professional housing advocates, but based on the interests of community residents who rest of the life, whose family is depending on your decision. This community is also concerned that the selection of this site is possible discrimination against the Asian and the Hispanic minority, and a possible discrimination against the immigration population. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Maggie. Pujao, go ahead, please. You're muted. You can unmute yourself. The hand went down and they're muted.
Oh, hi, hello.
Oh, yes, very good. Hello, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so my name is Pu Xiao. Okay, one moment. Yeah, I strongly oppose this Benton project. Yeah, so my point is the homeless people who don't find a permanent housing and who are at the end of their stay are going to be forced out of the shelter. They are going to congregate near the shelter site, thereby impacting the immediate neighborhood. It will only get worse as time goes by. There will be more and more homeless in our neighborhood. This is not solving the homeless problem. It is just dumping the homeless and the issues that come with homeless in our neighborhood. We must stop this from happening. What is the county's plan to mitigate this problem? Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have Farouk followed by Elizabeth Conlon. Farouk?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, honorable council members. Basically, there are a lot of loose ends as we see, and we cannot make a decision on all of these loose ends, like what constitutes a family. Saying family doesn't mean anything unless you can verify. And any criminal can go and find another criminal and, say that they are LGBTQ and they're married and get a couple of kids from a foster home and abuse the kids as well as cook chemicals in there. So a lot of loose ends that I'm really opposed to this right now. As my mom used to say, you say no for a second and you don't have to worry about it for 9 months and carry it for 9 months and worry about it for the rest of your life. So let's say no now. Let's go and get all of these loose ends together and come back and make a really good decision. We should make something that we can create job for these people. Just housing them and not being able to create a place that they can find a job is, for me, it's a no-no as well. Thanks a lot. Have a nice evening. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Farouk. Elizabeth? Go ahead, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, there you go.
Hello, my
Hi.
name is Elizabeth Conlin, and I'm speaking on behalf of South Bay YIMBY, a pro-housing advocacy group with hundreds of volunteers throughout Santa Clara County. We strongly support staff recommendations to pursue home key funding and build interim housing. We are now discussing interim housing for families with children, and we must move forward with urgency to make sure that there is a safety net for families in need in Santa Clara. Council should also continue to find housing solutions for unhoused individuals. The reduction in size of this project is extremely disappointing. It's not just a floor of a building that is lost, but temporary homes, counseling, and drug treatment services for at least 100 people currently living on the street and who will continue living on the street until we build more housing. High land costs in Santa Clara should mean maximizing the value of the land by building taller buildings. Home Key also represents a golden opportunity for the city to obtain limited state funding. We need to be bold and compassionate in the face of the homelessness crisis. Say yes to this project tonight and keep saying yes to more homes for Santa Clarans of all needs and income levels. Thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. David Ranch. Go ahead, David. You're muted. David? And there you go. David?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Go ahead, please.
All right. Sorry for the delay. Thank you
Okay.
for taking me real quickly. Just real quickly, I'm a Santa Clara resident for almost 18 years now. And all the points that are being presented today are excellent. And I think very well thought. So I hope the city council takes time to ponder this and not make quick decisions. I understand that there's financial responsibilities and opportunities here, but rushing this won't help. The biggest thing that I wanted to kind of highlight here is the homeless solution here is shared across the county, the city, and our neighborhood, my neighborhood. And this responsibility has already been done once with the Bella Vista development. And that, I get it, that's changing within 2 years, but that's here, that's now. And people are just kind of blowing that off saying, well, that was then, this is now. No, this is in my neighborhood right now. And then if this expansion occurs, then I have 2 of them here forever, right? And I think that that is an unfair burden on my neighborhood compared to the larger city of Santa Clara and the county of Santa Clara. So I think that a better balance needs to be found. I guess the other thing and it's been highlighted before, but I think it's very unfair that this 0.5 miles diameter view is very unfair to other communities in the area. I mean, there's a lot of people here that live in Sunnyvale, just on the other side of Lawrence Expressway. Their opinion doesn't count here. I don't think that's fair. And there's also Cupertino that's very, very close by too. So they will be impacted, but yet they don't get a voice. And then I guess really finally is, I guess the lack of binding long-lasting terms for this over, say, the next 5 years, 7 years, over 30 years, by this being renegotiated when it best fits either the budget of the city of Santa Clara or whatever is really disturbing to me and to the community. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, David.
Oh, and one last thing, if I may.
No, your time is up, I'm sorry to say, but thank you so much. We have a lot of speakers we have to get to. Okay, Sarah, go ahead, Sarah. You're muted. There you go.
Oh, hello.
Yes, hello.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm a Santa Clara citizen and live nearby, and I'm a mother of 2 kids. I strongly oppose this proposal. I oppose this location because this is a completely wrong location. The lot is very valuable for our kids. It's not a vacant site. And I want to claim that it is actually a common sense that the interim housing will have the safety issues. And the safety problem is that it's just a common sense that we don't really need to argue about it, because looking at other cities, they don't put these projects in the resident area. Most of them are in the commercial area, and they don't allow low barrier shelters. So there is, of course, it's not a problem for some supporters because they don't really live nearby, but who pays for it? We need to make sure our residents can live in a safety community. And also, I think like the Life Moves study is completely biased, and they do some case study to support their business goals. But how can they be responsible for the community safety? Do they have any solutions to the problems? No, they don't. They don't have any credits to us. And we have over 5,000 wet signatures to oppose this project. So please stay with us, stay with the Santa Clara residents to say no to this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Alex Wang. Alex? There you go. Alex? Alex, you're unmuted. Can you hear us, Alex? All right, we'll come back to Alex. BW? Go ahead, BW. /No Benton Shelter, BW/ No Benton Shelter. You're muted. There you go.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council members.
Hello.
The city of Santa Clara only has 5% of the homeless population in county, but we already have 4 shelters in operation. Why do we need more shelter in our neighborhood? Yes, in our backyard, but we have too many shelters in our backyard. We don't need another one, and especially this one is a low barrier one. I oppose this project. Thank you for the opportunity. Let me say this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll try again, Alex. Alex Wang. You're muted.
Hello.
There you go. Hello, Alex.
Hi. So my name is Alex, and I am a resident and homeowner living less than half a mile away from the proposed site. I'm strongly opposed to the proposal. It is obvious to see that the approval of this project would not only jeopardize the safety of our neighborhood, but also demonize the council and the impression of Santa Clara. Yet the supporters chose to ignore the obvious numbers and instances and claim that homelessness has no negative effects on its vicinity. Putting a group of people who are statistically unstable among so many schools, daycares, and elderly residences is not a wise action. I think we have heard too many names of different organizations and groups. People who are not local can easily say that they look like normal people and act like normal people without any concerns. Yet local residents cannot afford to take any chances, or they might get hurt or lose their lives. Please also notice that people who support this program are mostly not residents nearby. They have no reasons to consider the safety or the appearance of the vicinity of the site or the appearance of Santa Clara. They're exploiting it to claim their Samaritan intention, which to me is pretty hypocritical. Also, there are no plans in dealing with people who got kicked out or released from the shelter. It is irresponsible to attract and congregate homelessness from the entire Bay Area to the Benton neighborhood and release them back on the streets of Santa Clara. I'm not opposed to the idea of helping people in need. I'm actually opposed to the location, as it is proposed to be built in the middle of the vulnerables and in the hand of an infamous management company like Mo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Should I go off your list, City Clerk? Okay, B West. B West. Are they online? They're all online. Okay. B West.
Yes, this is Ben.
Oh, hi, Ben. Yes, okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Council Member. Thank you for staying late and hearing our voice. We have 2 kids that attend a local school here near the site. We are strongly opposed to any shelter here. I think it's ridiculous such a plan even come up. Why in the middle of such a dense neighborhood? We have so many shelters already in Santa Clara. We only have 100,000 population. We are shouldering more than our share of the shelter, of taking care of the homeless people. We want to help, but we have our limitation too. I'm not going to repeat all the points that already mentioned. I just hope our mayor, our council member, listen to our voice. We are against this project. Take care of our kids. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you. Jacob, go ahead, Jacob.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I'm a father of 2 kids attending school nearby, and I live very close in Santa Clara for the last 8 years to the proposed site. Today, I want to speak more of the safety concerns of the community have expressed. What the committee really opposed is the unscreened approach. We would love to help the unhoused people to help them back to normal life. But if with the unscreened approach, what if we have sex offenders living in this shelter with the 30 families? How would the people living in the shelter think? How would the parents think? Living together with sex offenders, with drug dealers, with people with repeated criminal behaviors, and with unstable mental issue. Those people, although it could be a very small percentage of people, are really concerned here. We want to make sure that the council member consider these concerns, these safety concerns, because it's the residents of this shelter and the residents of this neighborhood that will take this hit to their safety, to their security. What are the security measures? How would we make sure that the people we help, they're safe people to themselves and to the community? Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Kelly Fang. Kelly? We lose Kelly? We got her back, okay. Or him. Kelly, please unmute. Kelly, please unmute. Okay, we'll hold off on Kelly. Come back to Kelly. Ingrid Granados. Ingrid? You're muted. There you go. Welcome.
Hello, hi, thank you. My name is Ingrid Granados. I'm speaking on behalf of Destination Home, public-private partnership dedicated to ending homelessness in Silicon Valley. I'm here to express our support for the proposal to develop an interim housing site at Benton Street and Lawrence Expressway. Our community is facing a severe homelessness crisis, with nearly 10,000 people experiencing homelessness on any given night throughout our Santa Clara County, including several hundred unhoused individuals in the city of Santa Clara. To meet the scale of this crisis, we must explore every opportunity to expand both temporary shelter and permanent housing options throughout our community. This proposed interim site provides an opportunity to bring more than 100 of our unhoused neighbors indoors and on the path to permanent housing. while also offering a more dignified and secure setting than traditional congregate shelters. Expanding these types of interim housing options is a key component of our community plan to end homelessness and to meet our countywide goal of doubling our overall temporary housing and shelter capacity. That's why we urge City Council to move forward with a partnership with the County of Santa Clara on this important project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ingrid. We'll try Kelly again. Kelly, are you there? Kelly, unmute, please. Okay, let's go to Danny. Danny, you can unmute yourself. There you go. Welcome.
Hello. Thanks everyone. First, I'd say personally I against this project, but I will make clear that I'm not against the homeless, and similar to some of my peers in my neighborhood, personally I'm against the location of this proposed shelter. So I think so a lot have been discussed. So here I just want to emphasize that we volunteers have collected more than 5,000 wet signatures. We knock door by doors. We got the signatures. We listen to the people. There are real people who are living in Santa Clara. I believe a lot of them are real voters. So here, anyway, I mean, people have different opinions, right? No matter favor or against this project. After all, it's about democracy. So I believe we who have concerns are the majority of the residents living here. So after all, let's follow the rule of democracy. Majority should win. Your council members who are elected by us should pay respect to the opinion of the majority. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly? Kelly Fang? Did we have Kelly already? No, okay. We're trying to find Kelly. Kelly, please unmute. Okay, Ying Liu, Ying? Please unmute. There you
Hello,
go.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Mayor and City Council members. For being so late tonight and giving me this opportunity to speak out. I'm the resident of Santa Clara City, and I just live less than 1 mile away from the site. I don't want to repeat the many good points that have been stated by our neighbors. But I just want to say that I strongly oppose this Benton shelter project. So this site is not a vacant site as stated by the county council. And it is not also not a convenient place for people living there. So the nearest public services and groceries is about 1 mile away. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Go ahead. Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Hello?
Oh, okay. Sorry. And also the Santa Clara City accounts for less than 5% of the homeless population in the county. But we already have 4 shelters in operation. Well, there are many other cities in Santa Clara County that have no shelter at all. The Bella Vista shelter is just 2 minutes away from this site. So we also would like to give other cities opportunity to be inclusive and moral good. So please give opportunity to other cities as well. And I also haven't been pulled or surveyed by this project. It is also highly doubted that the supporters are neighbors living in this community.
Thank you, Ying. Thank you so much. Nitin, go ahead, Nitin. You're muted, Nitin. There you go.
Hi, my name is Nitin. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Clara City, and I strongly oppose this project. Many people have talked about the financial aspect of this project, and I want to hone in on one aspect. The operational cost of running 30 homes has been told to about $125,000 per family. $125,000 is a very large number. Now, the supporters of the project might not care whether it is $500,000, $1 million, $2 million, because the money is not coming from their pocket. But I want to talk to the city council that the money is coming from your budget. You folks really need to think, is $125,000 worth for a family's homeless shelter for a year? Now, let's say maybe you do. Maybe you think that's the right amount. So you know what? I have an alternate proposal for you. I have a proposal that will make our neighborhood happy. It'll make the homeless supporters happy. It will not have the city deal with any sort of overruns of cost budgets and avoid litigation. Now, you might think that this is crazy. It's actually not a crazy idea. Essentially, remove life moves away, do not build anything, and instead take the $125,000 and give monthly payments to people who deserve it. With the money they get, they'll be able to do more than just housing and food. They might be able to buy a car. They'll be able to get on their feet. Remove the middleman away, and instead spend the $125,000 on the individual people. That'll be a lot more valuable rather than trying to go through an intermediary. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nitin. Rainey, go ahead, Rainey. Rennie, there you go.
Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for staying so late. My name is Rainey, and I live in Sunnyvale for 9 years with 2 kids. I live 4 minutes driving distance from the proposed site. I strongly oppose building the interim housing on Benton because it will bring a large number of criminals, drug addicts, and even sex offenders to our community. You don't even check IDs for those people. You don't even do background check. Look at Milpitas. It has shown that the number of police calls increased significantly after the Home Key project started. Milpitas even does a background check. There are more than 10 schools within 1.5 miles. There are a lot of kids there. It will pose a big threat to those kids. I feel very uncomfortable to let my kids walk in this community. I live in Sunnyvale. I live very close to this place, but I never get notified of this project until my friends who live in Santa Clara who told me this. It's so unfair for Sunnyvale or residents or Cupertino residents who live close by but not being informed of this project. I feel we should be notified and we should have the right to speak. In terms of funding, like a lot of other people mentioned, you will spend almost $2 million for 1 unit. Does this make any sense? Maybe I think we could spend those money to help people who really need that, like the teachers, construction workers. They are the real city supporters. So they live, however, most of them I know, they live in they live in Tracy, they live in Pleasanton. They have to commute almost 2 hours one way to get to work. They're almost on the verge of homeless. So I just like, there are a lot of other, okay, sorry, I strongly oppose this.
Thank you, Rainey. Josh, go ahead, Josh.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Josh Sello, and I am the CEO of Bill Wilson Center. We're a Santa Clara City-based nonprofit. Over the last 50 years, we have been interrupting the cycle of intergenerational poverty for youth, young adults, and families by providing a full scope of housing, including shelters, transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, and other options. We offer housing and shelter housing in the city of Santa Clara, some of which is shelters, and I'm proud to say we are a good neighbor with the folks around us. In a previous position, I worked at a nonprofit in Cupertino that also provided affordable housing in a community with residents that were formerly unhoused, and we were a good neighbor to the folks around us, and we had no problems. I'm deeply concerned, but not surprised by the fear that is expressed tonight by a lot of callers the assumptions and the biases, and it's the kind of fears, biases, and assumptions that created the housing policies we have today, that have put us in the situation we're in today with so many unhoused folks and with so much a lack of housing for people in our community who need a place to live and raise their families. It is going to be hard, but we need brave leaders to make proactive, affirmative, and constructive decisions to take steps to solve this problem, to make our communities economically diverse, open to many people of all different backgrounds, communities we can be proud of. We are very much in support of this project at the Bill Wilson Center, and we hope that the City Council will move forward in partnership with Life Moves and the county to make this project a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. River, go ahead, River.
Good evening. Hello, I'm River. I live about less than a half mile away from the proposed project site. I'm strongly in support of this proposal, and everyone I know who's in support of this proposal also lives nearby. About a month ago, I went for a walk in the middle of the night because I couldn't sleep. And I walked outside and it was really, really cold. It was so cold that after 5 minutes, I was in pain. It stung so much. And I thought to myself, if I had to deal with this for an entire night, I don't know what I would do. How could I handle this for a night or 2 nights or a week or an entire winter? And how could I handle it if I was 10 years old? And for me, that's not necessarily a hypothetical question. I'm a teacher and I have worked with homeless students and I have seen the impact that being unhoused can have on a child. And I have also seen the impact that getting a place to live can have on a child. I have seen kids thrive and grow and change and blossom after they don't have to worry about where they're going to sleep anymore. It's amazing. It's breathtaking. And seeing some of my homeless students get housing has been some of the happiest moments of my teaching career. We have an opportunity here to really, really help people. We have an opportunity to do the right thing. So what I'm going to ask you to do as City Council is to do the right thing and to build some interim housing at Lawrence and Benton. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lee, go ahead, Lee. Lee?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. So I am a 15-year resident living in the immediate neighborhood. I strongly oppose the proposal. So dear City Council members, first and foremost, please be reminded that you are sitting here because we, the local residents, have placed our trust in you to represent us to make our neighborhood a better place to live. It's your obligation to vote on this proposal based on the facts instead of promises and political motivations. So the facts that you have heard again and again from us include, number one, budget gap. So Life Moves has a track record of materially underestimating the budgets for constructing and operating these shelters. So decisions based on their budget estimates would inevitably suck the city into a huge amount of debt and make the immediate neighborhood residents victims of all the negative consequences for potentially multiple decades. Fact number two, unaddressed safety concerns expressed by over 5,000 residents in the neighborhood. What's the county's plan to mitigate the problems, including potentially increased crime rate and the homeless people who congregate near the shelter site because they can't find permanent housing and are forced out of the shelter at the end of their stay? What's the funding amount and the resources? Lastly, the city has put up a modified proposal right before this voting, which is materially different from the proposal that community had been engaged in terms of tenant type and number of units. So how could you, the decision makers, make a responsible decision in such a short time frame without sufficient study of its feasibility? Are you really ready to vote today on the proposal? So we urge you to do the following before you cast your votes. Number one, prioritize feedback from the nearby residents. Number two, to formulate a solid plan to address the budget issues and our safety concerns with a transparent and actionable plan. Number three, to make a proposal on how to monitor the execution of Life Moves hold them accountable for any discrepancies.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lee, for your comments. Next, we have Maggie. Go ahead, Maggie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, just to clarify, it was my wife who signed me up. So yeah, okay. So I just want to say I'm against this idea of building this homeless shelter on Benton. I'm a local resident, just 1 mile away from the location. I want to make some points that mainly surround the lack of communication from local government officials that would much contribute to the opposition from many people today. First of all, I think there's a lack of information from your council members to local residents. We were not given enough information about the proposal and its purpose, the number of individuals it would serve, and how it would be managed in the first place. The lack of information led to speculation and rumors, which caused fear and opposition. And also, I think the councillors failed to address many concerns as people have expressed here previously. It caused frustration and angers. And also, this was a poor timing. If the local government announced the proposal for homeless shelter at the last minute, it of course would lead to increased opposition. Residents felt blindsided and not have enough time to ask questions, express their concerns, and provide feedback. So to sum up, I think effective communication is crucial in addressing concerns and building trust with the community. Without clear and transparent communication, opposition to a homeless shelter will for sure increase, which will hinder efforts to address homelessness in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary, we have Gary next. Go ahead and unmute, Gary. Gary? You can unmute yourself, please. Gary? All right, we're going to move on to Nilu. Nilu? Can unmute yourself? Go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay. Hi, so I've heard lots of points for and against, but I want to ask a basic question that why do you all want to put a low bar and entry in a residential area? So that's what we started with. And after 3 or 4 hearings now, Life Moves is proposing that we'll house families. But if there is space, we'll also put individuals without any background check. Another basic question is, which mom will get her young kids to a place where there are drug addicts and mentally unstable people? And just to be clear, just like all my fellow supporters, we are not against helping homeless people, but please know that a homeless person who has, because of life situations, has lost a job or something happened and he became homeless and he's self-respecting and is trying to get on his feet, that person is very different than a drug addict, a mentally unstable person, maybe a criminal with some background. So we are not against helping these people, but just be clear, either you want to put families in this shelter or you want to place these individuals. Do not mix and match. It's not going to sustain. And then why at this location? We all want to help the homeless people, but why at this location? If for some reason unshareable with public, this location needs to be used, then please house all the Santa Clara Unified School District's homeless students and their families here till they don't graduate out of high school. And why interim housing? As Council Member Kevin Park mentioned, that placing families in this housing for 3 months and then they have to move different away from their current school, that really does not help families. Let's just have all the Santa Clara Unified School District homeless students and their families live here till they don't graduate, so that we'll be helping them. We cannot solve the homelessness of the whole world or the whole county or the whole state, but just if we are able to help 30 families for 12 years when they finish their kinder to 12th grade, as a county, as city, we would be doing our part.
Thank you, Nilu. I'm going to pause for a second. I want to ask our city attorney. I had mentioned earlier that I was going to ask the council that when it turns midnight, that because it would be so late, it would have been after 7 hours of hearings, that we would continue this meeting subject to the council's approval, adjourn this meeting to a future date as soon as possible. Can you explain to the public how that would work on an adjourned session of the same meeting?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. That would be an option of the council,
right?
To continue this meeting, and in effect, what you would be doing is continuing the item to a reconvened session of this very same meeting. You would want to do that to a date certain, and if you did do that to a date certain, to the extent you had completed the public input session of that meeting, there wouldn't be further public input because the public had already been given an opportunity to provide input, and then you could take up the issue, and deliberate.
I am not sure we're going to finish the public input by midnight. The public members, it keeps getting longer and longer and longer. So in the event we don't finish the public hearing, how does that work if we continue the public hearing part of it to a decent hour?
Yeah, it could work the same way, Madam Mayor. The challenge would be for the clerk, to evaluate who had, spoken already,
and who hasn't spoken
and
yet.
to, limit the, the speakers to folks who hadn't been given an opportunity to speak yet. So a similar version of that could work, and you could continue the public input portion.
Okay, we have, I don't.
You still might make it.
Dozens and dozens
we haven't
of
given up
speakers.
yet.
No, I just wanted to do it before we got closer, and I want to manage everyone's expectations as well. City Clerk, do you have a record of everyone? I have written it down as well, everyone who has spoken. Okay, very good. All right, thank you. Sorry for the interruption. All right, Gary, let's try Gary again. You're muted, Gary? Gary? All right. We'll put Gary aside here for now. Kirk, go ahead, Kirk. There you go.
Hello, my name is Kirk, and I, my wife, and my 3 young children live on Schaefer Drive, less than a quarter mile from the proposed project site. I'm a member of Santa Clara Housing Advocates and a local high school teacher, and my family and I are strongly in support of this proposal. As a father, there is nothing that is more important than the safety of my children and family. However, I do not find the safety concerns raised by those opposed to this project to be at all founded. For at least the past 7 years, my wife and I have made a conscious effort to engage as a family with unhoused people, and I can say for a fact that one thing that kids learn from this experience is empathy. We have seen our children get to know homeless people, know their names, look for them, talk about them even when we aren't around them, and care about them and their well-being. None of this empathy would have developed if they had not been exposed to people different from them, and if they had not had the conversations with their mother and I that these unplanned and planned encounters enabled. Many of those in opposition state that they want to help unhoused individuals, but that a project like this shouldn't be built in a residential neighborhood, but rather in an industrial area away from homes. If this happens, however, it only serves to deny the project's residents one of the most important things that can help them regain their dignity, the chance to be part of a community. As every resident on our street knows from our annual soup night, building community is important to our family. We love our neighborhood and our neighbors. We are committed to deepening and continuing those relationships. We are worried, frankly, about what the division will do to our street. Yet we are still hopeful that we can imagine a future that is inclusive of all newcomers to our area, just as we were included a few years ago. We want to provide the opportunity for some of those who need it the most to benefit from a community in the way that our family has. As a parent, I have absolutely no fears about this facility being built close to our home. In fact, we are looking forward to welcoming future residents of this interim housing to become part of our community. And we are also excited to volunteer at the facility when it opens. In the strongest possible terms, I ask you to vote in favor of this proposal and do what's best for all of the residents of the city, including those who are unhoused. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken, go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, 1 second. I have to put up my statement because, okay. Mayor and council members, my name is Ken Kratz and I'm a homeowner in Santa Clara, living 1/2 mile from the proposed project. I support the proposal and I am a member of the Santa Clara Housing Advocates, who are predominantly a group of neighborhood residents. I have lived in the neighborhood for 45 years and worked for the city of Santa Clara as a public works inspector for 30 years. I will volunteer with other residents of the neighborhood to be part of an oversight committee if one is recreated as suggested at one of the public meetings to oversee the project and its impacts, if any, to the surrounding neighborhood. My childhood family received social services that prevented us from becoming homeless. It was a frightening time being so close to homelessness with few options. I toured the Home Key Interim Housing Complex in Mountain View with others last week and was impressed by the complex and the friendly staff and residents. That complex and the proposed complex are not hotels. The complex provides privacy, safety, and community for residents, as well as offers professional case management on site. The complex is gated and supervised and is composed of small private units for each household and common areas. Families occupy a separate portion within the complex, accessed through a locked gate. There's a play area for children. Meals are provided and a community room and outdoor canopied spaces provide areas for eating and socializing. The surrounding neighborhood appeared clean with no signs of abuse. I also foresee other benefits to the local community in addition to addressing the homeless problem. The project may provide an impetus for other beneficial neighborhood projects, such as adding a neighborhood shuttle bus and a neighborhood tree planting program that may provide jobs for those served by the facility. I think helping others in this well-planned and professionally managed project is not only compatible with our neighborhood, but is also socially responsible and long tradition of our city helping people. My childhood family would have been thankful for such an option. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny? Jenny, you?
Hello,
Hello, Jenny.
can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Cool. My name is Jenny. I've been living in this neighborhood for 5 years. I strongly oppose this project. Like many people pointed out, Life Moves supervised similar shelter projects in the nearby cities, and they had very poor reputation in achieving their goals. Like, for example, the local news mentioned the construction cost estimate of Life Move at Palo Alto was doubled from 17 million to 34 million within a year after the approval date. How can we trust the cost estimate they provided today? It's unclear to me who is going to pay if the actual cost is way higher than the estimate. And it's still unclear to me who is going to pay from the year 8 to year 30. Also, like many people mentioned, their Mountain View site had many issues, like they are still short of staff. I think Life Moves should solve their problem in the existing sites before building another failure. Many people already presented so many facts. I hope city councils can make decisions based on facts, not based on empty promises. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew, go ahead, Matthew.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Gilmore and council and staff. I'm Matthew Reed. I'm the Director of Policy at Silicon Valley at Home. I'm also a resident of Santa Clara. I do not live in the immediate neighborhood. I do have a daughter in high school at Santa Clara High School. And she does have classmates who currently are unhoused. it's not immediate to my neighborhood that's experienced, but it is immediate to our community. And as part of community, I feel it's important to voice my support. Professionally, Silicon Valley at Home strongly recommends that the council support the staff recommendation. I've had the opportunity to speak to a number of people in the community who do live in the area, who have been remarkably humane and intelligent and comprehensive about engaging with this process. And I have nothing but praise and respect for them. I know that your staff has worked diligently to put together the pieces of this project. And I've had the opportunity to speak to some of you over the past weeks about some of your concerns. What I am seeing is a project that is different, that meets a lot of the priorities that have been addressed, that addresses a lot of the concerns that have been raised, that provides an exceptional opportunity to leverage state, county, and Sobrato organization resources to bring an asset to the city. And when I hope that you see it the same way as we do.
Thank you. Winnie who, please. Unmute. There you go.
Hi, dear council members. So as a resident of Santa Clara City, I strongly oppose this project. I think given many reasons has been mentioned about, I just want to say that there is already a homeless shelter in Bella Vista Inn, which is only 0.5 miles away. What's the point to put those two sites so close? What if the neighborhood becomes a hub of crimes and drugs in the future? I believe it's really a fair concern from the community. So please vote no on this project. Thanks again and for staying so late.
Thank you. Ramya, please unmute yourself. Ramya Bhatta. There you go.
Hello, are you able to hear my voice now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. And thank you for listening to us late in this night. I strongly oppose the Benton project. I have been living within walking distance for this proposed site with my two young kids and my elderly parents, both my parents and my in-laws. And we have been here for more than 5 years now. And my kids do play in my driveway and they go play in the Carlisle Park as well, Carmichael Park. And I have an incident that occurred. It's a first-hand experience that we had on February 21st. This year, my parents typically walk 3 to 4 miles every day. And my father was basically walking all by himself, and my dad has experienced a chain snatch, and also he was threatened for his life. And this has been reported to the police as well. Though I empathize and the hardships of the homeless people, I still strongly oppose, because this particular thing is basically putting risk to our lives in our neighborhood. And please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruyang Lee.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yep, thank you all. So good evening, Mayor and council members. So today I would like to talk about 3 different points. So first point is about the natural disaster. So I think we need to seriously consider the potential risk posed on the, especially on the flooding risk on the Benton site, because that's actually a FEMA evaluated site. And for me, then my background is actually in geography and environmental science. And in that specific case, I was also personally experienced the Hurricane Harvey, and also trying to help involved in the project, help to mitigate the Hurricane Harvey flood mitigation. And one big thing is like majority of the people who has been impacted was actually have their house built on the on the flood plan, and before nobody think that they were impacting them, and because right now that everybody probably know the climate change, that significant or extreme weather is going to appear more and more. So this is not something we're trying to say that as an excuse to stop this plan, and we want to urge people to actually seriously consider about the potential risk that we're going to pose to this extremely vulnerable population. And the second point about this is the potentially assumptions a lot of people talking about. So first, a lot of my friends and people and neighbors, they're talking about it. They're actually based on fact. They're based on data and numbers, and they're not assumptions. That's numbers that are observed. We can only do some proactive works based on those number and data, because everybody knows that in the United States that our police can only do the reactive work. They only can act after the crime happens. So that's the data is the only thing that we can rely to potentially make sure that we can do something on it. So there is a significant risk. So if anybody want to voluntarily take up on the risk to help people, that's heroism. But I would like to point out that if you volunteer somebody else to take risk, that's the role to dictation. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. David, go ahead, David. You're muted.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, I strongly oppose the shelter. Lots of slide and time has been given to the Home Key initiative over the past few months. I'm impressed actually by the residents who are here today, not because they're professionals, but doing this in their volunteer time. This is what real community is. We have a place where we work, raise our kids, we take them to parks and attend community meetings on a work day while we put our kids to bed, and we protect each other. Mayor and council members, your leadership and decision-making is a large part of what has made this a great place to live, where so many of us chose to live from faraway places. And this has been reflected in the diversity of voices you're hearing today. Home Key has provided inaccurate information time and again. They didn't even know how many schools were present in the area. The supporters talk about fear, but when someone proposes to build something in our neighborhood, when they can't even provide basic safety information, I think fear is an appropriate response. I fear reckless and poor planning from the organization claiming to help these people in need, given the poor history of this organization and other sites in the area, and the actual facts of increased crime rates, which was withheld from all of these presentations. I believe the state, city, county, and Life Moves have good intentions, as do we, the residents of this community, but this is simply the wrong location. A state mandate to address the homeless situation isn't a state mandate to be reckless and accept poor decisions. I urge you strongly to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Liang Tang. Liang. You're muted. Liang Tang. Liang, please unmute. Okay, let's try Stephen Yang.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I live in the neighborhood and I have 2 kids going to Laurenwood Elementary School. I strongly oppose this plan. Is my timer going? I didn't see it.
No, it's not.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just trying to be honest. Okay, cool. Thanks. So I strongly oppose this idea, and I agree with all the people who oppose this plan. And I don't want to reiterate what I already said. I just want to address some points I noticed by the supporters. First is that a couple of supporters said that they are in a neighborhood and they have all their neighborhood friends supported, but I didn't really see they show any numbers to back their claims. But so that's, I don't know how common that will is. And secondly, I feel like the supporters are trying to doing some like storytelling and then pressing others like opposers by saying that, okay, you guys are no sympathy and then not athlete, which is unfair. And I think the safety thing is real, right? The concern is real. And I understand that not all the homeless people are dangerous, right? I think a lot of them are very good, but if a few or very few of them make some like risky moves in our community, it will be disastrous to whoever that is suffered from this, right? And then I don't know who can be accountable for this unfortunate event if it happens. And I think that's a real concern and valid concern for everybody in the neighborhood. And also, I feel like the other case is trying to say that, okay, the money from the state is precious and the city should apply for it, which for me is a not good motivation. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's try Liang again. Liang, you're muted. Liang. Liang. All right, Elisa. Elisa Bao. Elisa? Unmute, please. Elisa.
Yes, I'm here.
There you go. Welcome.
Yeah, so thank you so much. I just want to highlight one thing that our neighbor has proposed some like alternative sites. It's in the report we provided. It's listed in the agenda item called Benton Project Evaluation Reports. So we have our alternative sites already selected. Identified. So please refer to those sites. I think the best solution for now is to vote no on this location, and then immediately consider alternative site if you still want to go this route. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex, go ahead, please. Alex.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore. This is Alex Shore coming to you as a community member and a housing advocate who believes deeply in a community in which everyone can afford and everyone should be able to live. I think all of us realize that a community in which we have fewer homeless folks will make our lives better. And it is frustrating to me to hear so much opposition to housing, because housing folks who don't have a home will make your life better, will make this council's life easier, will make all of our lives better. A community in which everyone has shelter, in which no one dies on the street of cold or malnourishment or illness, that makes their life better. But for all of us who are worried about crime or blight or the growing number of unhoused in our community, the solution is housing for those folks. When you oppose homeless housing in your community and you don't support it anywhere else, it won't get built. And the crisis of homelessness will continue to worsen. So if you are opposed to this project, you should be doing everything in your power to make it better, to make it feasible, as opposed to opposing it, because opposing will only make our community worse. According to joint venture Silicon Valley and other sources, Silicon Valley is now the most unequal place in the planet. So if you own a home worth 1.2 million or whatever the median is, you have privilege, you have an ability, and you are part of a community that is the most unequal on the planet. The best thing we can do to combat that inequality that is tearing us apart is to provide homes for those who don't have any. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Allie. Allie?
Hello.
Yes, hi.
I have heard the urgency from clubs, lobbyists, and groups which sound like they're not in the surrounding area. These groups urge us to quickly decide on this, but urgency, in my opinion, is not the right path forward. The shelter has a huge impact on the surrounding community. 5,000 some residents have stated their opposition for this, and it is obvious that homelessness needs a solution. But frankly, a residential area with potential of 120 people is not a suitable placement for the shelter, especially when there's already a shelter down the street in Bella Vista. Vote no, and we can continue the search for different locations that can house even more people without opposition. These solutions could be an industrial one or a combination of apartments spread throughout the city. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ally. Next, we have Alex. Alex Chan. Alex, please unmute. There you go.
Hello. Thank you for staying night with us. So first, I strongly oppose the location selection of the Benton and Lawrence site. This is so close to many schools, daycare, and the low barrier entry would be dangerous to kids playing in the park or nearby. The location is right at the cross section with lots of traffic and noise, which makes the site even dangerous. So when homeless people walking around the street, if they have mental illness and drug issue, at some point they might be got hit by a car, and it's not a good location at all. And also if you put all of these people together, those people with crime history and then with sexual crime histories will pose a great threat to the other residents within the facility. If I'm a homeless, I wouldn't even put my children to live inside. So instead of building a camp, the correct way is to separate the homeless population into different locations, into different areas. There are a lot of existing group programs like Session A. Why not just improve over those programs and then put more funding in those programs? I don't think this home key project to put them all together is a good choice. So I strongly against this project. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Alex. Next, we have Eva Sun. You're muted, unmuted.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
There you go.
Just unmuted.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi. Thanks for staying so late. I'm opposing to this project mainly because like the live moves have already does not give us trust. I feel like the proposal itself has many problems, and a lot even like in today a lot of problems, questions from the council members are not answered well. They don't have a very great consideration into a lot of the risks, like where to pay, where to put the homeless people when they exit from this shelter, or like where does the money come from? Like we already have so many problems now, and we're if we pass this, we're actually opening to even like uncontrollable monster in our neighborhood, and I'm sure that that's not what the county and also the city council would like to see. Like we already can foresee so many problems, right? And I think there is someone previously mentioned that we need like leaders to give right decisions. I think this is the right decision to oppose the project. Like when you see risks without good solutions and you can't control that, the best solution is to not do it, is to like cut all of the dangers from the beginning. So yeah, so that's my point. I don't want to waste too much time, and I'm opposing to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Chaitanya.
Yeah, this is he. I oppose the project for two reasons. Number one, I do not see the financial viability. So to give you a small insight, I have requested for a panel upgrade at my house. It took several weeks for city to calculate and PG&E to calculate a small thing that is a cookie cutter for them. How come LifeWorks is changing everything as if they're playing with some magic numbers, and there is no financial viability to this project? Every information that we are given is false, including the number of schools, including what kind of inmates they are putting in there, and there is no viability or there's no transparency. Second thing, this is to my neighbors. Please, please, please make a judicious call next time when you do vote. Please read the material carefully. It is our lives that are at stake. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have David Huang.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Thank you so much for staying so late and listening to our community voice. I'm a recent father of a 2-year-old. We've been living in Santa Clara for many years, and both my wife and I have voted for many of you here. Recent investigation by Mountain View Voice have shown that Life Move housing programs do not work. In fact, they do not lead to permanent housing. So why are there supporters for this program? Well, I looked into it and turns out there are special interests at play here. But who is it? Well, turns out it's the billionaire John Sobrato. So the perverse thing here is you would never hear a proposal built to build homeless housing next to a Sobrato investment. Further, Life Moves pay top market dollars to their executives, but not to shelter staffers. Again, why? Well, what we've seen so far is there are people profiting off of human suffering and tax dollars and the community's goodwill. In fact, I would even suspect that they have achieved regulatory capture. As we've seen, the Santa Clara County's Director of Housing, Supported Housing, Consuelo Hernandez, who is actually paid more than the CEO of Life Moves, do not even acknowledge the role John Sobrato have in all of these. We need to do better. We need organizations with proven track record that can actually help the homeless population. And it is not Life Moves. Please vote no.
Thank you. Jai Han?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Jay. I'm a Santa Clara resident and a voter. My daughter attends school near the proposed site, and I bring her to the pumpkin patch on the proposed site. I'm against this proposal. First, again, it's a cost. It's being repeated so many times. Supporters somehow seem shy away from this. Why? Yes, humanity is priceless, but human needs money. Saving more human needs money. Do we have that much money to lavish? No, we don't. Supporter says the poor people cannot wait. Yes, but there are more than 3 units. There are more than 120 units. There are much more. After we spend all the money on this poorly planned project, how much can we help them? Are we going to say no because we have used up all the budget? Aren't they suffering? So to advocates, we do want to help. We do want to help more, and we want to help consciously and responsibly with a better plan than this one. So second, again, trust. Does Life Move really care what they're doing? Can we trust them? No, we don't have a good tracking record. I personally cannot trust. So last but not least, the details. We all have the same good intent to help, but it can yield drastically different results from the different execution plans. It all goes down to real work, real actions. Again, I'm not comfortable with current project. So council members, please say no for this case. We don't take our vote lightly, and please do not take your vote lightly. Thank you.
Thank you. DG, you're muted. DG, please unmute yourself. There you go.
Hey, thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm Deepthi. So basically, I live 5 minutes walk from this proposed location. I strongly oppose the project, mostly because of the location. I don't think that this is a recommended site for a homeless shelter. I mean, we have worked like so hard. We work every day to pay our mortgage, like the house mortgage and the property taxes, to live in this area. Definitely, like we don't do that just to see it possibly converted into a crime infested area for the next 30 years. Also, I would like to point out that people in the opposition of this project have empathy for homeless and mentally ill people. unlike the claims of people who support this project. But I don't support this location. Yeah, and apart from that, like, I'll also like to say that in one of the meetings, like the county meetings, like community meetings, it was said that homeless people like need privacy. I definitely like support that. But what about like our privacy? The proposed building, basically it has like 3 stories, which outlooks our backyard. So like, I mean, again, like we also need privacy in for our backyards. Yeah, I mean, that's all. Like, that's, I strongly like oppose this, and maybe there should be some better place which is like more industrial and much better suited for homeless shelters. Thank you.
Thank you. Eli, you're next. Eli? Unmute, please. Eli? Hello, Eli? All right, we're going to put Eli on hold. We're going to go to Cindy. Cindy? Please unmute. Cindy? There you go. Cindy?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Cindy. I'm a resident of Santa Clara over 15 years, and I support building this project at this location. If the city must build an
Hello, Cindy?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we lost you for a second. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Hi, I'm a resident of Santa Clara for over 15 years, and I support building this project at this location. If the city must build an interim housing, I think Benton and Lawrence is a great location because the environmental impact will be minimal. First of all, Benton and Lawrence are both high traffic streets, so building the house here will not increase the noise or traffic significantly. Secondly, the property is not next to homes, but only a church on the east side. There are some homes to the south of the property, but there is a creek in between, so there shouldn't be impact to those homes next to the creek. There's always going to be a school or home nearby if the house were to change to another location in Santa Clara, and the impact could be bigger. If it were to build in the middle of nowhere, it's not going to be close to services. I think Benton and Lawrence has a good balance for being close to services while not having a big impact to the community. Therefore, I support building at this location. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. We'll try Eli again. Eli, you're muted. Eli? Okay, we're going to move on to Dakarwar. Dakarwar?
Hi, this
Yes.
is Divakar. Can you
Thank
guys
you.
hear me?
Thank you. I'm sorry I messed your name up.
That's
Yes, we
totally
can
okay.
hear you.
Thanks.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, thanks for staying back. I didn't see my clock. Okay, there it is. So my name is Divakar. I live very close to the proposed location. With my family, we moved here about 14 years ago. My older one, who went to elementary school, middle school, and is now into high school nearby, he went to the pumpkin patch there. He went to the tennis court, to the parks. Oftentimes, he would just bike to that park by himself or with his friends. And we had no fear of that. All I would ensure is that he crosses the Lawrence and he just goes there by himself. I have a younger one who's in elementary school, and I'm pretty sure if this project goes through, my younger one is not going to be able to enjoy the same pumpkin patch, parks, the environment that my older one did. With all the, we're not opposed to the homeless people, but we are more opposed to the kind of people who would be residing here with drug issues and mental health issues. And with that kind of a demographic, I don't think I can trust my younger one to safely go to parks and enjoy the neighborhood that my older one grew up with. We had incidents recently where while turning from El Camino to Lawrence, somebody with a shopping cart just jumped in front of us. And while I was driving it, I had to brake hard and we had to avoid that accident. My older one drives to school, and he just started driving being a teenager. Once again, I don't think I'll let my younger one do that if this project goes through. This is a very dangerous location with mental health issues and drug issues. Many of these will just jump onto the streets, and we can imagine what's going to happen to the new drivers who are just starting their life and just starting to drive to schools and nearby places. It's a very dangerous location in the middle of a neighborhood with so many schools and so many children close by. Please listen to the neighbors. We are not opposed to the homeless people. We are opposed to the location. Thank you.
Thank you. Olivia? Olivia Green? Olivia?
Hi.
Hello.
This is Olivia. So I live in the Bay Area, specifically in San Francisco, but I've worked in the peninsula before as a paraeducator, and I'm actually for this project, and I wanted to mention that I have had many different jobs in the Bay Area. I've worked as a behavioral specialist technician for ABA. I've worked before as a paraeducator, also as a tutor, and I work right now in San Francisco as a mechanic. And the thing is, I've been through hard times before. And when people are going through hard times, it's just that it's your barista. It's the people that are like working for you in the community that are trying to basically make a living that can't afford it. And we're not talking about individuals. We're talking about people with families, people with kids. If you're talking about the kids, then please look at the kids that we have already. You don't really understand how bad it is. If you can't really understand how bad it is, then you're just blinded. And it's so hard because I don't even think you understand that the bubble that you're living in is just, it's toxic within itself. You're trying to talk about lowering crimes, but when you're lowering crimes, you can't lower crimes if you're actually like making people have a hard time. And not referring to them being even, because they're not even the criminals. It's the other thing. The homeless people are not criminals. Yes, there's mental health, but that's because of chronic homelessness. And if you're not having to help people who are homeless from a young age as kids, then you're going to make them homeless more.
Thank you, Olivia. Ashlyn Jew. Go ahead, Ashlyn. You're muted. There you go.
Hi, this is Ashley. I'm a mom with 11 months old. I live in half mile away from the proposed site. I strongly oppose this plan. So there are many points mentioned by my neighbors again and again. I do not want to repeat that, but I think the mayor and all the council members has heard our voice greatly that the project itself is not sustainable. It's not the right way to budget into this type of shelter to try to help the homeless people. That's number one. And number two thing is that we have so many shelters already which are vacant, which are not being leveraged at all. That is not the right way to continue investing into that to build new ones. It's just a waste of money and not resolving this problem at all. And lastly, it's the wrong location selection. That's it. We want to emphasize that again and again for the all the taxpayers' benefit, for all the local communities' benefit. We strongly oppose this site selection. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashlyn. Dave, unmute yourself, please. Dave. Go ahead, unmute yourself, please. Dave. There you go.
Sorry.
Oh, there you go.
You there?
Very good. Thank you. Yes, we're here. Go ahead, Dave.
Okay. Just a couple things. I'm not sure why Santa Clara County needs to use this spot because Santa Clara County has this huge piece of land, the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds, which is just kind of a shell of its former self. I know the county was hoping to use it for a sports or a concert venue, but it would be the perfect site with 100 and some odd plus acres for full service, full stop shop, schools, mental health services, all in one place, instead of a hodgepodge of putting them around the county. It doesn't make sense when you can have all of that centralized in one place and all the resources from one place, et cetera, because the more spread out it gets, the more disorganized you get. That's just the nature of things. And that's my 2 cents for tonight. So I hope that helps.
Thank you, Dave. Next, we have Wanda. Wanda?
Hello.
Hello, Wanda.
Hi. You know, I have a little different twist on this. I worked really hard on the Monroe and San Tomas Expressway. And John Sobrato is a wonderful man and very generous and giving in our area. And we had over 300 and some people that went to the city to talk, nothing like this 5,000 and more, and this time. And I talked to John Sobrato at the meeting after. And it was in the next week after his hearing all the concerns that people had against the site, the schools, the location. It's not that everybody doesn't have a heart, okay? And he withdrew, and he has some financial contribution to this group, Life, that's putting it on this. So I hope that John Sobrato hears this tonight, or the Sobrato family, and has some influence to listen to the people. Because even though this location doesn't affect me, it does affect our whole city with the money. We're hurting every place. Seniors having to pay, kids having to pay more, hours short. And I think the concerns financially, even just the liability financially, are really, really real. And that there's probably something better that could be done. And location's always going to run up against it when they put it next to schools and that kinds of things. So that has to be considered. I'm going to leave on Monroe, so that failed. He withdrew. And we just had Monroe Commons. It's almost completed. It's beautiful. It's affordable housing. It's not the homeless. So our mayor and our council got it right. For us, Mr. Sobrato in the background withdrew the original, which would have been 250. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. Jack, go ahead, Jack. You're muted.
Oh.
I can hear you now. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Council Mayor, for giving me a chance to speak out. Basically, against this proposal, 2 reasons behind. First reason, we have 5,000 signature local residents against this. That means something. We missed it in this study of project. That's 4% of the population of Santa Clara City. Okay, that second one, this is my first time I know this project. Okay, and then first time I speak out in the meeting against this proposal. Basically, I'm living in close street, about half a mile to the location, but I never got notified about the project. That means we lack the communication to pass the information to the impact people and the residents. The people, residents, just like you and like me, you know, the common people working day and night pay the tax, right? They raise the family. They do have the reasonable concern about their kids' safety, about their family safety. I do think, you know, council, mayor, you do need to listen to them, consider their input, and put more study, more time on this project. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak out.
Thank you, Jack. Bargov, you're next. You're muted. Please unmute yourself, Bargov.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. So I'm Bhargav. I stay 1 mile away from this project. I oppose this project. I've been to many Life Move facilities. Some of them are good inside the facility. There is some harmony. But as soon as you come out of this Life Move facility outside, people as soon as they come out, there is a lot of mess that is there. Everything is thrown outside. I have been to San Jose San Mateo facility. They're really badly managed and they're going to mess up complete this area. Our roads are bad, our schools are bad. If I go to the school, they say they don't have funding. If I go, our parks are not maintained correctly. Law enforcement says they don't have enough facility if you go for anything actually. So it is take care of the people rather than trying to bring in more problems for ourselves actually. I'm not opposed to the people helping. I do help people. I do go and serve food also on the street, but transfer money to them directly, giving them direct benefits is better than trying to build a facility here. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhargav. Next, we have Ray. Go ahead, Ray, and unmute yourself. Ray.
Hello guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I live very close by, and you know, the Bella Vista really disappointed me, and then here's another one, and I'm totally, you know, against this project, or maybe the whole project per se, and I think that we totally messed up the, you know, the problem definition. You know, we're kind of, you know, we're dealing with a medical or like a well-being, you know, kind of issue, but instead of really working on the actual issue, like the drug issues, and we're trying to, you know, use home itself as a solution. You know? And it's never gonna work, right? And also, if you really hear this out, right? We've been talking all the time, and most of the residents are totally against this whole idea, and we're just keep on pushing it. And this is just totally wrong, right? This is the democratic part. Like, this whole thing is wrong. All I have to say, and I don't know why people are still kind of so stubborn about, you know, building this intermediate house here. It's not gonna work, and it will only, you know, destroy or damage the whole city. You know, I don't see any benefits out of it, and also financially, it's costly, and I don't know how money we're gonna pour in, you know, to really sustain it. That's how I feel, you know. And also, if you look at the stats, right? After a couple of years, I think it's going to be a liability for the whole city and for the residents. And we can never undo this kind of damage, you know, in the end. I really worried, honestly. And if the committee really cares about us, should really think about this issue, you know, and the approach that we're trying to fix this issue, you know. And yeah, God bless us. So yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Ray. We have Julie Z. Julie Z,
Yes.
you're next. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm Julie. Hi, I strongly oppose this project, not because it's homeless shelter, because it's low barrier. Homeless people also have a right to live in a safe environment. Our volunteers talked to dozens of homeless people in the past months. No one is willing to apply for this site if it is a low barrier shelter. So please vote no on this. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Jean, you're next, Jean. Go ahead, Jean. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Hi, my name is Jean. I live 2 miles from the Bento site, and I strongly oppose this program. As a taxpayer, I worry about the budget. If we couldn't get enough funding from Home Key, how could our city afford it? Close more schools, close more library, or cut down the budget of the police? It seems that we will create more problems in order to solve one problem. Another question is, I want to ask why some surrounding cities could have 0 shelter, but Santa Clara needs to have 4 or more shelters. Helping homeless people is always the right thing to do. However, this is the wrong location. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jean. Daisy, go ahead, Daisy. You're muted. There you go.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi,
Hi, dear Mayor and Council Member. I strongly oppose this project as a mom of a young daughter, and we live just across Lawrence on the west side. Like given the past, horrible news happened in shelter close to the shelter in San Jose neighborhood. I don't feel safe like living here with young kid, and I feel a lot of supporters live maybe far away, not as close as the people who say no. So please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay Chin, you're next. Unmute yourself, please. Jay Chin.
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead, please.
Okay,
Hi.
sorry. I work next door to the Mountain View shelter, and I live in Santa Clara, and my house in a straight line is 3 houses away from the proposed site. And I can tell you that the shelter in Mountain View totally changed the neighborhood after it was put in. I resent the fact that we're called insensitive when we oppose something that isn't explained very well, doesn't have a long-term plan, and is not financially laid out in a way to where we can make sense of how it's going to be paid for long-term. I'm also concerned because of the low barrier people that are allowed there. And I believe that when they say that the homeless people are generally, they're just regular people. But if you don't have a way of filtering this, I see too many bad things that happen on the news every night. And they say if we only had a warning and we saw something, then this might not have happened. I think low barrier is unacceptable. I think it's asking for trouble in a neighborhood that's already overtasked with caring for the homeless, because we'll have a total of 3 shelters. So I'm opposed to it, but I think we need to have a proper place for them that is financially responsible and practical. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Carl, go ahead, Carl. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. I forgot to change my screen name. I'm actually Carl's mom. My son and
Carl's
my
mom.
daughter and my husband live near the Central Park area, which is within 1 mile radius of this proposed site. I strongly oppose this project. So I just want to list some facts here. So first of all, over 5,000 local residents, most residing within 1 mile of the proposed site, said no and signed physically. And to me, it seems that the city of Santa Clara is ignoring it. The supporters do not live here and they don't bear any consequences when this project fails, which, given the data from other similar projects, such as those from Milpitas and Mountain View, is very likely. And I heard what the last gentleman just said. I agree with him very much. Second, the supporters, probably from the builder, made a website to collect survey results to outnumber the opposers. Those are bots. Just do a stat on where they're from and how many are identical or similar. Again, you are ignoring local residents and counting on inflated and fake web results. Who will vote you to office if you ignore us, those netizens? Third, the supporters need to learn Stat 101 again. Wrong aggregation of the data used as an evidence to show the shelters are better, while the actual police costs skyrocketed for each individual shelter that is built within densely populated residential areas. I am sure San Jose State has a good stat course that can tell them how they should look at the data. Finally, I oppose this project, and all council members, please vote no. I actually went to the United States to escape some of the most corruptive, dark, and bureaucratic governments in East Asian countries. I am eyes wide open to see how the city of Santa Clara and the state of California is playing us, local residents, for this home key project. And I urge you all to vote no for this project and to hear our local residents' voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Manish, please unmute yourself. There you go.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, I'm Manish. Before I speak, I'll say I'm speaking from a place of compassion for the potential occupants of this location. Yet I do want to say that I strongly oppose this measure because I'm not sure really after hearing all of the arguments, whom are we really trying to serve with this? It doesn't seem like it's serving the potential occupants because there is no long-term planning how they benefit from any of this. They don't have access to basic things. We've not heard proper responses from the city or the county about several times the questions that have been raised. As far as the community, I think this is loud and clear that the community does not support it. And the community has been working very hard to collect and present all of the data that should actually have been presented by the city or the county. It seems like it's a very one-sided effort from the city or county to only present the data that supports their argument. And it's not an unbiased way to look at things. And this project is clearly not socially or financially responsible. And I really urge anyone who's in the position to vote for it to please vote no for this. This is the voice of the community, which I guess over past several months has been loud and clear. I don't know what else can I say in addition to what everyone else has said, but I really think it would be a very irresponsible decision to go ahead with this project at this point after looking at all of the data that has been shared. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marie, go ahead, Marie. You can unmute yourself.
Good evening.
Good evening. Go ahead, Marie. Hello, Marie. We had her for a moment.
Good evening.
Oh, there you go. You're back. Yes, good evening. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Marie Bernard, and for the last 33 years, I have lived 0.8 miles from the proposed site, right over the border in Sunnyvale in the Santa Clara Unified School District. I also work at Sunnyvale Community Services, which is one of the county's emergency assistance network agencies and a partner of Life Moves. I want to commend the staff of the city of Santa Clara, along with the county and Life Moves, for listening to the local community and modifying the plans to focus on families with children. In particular, the Community Advisory Committee can help ensure accountability and community engagement. There are 31 children in the county's shelter in Sunnyvale. The shelter is no place to raise a child, but there are many more children who are living in cars, couch surfing, sleeping in doorways, and these children are attending local schools alongside children who are housed. They're struggling to have a safe place to sleep. The negative impact on being unhoused on children lasts decades, and these children are our future. At least 70% of the unhoused persons at the Sunnyvale shelter are from our local community. They were our neighbors, and they still are our neighbors. Giving families a stable place to stay with wraparound services in a community can change lives for good and give children and their families a chance to be, again, productive residents. Unhoused children deserve to live near schools, near parks, in a neighborhood. This is one project. We need many more transitional housing sites and much more affordable housing in all of the cities, especially in North County. This one project will make a difference in the lives of hundreds of families over the life of the project, and I hope that the city of Santa Clara votes to move forward and to work with the partners and the neighbors to make it a successful project. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. Dan, go ahead, Dan. You can unmute yourself. Dan D. Unmute yourself, please. Dan. You're my last speaker, Dan. You need to unmute yourself. No? All right, Vineet. Go ahead, Vineet.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I actually live only 100 meters away from the proposed location. And in general, I do oppose this development. And, unless, the city decides that only families with kids and the kids who are, studying in the local schools, if we just limit to them, I think that's when it would make a difference, for both the, people who are on the street. I mean, they don't have any shelter. But otherwise, if we decide that, anyone, basically low barriers, or people who have mental health issues, or they may have even a criminal background, I think that is not a good decision, because we have seen that in Milpitas, we have heard about other locations in San Francisco, all of these places, there are so many incidents, so many cases. I mean, people would be just running away. And we have seen even in our neighborhood where we live, this Birdland neighborhood, there are thefts every month or every week. And, the police, even today, they do not have enough resources to take care of us. And when all of these things open up, I mean, what's the police is going to do? And second is that, I don't know if you visited San Francisco, I've seen, all these homeless people, they are urinating on the street. And, this location is where very close to schools, all the kids go to these parks, there are soccer games happening, kids coming from different cities, all the way from Half Moon Bay, coming to these locations, and the matches are happening in the evening, and, there are tennis courts. I mean, what kind of, environment we are creating for our kids? I know there is a post office on Kylie Boulevard, and I've seen, people who have mental health issues. I mean, they're very different. I mean, I saw someone, just screaming and shouting. I mean, just sitting and screaming and shouting, and I had to explain to my child, why it is. So we don't want to create an environment of fear where we live, and we have been living here for more than 5 years. Thank you so much. So I oppose this development. Thank you.
Christina, go ahead, Christina. You're muted. Unmute, please, Christina. She off? Christina? I don't see her microphone. Are you on, Christina? She's connected. Christina? Last chance, Christina. This is it. Christina. Okay, she's off. All right. That concludes our public testimony. I want to thank everyone who have been with us for the last 7 hours going through all of this. You have a lot more stamina than maybe some of us up here, so I admire all of you for being here, and those people online. We still have probably a couple hours of discussions on this, City Attorney. I'd like to find out what would the motion be for the council to continue this meeting, and I was suggesting next Tuesday, since we don't have a city council meeting. Typically, we're all available on Tuesday, so it saves time in terms of trying to coordinate all of our calendars, if that's okay for next Tuesday. Probably 5 o'clock was a little early for some people that were getting off work, maybe 6 p.m. on Tuesday.
I'll make the
City
motion.
Attorney? Okay,
Madam Mayor,
please.
I will be in Washington, D.C. for NCPA next Tuesday.
Will you be able to call in?
I don't know. Depends on when the meeting is.
Well, okay,
I may be able to call
if we did 5 o'clock, it would be 8. Would
think I
that
could
work
call
better
in,
then
yeah.
for you? So maybe 5 o'clock,
Okay.
Councilmember Becker?
I'll make a motion that we continue this meeting.
Let's get the language from the city attorney
Sure.
again.
Go ahead, City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Member Becker, the language I'd recommend is that you move to continue this item to a reconvened session of this special meeting, starting at, Mayor, are we recommending 5
5
p.m.?
o'clock since
5 o'clock
Councilmember
p.m.
James.
On May 2nd. And that's the language I would recommend.
Okay. So I would like to make a motion to continue this meeting to
Reconvene session.
Reconvene session. I wrote that down. I couldn't even read my writing at this time of night. A reconvene session at 5 p.m. Tuesday, May 2nd.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second to reconvene this meeting next Tuesday. Is there any discussion? Is this open to the public for discussion? If anybody has.
No, Madam Mayor, just a
Okay, it's not.
procedural matter.
So any comments from the council? If not, we can do I can't even speak, I'm so sorry, a button vote as opposed to a roll call vote.
As soon as you give me the green light. Oh, I think Councilmember, Vice Mayor Park has a hand up.
Oh.
So I just want to clarify. So we didn't close public hearings. So if people wanted to speak who haven't spoken at this meeting, could they speak at the next meeting? I want to make absolutely clear.
It's not, it wasn't a public hearing. So
Okay, but I'm saying we
testimony?
we didn't close it. We didn't say that anything is disallowed. So if there were people that wanted to speak at the next.
It would be for people who haven't spoken at
Yes,
this meeting.
that's
Correct.
very
Any
clear.
new speakers, correct?
Madam Mayor, in fact, since you've indicated that the public presentations are over, you would not need to take new testimony at the next meeting. That's the purpose of of the way we're
Okay.
going about it. If it was a public hearing,
Then we'd
a
have to-
formal,
yes.
the procedure might be a little bit different, and you might need an actual motion of the council to close the public hearing. But the way that it's being proposed, it allows you to take the item up, but to have completed the public presentation portion.
So it's just for the council deliberations and vote.
That's the way it's been
Okay.
set up right
All
now.
right, very good. Okay, when you're ready, City Clerk. All right, please register your vote. And that passes 5 yes, 1 no, and 1 absent. So the rest of the meeting is just continued, so the meeting is adjourned then, City Attorney?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, you have a kind of a formal process for adjourning, so a motion to adjourn to the reconvened meeting would be in order.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, to the reconvened meeting.
Yep.
All right, is there a second?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, I'll second
motion
that.
and a second to adjourn to the reconvened meeting next Tuesday. All right. City Clerk.
If I may.
Vice Mayor Park, you had something to say?
Yeah, I did want to recognize all the people in the audience and all the people still online. I've been in your position many, many times, and I've said that the residents are the people that are coming here on their time. The rest of us, everyone else that's here, gets paid in some way to be here. For the people that have a busy day tomorrow, for all the residents that came, that stayed, that waited for a decision that never came, you are going to have to come again. I just want to say thank you very much for coming. I hope that you'll come the next time as well. But I recognize that it is not easy to come here, to come early, to stay, because again, you're here on your time. And I recognize and appreciate that. Thank you.
City Clerk? Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously with those present, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.